Din Niange, your sins are unforgivable. I shall judge you on behalf of the heavens. Murdering your master, killing your brothers, slaughtering the gods, bathing thousands of miles in blood, and exterminating countless lives. Din Niange, do you know your crimes? Din Niange poured herself a drink, then glanced at everyone, causing them to step back. The woman just laughed. She's the most powerful Dingzun in the three realms and only wants to die, but despite countless suicide attempts, she can't die, and she's only getting stronger. Luckily, now there are countless people who want her dead. She feels her return is near. Two people stood before Din Niange without emotion. One was Lu Ziyin, Din Niange's younger brother, who hated her for killing their parents. The other was Long Yanche from the Divine Dragon clan, who hated Din Niange for wiping out his clan. And that's just the tip of the iceberg when it comes to Din Niange's crimes. As for those crimes, I admit I did them, but there's a reason for everything I did. In the instant the wine jar shattered, Lu Ziyin glared at Din Niange with hatred, but she remained calm. Dear little brother, long time no see, you've changed so much. You used to be so cute, always clinging to me. Lu Ziyin couldn't hold back. Shut up. The Lu family was so kind to take you in back then, and you repay kindness with evil. Today, I'll take your life. Meanwhile, Din Niange sat on her throne, slowly closing her eyes. She felt happy because she was finally going home. Whoever killed her would be the greatest benefactor of her life. But just as the sword was about to strike, it was stopped. Din Niange panicked. Holy SHT. What the heck? Why does something always stop me when I'm about to die? Long Yanche wasn't trying to save Din Niange, but just thought it'd be a pity to kill such a cruel demon emperor with a single strike. Immediately after, a large golden mirror appeared in the sky. The mirror of Heavenly Dao, which can use the wicked to elevate righteousness. Once activated, the entire life of the punished will be exposed to the public, and they will be punished for every evil deed until they die completely. This method is perfect for judging a demon emperor. Seeing the mirror, Din Niange jumped up in a panic. What are you doing? Why are you exposing my past? If you do that, how am I supposed to die with any dignity? I'm waiting to go home. She immediately tried to run away, but it was too late. Demon Emperor, there's nowhere to run. Instantly, a vast golden light enveloped Din Niange, and her entire body was controlled. Back then, she had just graduated from university and stood out among the new graduates, finding a stable job with good benefits, thinking she was lucky to be favored by the heavens. But then, she was unexpectedly diagnosed with terminal cancer. Just when she was about to become her parents' support, she became a burden once again. In the end, she couldn't beat the disease, and came to this world. When she learned that she could only return to her old world by dying naturally and not by suicide, Din Niange tried her best to find a way to die. At this time, a dirty little girl lying by the roadside in a miserable state appeared in the mirror. Maybe others wouldn't recognize her, but Din Niange immediately recognized that it was herself when she first came to this world. In the mirror, the little girl thought that she could return home as long as she died in this world, so she jumped into the lake. Without hesitation, someone fell into the lake. A man jumped in to save her. Ziyin, you wait there for your dad, don't run around. Her voice trembled slightly. Don't waste your efforts. I'm willing to cooperate at the execution platform. Seeing the embarrassed expression on Din Niange's face, everyone knew they were doing the right thing. Din Niange, don't even dream about it. Your crimes are countless, and today, before the heavens and everyone, you will receive a fair trial. Din Niange frowned, raising her hand to slam it against the golden light pillar. The people outside panicked and stepped back, afraid that if she really attacked herself, they would all be destroyed. But once the golden light pillar was formed, nothing could get in or out. Not even the power of a Dizun was of any use. Din Niange frowned deeply. If I'd known things were like this, I wouldn't have acted so surprised. Those guys aren't playing by the rules, saying they'd execute me, but now they want to see my past. Din Niange sighed inwardly. Guys, I'm so bored. Soon after, the boy was rescued. Is the kid's dad okay? Lu Ziyin saw the handsome man appear in the mirror, tears welling up in his eyes. Your parents were so kind, but those kind souls ended up dying tragically. At the same time, the crowd outside chimed in. Who knew Din Niange was so sinister since he was little? Just because he didn't want to be a beggar, he jumped into the lake to play on the Qingyang Great Emperor's parents' sympathies. Truly deceitful to the core, you can't judge a book by its cover. Some people are just born good at pretending. But isn't Din Niange supposed to be the immortal emperor's kid? How'd he end up a beggar in the mortal realm? I heard that a fox spirit seduced the immortal emperor and birthed Din Niange, but when Din Niange was 8, the fox spirit died. That sly little brat, after finding out his identity, went straight to the immortal emperor demanding his share. But such a tainted fiend isn't worthy of being the immortal emperor's son. That kind of evil spawn should be eliminated immediately. But the immortal emperor couldn't bring himself to do it, so he sealed Dinian-Gers's memories and immortal roots, banishing him to the mortal realm. Hearing all the gossip, Dinian-Gers couldn't help but shake her head. Seriously, folks? You actually believe that crap? But then she just let it go. She had already given up on everything. Let them think whatever they wanted. Everyone looked at Dinian-Gers's face. Look at him. He's feeling guilty. Lu Xingyin clenched his fists, trembling all over. If it weren't for my father's help, the Lu family would have been wiped out, Dinyanji. I hate you. In the mirror, Lu Mu asked caringly. What's your name, kid? Do you have any family? I'll have someone take you home. Dinian Gi carefully replied. My name is Dinian. I have no family left. But her eyes were fixed on the sword hanging by the man's side. Lu Mu patted her head. In that case, Dinian, stay with the Lu family. My son Ziyin is about the same age as you. You two will get along. Dinian Ge hesitated for a moment, then pointed to the sword. Uncle, can I have that? I want to hug it to sleep. Lu Mushen and his wife looked at each other, thinking he was scared, so they didn't think twice, and gave it to him. But the blade is very sharp. Dinian has to be careful. Dinian Ge took it, eyes full of anticipation. We'll meet again soon. After seeing him fall asleep, Lu Mu and his wife snuck out. The poor child. My heart aches for him. The Lu Mu family won't mistreat him. Xin Yin and Yin Qier won't either. With that, the two left. You can see Lu Mu and his wife are very happy. But immediately after that, Dinian Ge jumped up, leaped out of bed, and locked the door. I'm very grateful for your help. But my parents are also waiting for their daughter to return. With that, Dinian Ge didn't hesitate to put the blade to her neck. Then she slowly let her body fall. An 8-year-old child chose to commit suicide late at night, pressing the blade to her neck and slowly falling. The next moment, Dinian Ge slowly opened her eyes, seeing Lucia Mu looking at her worriedly. She was startled. Didn't I kill myself? Why am I still here? Actually, the only condition to return to the old world is to die naturally in this world. Suicide obviously doesn't work. Dinian Ge struggled to sit up, but was very weak. According to what Lu Jia said to the doctor, it was due to long-term malnutrition. Hearing that, Lu Mu couldn't help but blame himself for being negligent. If Lu Xingyin hadn't cried and looked for his brother in the middle of the night, they probably wouldn't have known she fainted in the room until morning. Dinian Ge was silent for a moment. Does Lu Xingyin know something? Why did he look for me in the middle of the night? Lu Xingyin whispered to him. A secret word. But if brother comes closer, I'll tell you. Although full of suspicion, Dinian Ge still slowly approached. But suddenly, Lu Xingyin planted a kiss right on her cheek. Because brother is too handsome, I want to sleep with you. The crowd outside nodded in agreement. It's a series of schemes. Jumping into the lake to gain sympathy, pretending to be tough to reassure the Qingyang Great Emperor's parents, using his looks to seduce Lu Ziyin, then pretending to faint so his parents would feel sorry for him. From then on, they would lower their guard and treat Dinian Ge like their own son. How sinister! Lu Ziyin pointed at Nian Ge, full of resentment. Dinian Ge. To take the position of Demon Emperor, you've plotted every single step. Dinian Ge was also very helpless. If that's how you want to understand it, there's nothing I can do. After being rescued by the Lucha family, Dinian Ge and Lu Ziyin entered the academy. Originally, Lu Ziyin was excellent, but since Dinian Ge appeared, the best position belonged to her. Of course, a college student must be good at elementary school, Dinian Ge sighed. Looks like the way home still needs another way. If she remembers correctly, back when she was super sick and reading novels, this seems to be the world from that one book. The main character, Xiao Yu, from the Xiao family, had a vendetta against a dark force, and his whole family got wiped out. But with incredible willpower, he crawled out from the pile of corpses and found his way to the Sword Heart sect to cultivate. Then he went full god mode, recruited disciples, eliminated villains, snagged treasures, and won the hearts of beauties, eventually becoming the God Realm Emperor. As for the villains in the story, they die like flies. Being with Lu Ziyin, the #1 villain, she's definitely getting home soon. Maybe because their performance was too outstanding. Right after leaving the academy, Dinian Ge and Lu Ziyin were blocked on their way back by a group of older students. Awesome. The opportunity's here. Dinian Ge immediately pushed Lu Ziyin behind her and roared, If you want something, come at me. Just don't hurt my little brother. Hey, do you guys have knives? The angry students asked. Want to die? Dinian Ge grinned. Exactly, I want to die, so kill me. Seeing them panic, Dinian Ge scoffed. Big mouths but cowards. They were still young and had never seen anyone like that, all of them completely stunned. The leader said, This guy's got problems. Should we bail? The remaining kid had to say, "You've got guts, just you wait, I'll show you." "Hey, wait up, I can go buy a knife, think it over," Dinyangi kept shouting, until they were out of sight. Turning around, she saw Lu Ziyin's weird look, and she was startled. Suddenly, Lu Ziyin hugged her tightly. "Dinyangi, you're so awesome, I like Gige." That night, Dinyangi tossed and turned, unable to sleep. She remembers that the Luha family gets wiped out later, right? They're so kind, good people shouldn't die. But she had a high fever back then, so her memory is hazy. She only remembers the killer wore black robes and a wide-brimmed hat. She has to quickly find a way to save them. There must be a way for them to leave this place. Just then, the door opened, and Lu Ziyin sneaked in. "Dinyange, can I sleep with you?" Looking at the adorable Lu Ziyin, Dinyange patted the bed. "Good boy, come sleep with Gerje. I'll protect you and your parents." Saying that, she even poked his cheek. This innocent kid. How did he become a villain? Looking at Lu Ziyin in the mirror, he felt disgusted. He didn't expect that she slept near him when she was young, with such a satisfied expression. The next morning, on the way to the academy, they were stopped by two men in black robes and wide-brimmed hats. "Hey kids, can we ask for directions? Do you know the Luca family? They just moved here last month." Din Nyange immediately felt uneasy. "These must be the Lu family's enemies," she replied. "I don't know." But Lu Ziyin said, "Only my family moved here last month." The two men exchanged glances and asked further. "Then may we ask what your name is?" "We're looking for a life-saving benefactor, but we've searched many places and still haven't found them." Din Nyange immediately stopped him, saying, "My name is Wang. Ziyin, go to the academy first." She felt danger. She had to find a way to get Lu Ziying away. Right after taking Lu Ziyin to school, Dinyange planned to take action. "Gerge is skipping class," Lu Ziyin asked. Dinyange looked at him with affection. "I have something to take care of. You go to school, I'll come later." Lu Ziyin was still innocent, so he was very obedient. "Gerge, remember not to lie to me." Watching his cheerful figure disappear, Dinyange quickly thought of a plan. But unexpectedly, the two men had become suspicious and were secretly following Lu Ziyin. Meanwhile, Dinyange went to a tavern, the most notorious place. She thought if she angered them, they would attack the Lu Athel family. Then the Lu Athel family would have to move away. And by the way, she could also get beaten up in a fight. Entering the tavern, Dinyange recognized the owner and immediately took out a famous recipe. "I have a secret recipe. I'll sell it to you for 100 taels of silver." The owner looked at the recipe in surprise, then glanced at Dinyange. The boss happily agreed to pay Dinyange 100 taels of silver. Dinyange mentioned she had 9 more recipes. The boss didn't hesitate, telling someone to fetch another 900 taels. But Dinyange stopped them, like, "Hold up, these are precious secret recipes. Of course, the price has to go up. If you really want them, have 4,500 taels ready before sunset, and bring it to the Lu family residence in the south of the city. Or don't blame me if I sell them to someone else." The boss was stunned, like, the price just quintupled. After Dinyange gave him the look, he regained his composure. "I'm sorry, but my humble shop can hardly afford such a large sum. I hope you'll try somewhere else." But Dinyange wasn't letting this opportunity go. "You can't even afford 5,000 taels. What kind of business are you even running? Your shop's gonna go bankrupt sooner or later." And with that, she left. The boss told someone to investigate the Lu family, and if they didn't have anyone backing them, to kidnap Dinyange and kick her parents to the curb. On the way home, Dinyange was thinking everything would be fine, but as she neared her house, she was so shocked she dropped all the money and ran to the gate. What the heck happened here? A minute later, school let out. But Lu Ziyin still hadn't seen his big bro. Gerge promised he'd come to school. He's ditching again. Wait till he gets home. I'm telling mom and dad to give Gerge a beating. A little later, Lu Ziyin got home and hugged his mom tight. "Where's Gerge Dinian? Why didn't you come home with me?" "Gerge's being kept behind by the teacher. He'll be home later." Gerge is so naughty. But little did they know, danger was creeping closer. Two dudes were watching their every move. They walked into the house and saw the words, "Lu family," hanging above the door. "This is the place." The next second, the two men rushed out to attack. "Everything is in my plan." The next second, Dinyange shoved people out of the way and fearlessly rushed into the building. An earth-shattering explosion sent her flying out. But despite the injuries and everyone's attempts to stop her, Dinyange staggered back toward the fire, shouting Lumu's name. Lumu's weak voice came from inside, and Dinyange immediately dove in. When she saw what was in front of her, her hands and feet started shaking. The whole room was consumed by flames. Uncle Lu was dead, and Lu Mu was using all her strength to hold the unconscious Lu Ziyin. Dinyange ran over, eyes full of tears. Lu Muye weakly called out, "Dinyan, save my Didi." Take care of him, take him to the Shin family, they will save him. But before she could finish, she collapsed, her hand holding Lu Ziyin falling limply to the ground. Dinyange couldn't hold back her tears, screaming, Auntie Lu was in the sea of flames, and she sighed next to Lumu's body. Lu Ziyin punched the barrier hard, roaring, What's going on? My parents were killed by Dinyange. This must be fake. Even the Heavenly Dao Mirror is lying to me. The crowd was gossiping. It seems the great Emperor Qingyang was just a mortal back then. Why would he make an oath to eliminate the person who rushed into the fire to save him? There must be some secret he can't talk about. I remember the great Emperor Qingyang achieved his position thanks to a secret inheritance technique. Maybe Dinyange saved him to steal that secret technique. Hearing this, Lu Ziyin had an epiphany. So that's it. Even if she didn't kill my parents, her betraying her sect and murdering her master and Shimei are unforgivable crimes. The fire at the Lusana family lit up the whole sky. In the sea of flames, a small figure rushed out carrying a large object. The little girl's clothes were completely charred, and half of her face was burned. Everyone looked at Dinyange, sitting on the throne with her eyes closed. That flawless face was difficult to imagine being burned like that. Feeling uncomfortable in front of everyone's eyes, Dinyange suddenly opened her eyes, arrogant. What are you looking at? Wait till I get out, I'll deal with you one by one. Everyone's sliver of sympathy vanished instantly. The crowd curiously watched the charred little figure, using their compassion. That must hurt so much. After leaving the fire, Dinyange couldn't help but collapse, but she still protected the thing in her arms. People ran over to help, but she still held on tight, refusing to let go. They thought she was holding some precious treasure, but it was actually a charred cotton coat wrapped around Lu Ziyin. He was still intact inside, but had passed out. The crowd sighed, thinking they could have gotten something out of it. Dinyange ignored her injuries, crying and calling Lu Ziyin's name. She promised to buy the candied hawthorns he liked if he woke up. But no matter what she did, Lu Ziyin remained motionless. She knelt down, begging the crowd to save Lu Ziyin. He was only 7, he couldn't die. But despite her heart-wrenching pleas, the crowd coldly walked away. They were just there for the drama. Saving people wasn't their job. Seriously, there are jerks in every era. Afterward, ignoring her injuries, Dinyange carried Lu Ziyin off to find a doctor. The rain poured down, making every step a struggle. She fell countless times, but the passers-by kept their distance. The blood from the wound on half of her face mixed with the rain, making her look terrifying. Meanwhile, a ghostly pale Lu Ziyin just stared. No way, Dinyange would never do this for me. She must just want to find out the secret to immortality. But at that moment, Ziyin didn't dare look at Dinyange. Finally, Dinyange found a clinic, but it was already closed. Hearing the knock, a servant opened the door, but he freaked out at the sight of Dinyange and slammed the door shut. A moment later, Dinyange arrived at another place. Doctor, please save my little brother. But with her sickly appearance and ragged clothes, who would treat her? She ran to dozens of pharmacies, but they all turned her away. If she abandoned Lu Ziyin to treat her wounds, Dinyange's injuries would definitely heal quickly thanks to her immortal emperor bloodline. But if things continued this way, the child's life was in danger. Lu Ziyin was now nothing but a burden to her. She dragged her broken body, carrying Lu Ziyin everywhere, begging for help. Until this fall, she didn't even know which one this was. At this moment, she felt exhausted, as if all her strength had been drained. She wondered if she should just lie down here. But looking at the dying Lu Ziyin, she couldn't bear to leave him. She struggled to drag Lu Ziyin on, continuing the journey. After who knows how long, she found another clinic, but was turned away again. With no other choice, she placed Lu Ziyin in front of the door and knelt down. If I die here trying to save someone, at least I died trying to save someone. I want to come home and rescue Ziyin. Even if they chase me away, I won't leave. But she didn't expect to be so persistent. Not until the next day, the old doctor sighed, moved by the young boy's strong will. After examining Lu Ziyin, he said, I'm sorry, the boy's condition is beyond my skills. How about I treat your wounds instead? Dinyange panicked. If my little brother has inhaled too much toxic smoke into his lungs, then take my organs to save him, as long as you save my little brother. The old man frowned. You'll die without your organs, Dinyange pleaded. I don't need to live, just save my little brother. Outside, Lu Ziyin watched intently. She's willing to give up her life to save me. At that moment, the old man sighed, seemingly touched by Dinyange's sincerity, but still shook his head. I'm not capable of that. Dinyange's hope seemed to be extinguished. Is there really no other way? But the doctor's next words made Dinyange's eyes light up, hope reappearing. Only the medicine god, Changya, at the Divine Medicine Valley can perform organ transplants. After getting clear directions, Dinian hurriedly picked up Lu Ziyin and left. The old man tried to treat her wounds, but she refused. After walking for who knows how long, Dinian finally arrived at the entrance of Divine Medicine Valley, but only saw a sea of people waiting in line for treatment. Besides waiting, it also depended on whether the medicine god was in the mood to treat patients. "Is there no other way?" a man said. "There's the underworld path here. If you dare to risk your life, you can try to go through it. Whoever comes out will be treated by the medicine god." Hearing this, Dinian decided to go. The people at the gate were shocked when they heard Dinian was going into the underworld path. Everyone was stunned. Especially seeing the serious injuries on Dinian body, they were even more amazed, their eyes as if she would die immediately. The underworld path is extremely dangerous. 9 deaths and 1 survival. You might not even save your little brother and die in there yourself. That's right, hundreds of people have entered in the past, but no one has ever survived. But those words only strengthened Dinian's determination. Isn't death what she wanted anyway? Therefore, she stepped in without hesitation. Before her was a wall of smoldering fire. Dinian's expression changed slightly, unable to hide her excitement. This fire could clearly kill her. She looked up and asked, "If I get through, will my little brother be saved?" After receiving a response, she put Lu Ziyin down and plunged straight into the sea of fire. She didn't seem to feel any pain, just running through the flames even though her body was making terrible sizzling sounds. Dinian was still chillin'. Before you knew it, she'd bolted out of the fire. Good thing her clothes didn't catch. Otherwise, being a girl and all, she'd be super embarrassed. The peanut gallery outside was freaking out. What the heck? Dinian's totally unfazed. What a joke, this river of oblivion. We thought we'd see the demon emperor suffer, but this is so boring. But then, everyone noticed Lu Ziyin looked kinda weird. He was frowning, like he was trying to hold something back. "Your Majesty? Azure Sun Emperor? You? Okay." After Lu Ziyin said he was fine, everyone dropped it and went back to watching Dinian. Now, standing before Dinian was a mountain of ice, colder than a witch's heart. Her tiny self was moving across the ice, but she was so freaking tough, her skin was caked in frost. Suddenly, a million ice daggers came flying from every direction. Dinian flinched, but the daggers just kept on coming, piercing right through her. The fresh wounds just made her scarred skin look even more gnarly. She tried to cover up with her ratty old robe, but kept walking forward, all numb-like, leaving a trail of dark red blood. Only when the ice daggers went through her did her little body tremble a bit, proving she was still kicking. Everyone outside the mirror was horrified, just watching, hurt like hell. How could Dinian take it? All for one rescue from Lu Ziyin. Meanwhile, Lu Ziyin reached out and pressed his hand against the glass, gritting his teeth, shaken all over. In a hot minute, his forehead was covered in sweat, like he was in major pain. Soon after, some fairies standing nearby got curious and touched the glass, and immediately screamed and fell flat on her face. Everyone was like, "Whoa, what happened?" "You can't touch the glass," Lu Ziyin said, all pained. "Whoever touches the glass shares half the pain of the person inside." Hearing that, everyone gasped. Just half the pain of a mortal made a fairy pass out. Fairies aren't usually that wimpy. A few curious people went ahead and touched the glass, and immediately blood spurted from their mouths. They couldn't believe it. Just half the pain of a mortal's torture was this freaking awful. At the same time, all eyes were on Dinian, sitting on the throne with his eyes closed. To be able to withstand such torment at such a young age, he truly lived up to his title as the strongest demon in the immortal realm. But if he hadn't gone down the wrong path, how great could he have been? What in the world had he gone through to turn from a strong, pure young man into such a cruel, heartless demon? Meanwhile, Lu Ziyin just glanced at Dinian, looking super bitter. He never knew his big bro had sacrificed so much to save him. In the mirror, Dinian had reached the mountain of knives. Everywhere was all sharp blades. The kid was all bloody, his clothes were ripped to shreds, but he still stepped forward onto the knife blades. Just then, an old man's voice rang out. "You won't make it like this. Why not give up while you can still see your little brother one last time?" Dinian hesitated for a sec. "I have to save him." The old man praised. "I like your stubbornness. Get past this and I'll take you as my student." But Dinian didn't seem to care. "I just want to save my little brother." He suddenly said to the old man, "Wait, can you give me some clothes?" The old man stared in surprise. "Like I'm some deadbeat, and I lost a whole set of clothes." But he still took off his cloak for Dinian. In the end, Dinian put it on right away, covering up the wounds and saving everyone from having to look at him, and didn't forget to say thank you. "Thanks, big bro." Standing before the mountain of knives, Dinian couldn't help but feel scared, even though he didn't feel pain. But thinking about his past life, his family borrowing money and selling everything to treat his illness, the pain when he died, this stretch of road was nothing. So he kept walking, a warm smile on his face. Everyone outside the mirror thought this scene was weird. This pure and warm smile was something they'd never seen on Dinian. It was like he was happy just to be able to save Lu Xinyin. Long Zhusheng couldn't help but look at Dinian in the mirror with envy. Dinian, why are you so good to Lu Xinyin? If you'd been even half as good to me, I wouldn't have done that thing. At that moment, Lu Xinyan's pupils suddenly shrunk like he'd seen something horrifying. He saw Dinian unexpectedly lose her balance and fall flat on her face. Lu Xinyin was shaking like a leaf, and everyone couldn't help but scream. Even though he hates Dinian, she's still just a kid, and everything she's done comes from a sincere heart. Who knows how long it was? Dinian was lying in a pool of blood, opened her eyes, wanting to stand up but lost too much blood so she had no strength. She crawled forward, dragging her broken bones, her whole body trembling non-stop. Behind her, dark red blood had stained everything red. It seemed like a long time passed before Dinian finally crawled to the end, but still kept crawling bit by bit, not even realizing she'd passed the trial. Meanwhile, tears were streaming down Lu Xinyan's face. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. Now I understand. The blood spilled everywhere is because of me. How much pain and helplessness did Big Brother feel at that time, but he still did everything for me, and I didn't even know. An old man's excited voice echoed in the mirror. Thousands of years, someone finally passed. Wang Chuan, I, Tianchuanzi, finally have a successor. Hearing this, everyone was in an uproar. He's the Xuanyi immortal sect's founder, Tianxuan. Some people were saved by him but never saw his real face, who knew he was such a venerable old man, but eventually died by Dinian hands. That monster, Dinian is so cruel that he even killed a good person like Tianxuan ancestor. On the throne, Dinian felt everyone's resentful gaze, and thinking it wasn't enough, she licked the blood from the corner of her mouth. That's right, I killed Tianxuan. If you guys have the guts, then kill me, otherwise when I get out of here, I'll make you wish you were dead. Everyone became even more resentful. Seeing this, Dinian smiled evilly. That's right, pick up the big sword. Under the urging of hatred and anger, just chop me with the big sword. Anyway, you guys can't cut through this mirror. Dinian looked at Lu Xinyin, whose eyes were swollen from crying. He's clearly been moved. This isn't good. Gotta find a way to trick them into taking back this embarrassing mirror. So a strange light flashed in Dinian pupils. I'm protected by the Heavenly Dao Mirror. You guys can't kill me. Immediately someone suggested taking back the Heavenly Dao Mirror to chop Dinian, but there were still people who were sober-minded and thought that the Demon Emperor's strength was too high. If they took back the mirror, there would definitely be a fierce battle. Moreover, he's good at luring others. There must be many secrets he can't say. He's deliberately provoking them to take back the mirror to hide his past. Everyone suddenly realized, sure enough, the Demon Emperor is cunning. They almost got tricked. Seeing this, the corner of Dinian's mouth twitched. You guys think you're so noble and great. Might as well burn me to light up yourselves. At this time, Dinian was still lying in a pool of blood, seemingly on the verge of death. Hurry up and save my younger brother, he said. If there's nothing else, I'll go home first. But immediately afterwards, a large hand grabbed his neck, throwing him straight into the water tank. Go home what? You're this old man's disciple now. I decide everything. It turned out that it was the legendary 3 Lights Divine Water. Only someone with enough willpower could withstand it. So he set up a challenge to select a successor. After bathing in the divine water, the bones, flesh, and soul would be cultivated, and one would be able to fly into the sky. Dinian was pressed down by the hand, gulping down the water. So disgusting. Everyone stared wide-eyed at Dinian. How lucky, just 1 drop of 3 Lights Divine Water can turn a mortal into an immortal. Becoming an immortal is only a matter of time. But it's said that 3 Lights Divine Water brings excruciating pain, so why doesn't Dinian seem to feel any pain at all? Suddenly, Lu Xinyin collapsed, trembling violently, almost fainting, and those who were about to refute also fell silent, because just half the pain turned Great Emperor Qingyang into that state. How dare they try? Meanwhile, Dinian struggled in the water tank, feeling her wounds healing rapidly. She swore she didn't want to heal, she just wanted to go home. Let me go, you're such a pain in the butt. Tianxuan felt her struggle getting stronger and stronger. I know you're in pain because of the 3 Lights Divine Water, but you must endure it. Only by suffering can you become someone great. In this world then she won't be able to die. Dianyangira's struggles made Tianxuan think she couldn't withstand the torture of the divine water. A little later, she jumped up. She's not even able to die. Wouldn't that make it even harder to go home? Luckily, she's only 8 years old, so pretending to be a boy isn't a big deal. Otherwise, the fact that he's a girl would definitely be exposed. But when Diniangi grabbed the clothes, she suddenly realized something was wrong. Back when he was rescued by Uncle Lu and woke up in bed, he was already wearing clean clothes. So, Uncle Lu already knew his true gender at that time. Thinking back to when he went to the bathroom with Lu Ziyin and Lu Muguo's reaction, Din Yange wanted to find a hole to crawl into out of embarrassment, but in Tianxuan's eyes, that made him even more satisfied. Believing that Din Yange had righteousness, virtue, truly the person he chose, he chuckled kindly. So, my dear disciple, what's your name? Din Yange was startled, then dumbfounded. You'd have to be nuts to become this guy's disciple, she thought. One bath and all wounds are healed. Living like this for days, aren't you practically immortal? But then, how am I ever going to get back home? Therefore, she immediately refused, not wanting to be his disciple and just wanting to save her little brother. When Tianxuan was about to introduce his awesome sect, Din Yange immediately covered her ears. No matter how famous it is, I'm not interested. A proper orthodox sect like that would definitely hinder my way home. But Tianxuan didn't care. Just kept holding Diniange's hand. I don't care, you're my disciple, you've bathed in my divine water, you are my disciple. But suddenly, Tianxuan's expression changed. As an experienced doctor, he realized something was off. This kid is actually a girl. Diniange sensed the danger and interrupted him. Sir, I'm his older brother. No matter how difficult, I must save my little brother. But Tianxuan didn't pay attention, still holding Diniange's hand tightly, seemingly thinking about something. After a while, he suddenly jolted, his mouth wide open in disbelief. Tianxuan was overjoyed. Through the tempering of the three lights divine water, Diniange's body is no longer mortal, but her bloodline and spiritual roots are still normal. I was wondering just now, but now I know the reason. It turns out Diniange has 12 divine sealing marks on her. She's totally not immortal. Each broken seal will cause extreme pain, even premature death, but if all are destroyed, she'll ascend straight to the immortal realm. Hearing about premature death, Diniange immediately became interested and asked how to break the seals. Tianxuan said, just cultivate to the limit, and the seal will attract lightning to destroy it, which is also when the seal dissipates. Hearing that, Diniange face-planted on the ground. Master, please accept this disciple. Tianxuan was overjoyed. Finally, the good deed of his life was accomplished, but he didn't understand why she would risk her life to save an ordinary person, even if they weren't blood-related. The small Diniange said, her voice echoing, his parents were kind to me, and no matter what, he's still my little brother. Hearing that, Tianxuan was very satisfied. Very good, I really didn't choose the wrong person. Then now I will help you break the first seal. At that moment, Tianxuan placed his finger on Diniange's forehead, using all his power to break the seal. Immediately, dark clouds swirled, thunder roared, and a terrifying doomsday-like aura descended. Diniange really felt death approaching. Although she didn't really like being struck to death by lightning, it seemed like it was about to happen. Tianxuan drew circles with one hand, creating beams of light to protect Diniange. Right now, her spiritual roots haven't been opened yet. If she's struck by lightning, she will definitely die. If he can take the lightning for her and successfully break the seal, Diniange will be able to cultivate. Tianxuan looked up at the sky, the sound of thunder booming, his aura flaring, and he pushed Diniange away. From the sky, lightning bolts as thick as barrels crashed down on Tianxuan. You risk your life for a younger brother with no blood relation? You can do so much. I'm relieved to entrust the Xuanyi immortal sect to you. Then, a huge purple lightning bolt struck Tianxuan directly. His whole body was submerged in a purple sea, and even he couldn't hold back his painful screams. All of this happened in a blink of an eye. Diniange hurriedly ran over, but when she arrived, the purple lightning had disappeared. Tianxuan fell down, his pale face and dilapidated body showing that his condition was very bad. Then he flipped his hand, revealing a golden seed, and inserted it directly into Diniange's forehead. That was the entire legacy of the Xuanyi immortal sect. When you cultivate to a certain level, you can open it and practice the internal cultivation method, Tianxuan instructed. Remember to cultivate diligently. In the future, the Xuanyi immortal sect will be entrusted to you. After saying that, he turned away, coughed and vomited blood. But Diniange didn't know anything. Are you okay? Why are you so stupid? Why do you do things that don't concern you? Tianxuan was still stubborn. Am I not okay? You are my disciple. If you don't want Xuanyi, then find someone to succeed me instead. Diniange nodded. I have been taught. The master's affairs are also the disciples' affairs. You saved me from death, helped me break the seal, although it's not what I wanted. But you are very righteous, and I will also fulfill my responsibilities. Tianxuan didn't turn his head back, his heart filled with emotion and helplessness. Very good, then I'll be going. After saying that, he disappeared. Diniangi hurriedly called out, Wait, where are you going? You're seriously injured. But it was too late. Tianxuan had already left. Wait, you haven't saved my little brother yet. In the void, a weak voice sounded, The boy is fine. On the throne, Diniange slowly opened her eyes, looking at Tianxuan in the mirror. This is Tianxuan's second kindness towards Diniange, after Luo Lakoi. At that time, she didn't know how much it would cost to break the divine sealing marks. In the end, Tianxuan was just a lower realm cultivator. How could he be strong enough to resist the powerful seals from the upper realm? Later, Diniange learned that Tianxuan had died because of the seals long ago. Caca, why are we here? Where are Mom and Dad? I miss them so much. Diniange could only say, Mom and Dad are at Jianxin sect. We'll see them when we get there. Diniange then led Lu Ziyin on the road to Jianxin sect. Following Lu Mu's last wishes, the two of them found out that Jianxin sect was recruiting disciples recently. Anyone interested could give it a try. If their spirit root and bloodline passed the test, they could become disciples of Jianxin sect. After many hardships, the two finally arrived at the sect gate. Before them was a large plaza with a spirit energy pillar. Everyone who lined up and placed their hand on the pillar would have their spirit root and bloodline revealed. Those who met the requirements would be accepted into the sect. Dai Niangara thought, if Xingyin can get into Jianxin, then she'll find another way to die. A little while later, it was their turn. When Ziyin placed her hand on the pillar, two lines of text appeared. Non-spirit root, common bloodline. Diniangi was stunned. How can it be non-spirit root? At this moment, Diniangi's eyes widened. Diniangi thought they had made a mistake. His little brother was intelligent and well-read. With an amazing appearance, how could he possibly have a non-spirit root? But the man was indifferent. If you don't believe it, then try the sword cemetery. As long as you can take out any sword from there, even with a non-spirit root, you'll be accepted exceptionally. However, that wasn't just dangerous, it was extremely dangerous. Since the sword cemetery was built, no one had ever survived. Diniangi was overjoyed. A feeling of wanting to commit suicide surged within him. Okay, if I succeed, you have to accept my little brother. Of course, the man didn't believe him. Can this kid even survive? We'll talk after you succeed. Diniange told Lu Ziyin. Wait for me here, I'll be right back. If I die in the sword cemetery, I'll just bring the medical skills of the Heavenly Profound sect's predecessor to the modern era and let it flourish there. That wouldn't count as breaking my promise, right? But unexpectedly, a shout came from behind. No! There's no way I have a non-spirit root. I must enter Jianxin. He decided to enter the sword cemetery. At the same time, another non-spirit root teenager also decided to go along. Niange was a little surprised. Isn't this the male lead Zhao Yue in the story? Why is she so happy? She reached out to say hello. But Zhao Yu didn't even look at her, walking straight past. She wants to curry favor with me, so I'll take care of you in the sword cemetery, huh? Dream on. A little while later, the two arrived at the entrance to the sword cemetery. Just standing in front of the door, they could clearly feel the invisible pressure. Zhao Yue was always intentionally running ahead of Diniange, blocking her path. Diniange, she shouted, get out of the way, don't block my path. The two chased after each other, neither willing to let the other pass. Thus, the two continued deeper into the endless corridor. As time passed, the pressure increased more and more violently. Xiao Yu only felt his head heavy and his feet light, his whole body soaked in sweat. But how is that kid still so relaxed? Even running faster ahead, Xiao Yu angrily gritted his teeth, enduring the pain to follow behind. Before long, blood was pouring out of his nostrils non-stop. Diniangi glanced over and said, if you want to live, then don't go any further. This isn't a place you can handle. But Xiao Yu thought he was being provoked, and stubbornly said, no need to worry, I'll walk my own path. Before long, blood was flowing from Diniange's face. It looked like she was about to be crushed into a puddle of blood. Xiao Yu finally couldn't take it anymore and fell face down to the ground. Diniange coldly glanced at him. I already warned you. Life and death are up to him. The modern world, here I come. When they heard that two more people had rushed into the sword cemetery to commit suicide, the elders of Jianxin sect took it very seriously. Because the secrets of the sword cemetery still haunted them. Lu Ziyin saw in the mirror that an elder of Jianxin sect had arrived. It was his master, Yuan Cheng Zhenren. His master's kindness to him was as deep as a mountain. Even though he had a non-spirit root, he still accepted him as a disciple and taught him patiently. If it weren't for his master, he wouldn't have achieved what he has today. But such a good person was ultimately brutally murdered by Din Yange. Lun Ziyin once again resented his older brother. At this moment, Yuan Cheng looked at the two people with contempt. Two useless people also want to get out of the sword cemetery. How laughable. From his disciple's words, he knew that one of the two people was Lu Ziyin's older brother. He said that as long as he could bring a sword out, then they should let his younger brother become a disciple. But Yuan Cheng only coldly glanced at Lu Ziyin, full of disdain. Hearing this, Yuan Cheng looked at him threateningly. If that Din Yange is lucky enough to survive, I will accept this useless thing. Otherwise, kill him. Outside the mirror, Lu Ziyin was stunned, taking a few steps back. He couldn't believe it. This couldn't be the truth. In his memory, his master was very good to him. How could he look at him like an ant? There must be a mistake somewhere. It must be that after accepting him as a disciple, his master wouldn't be like this anymore. The other immortals were also surprised, not daring to speak in front of Lu Ziyin. Where did it go? The words of his master being as kind as a mountain. It was unclear how long had passed. Din Yange dragged her battered body to the end of the corridor. She wanted to pass out more and more, but still remained conscious. Why is it so hard to die? It was a vast cave, filled with countless swords. Out of nowhere, Din Yange charged forward, grabbed a sword, and tried to pull it out, her whole body trembling from the effort. A whoosh sound later, the sword left its sheath, but immediately after, a surge of sword energy sent her flying backward, fresh blood gushing from her mouth non-stop. Talk about not feeling great, it was bitter as hell. Thud. With a sickening thud, the terrifying force slammed him into the ground, and more blood spewed out. Din Yange was surprised. So this sword's this strong. Then, she let out a wild laugh. Then I'll just pull out every sword here. The more swords Din Yange pulled out, the more the pressure in the space increased. The places she crawled through were stained red with blood, but that didn't stop her suicidal determination. At this point, she was a total maniac. Outside the mirror, everyone looked at Lu Ziyin. All Din Yange is doing is for him. If he were just a fraction as nice to them as he is to him, they wouldn't be here right now. But suddenly, Lu Ziyin cried out in pain and fell to the ground, looking so fragile like he was about to break. Everyone panicked. Great Emperor Qing Yang, what's wrong? Are the sword seeds really messed up? Some people curiously reached out to touch the mirror, but as soon as they did, they screamed in pain and collapsed, motionless. The others backed away in terror, exclaiming, "This is bad, his mind is collapsing, nobody touched the mirror." This clearly isn't an ordinary sword seed. Could it be something left behind by the ancient star Abyss Great Emperor? Only he could create such a sophisticated challenge. Meanwhile, Din Yange kept pulling out swords non-stop. People were wondering, is he crazy? Or is there something wrong with his head? Pulling out one sword is enough. Why does he keep pulling them out when he's already so badly injured? There's definitely a big scheme. Or the Demon Emperor knew this was the Star Abyss Great Emperor's test, so he's enduring it. At this moment, someone spoke up in Din Yange's defense. Maybe he's not crazy but has lost consciousness, so he doesn't know he's already got the sword. Maybe he's acting on instinct. After all, sword seeds can make even the mind of an immortal collapse, let alone Din Yange, who's just a kid. This must be really important to him, so even if he faints, he'll still try to complete it. Everyone understood upon hearing this. I didn't expect the Demon Emperor to have such strong faith in Great Emperor Qing Yang back then. Unable to take it anymore, Lu Ziyin punched the mirror hard. Who allowed you to do this? I don't need you to sacrifice like this. But the mirror didn't budge, no matter how badly he beat his hands. After who knows how long, Din Yange was sent flying countless times, then crawled back up and grabbed a sword. Lu Ziyin kept punching the mirror, yelling, "Brother, stop, just stop." Eventually, unable to take it anymore, he broke down, kneeling on the ground sobbing. What did he do to deserve Din Yange treating him so well, constantly sacrificing for him? Meanwhile, on the throne, Din Yange closed her eyes to rest, then slowly opened them, glancing at everyone coldly. It seemed like everyone, both mortals and immortals, liked to bother people these days, and all she felt was mocked. Inside the sword seed, the number of swords dwindled. While Din Yange's body was covered in wounds, both eyes were blind, and her body was more battered than 1,000 cuts. Now she crawled very slowly. It was incredibly difficult to stand up. Until he found the last sword and used all his strength to grip the blade. No one can stop me from going home. Finally, she touched the last sword and gripped the blade with all her might. A horrific ripping sound echoed. The palm of her hand was cut in half, and pieces of flesh fell indifferently into the pool of blood. The disgusting scene made people shudder. But Din Yange remained steadfast, not retreating at all. Then I'll use my head to stab it. She struggled, using all her remaining strength, and without hesitation slammed her head into the blade. With a thud, the sword was knocked flying. At this moment, the people outside couldn't help but shudder, shocked by Diniangir's crazy actions, and at the same time they admired him. Diniangir really deserves to be the strongest demon emperor of the 9 heavens. If any of us were in this situation, we would have given up long ago. At this moment, Diniangir lay motionless in the pool of blood, when suddenly a sword cried out thunderously, covered in cold air, and floated above her head. It was the sword she had just knocked over. In an instant, brilliant golden light enveloped the blade, and the entire dark cave suddenly lit up, and all the swords in the sword seed vibrated violently, as if responding to a call, then rushed towards that sword and swirled above it. After a while, a shadow appeared. Perhaps the people of the world don't know, but the gods and immortals recognized it as the shadow realm of the ancient star Abyss Great Emperor. Next, a majestic voice sounded. 10,000 years, and finally I have waited for my successor, only to see the shadow wave its hand. The swirling swords immediately stopped, and all rushed forward, merging together into a single entity. Majestic and solemn like an ancient war god, its terrifying aura shook the heavens and the earth. Then, all the swords disappeared, leaving only one sword emitting a brilliant golden light. It split in half. One half shot straight into Diniangir's forehead and disappeared, while Diniangir lay unconscious, while the wounds on her body healed rapidly. When she woke up, she realized she could see. Her hand was healed, and her whole body felt refreshed, as if she had endless power. Diniangir stared blankly at the shadow of the ancient star Abyss floating in front of her. What's this? Did I get healed again? Only to see the majestic shadow coldly kneel down. From now on, you are my successor. Diniangir saw that he wasn't easy to mess with, so she immediately replied, kneel for what? I only kneel to my parents. What the heck are you that you're making me kneel? Don't even dream about it. The shadow narrowed its eyes and stared at her, making her wait nervously for him to get angry and send her home. The shadow burst out laughing. Not bad for my successor. You've got some spirit. Even if Diniangir doesn't want to accept the inheritance, he's still gonna force it on her. But Diniangir straight up rejected it. I don't want this. One master is already a pain in the butt. Don't add a second. Then she pointed at Xiao Yu crawling over. If you can't give it to me, give it to him then. I really don't want it. But the shadowy figure just glanced at Xiao Yu, clearly thinking he wasn't worthy, and the golden sword flew towards Diniangir. Instantly, outside the sword seed, thunder cracked like crazy, dark clouds swirled, and purple lightning shot out, heading straight for the sword seed. At this moment, the shadowy figure seemed to sense something, showing a look of disbelief. This kid actually has a God Clan seal. Without time to think, he shot out like a shooting star. Since he's chosen her as his successor, he'll let her deal with it. With an earth-shattering boom, the dazzling golden light collided with the ferocious purple lightning. The shockwave erupted, slamming into the ground, shaking the whole world. Inside the sword seed, the two staggered. Xiao Yue stared blankly at the sword in her hand, then at Diniangir. He'd heard the whole conversation between her and the old man. Hey kid, if you don't want it, can I have that sword? Diniangir glanced at Xiao Yue. Who are you calling a kid here? But she almost forgot that this sword was Lu Ziyan's only hope of joining the sect. She couldn't give it to him. Xiao Yu gnashed his teeth, glaring at Diniangir. Unwilling to give up, Xiao Yu lunged forward, trying to snatch the sword. Diniangir dodged and pushed hard. With a thud, Xiao Yu crashed straight into the rock wall, spitting out blood. Diniangir was shocked. Looks like that old man broke her seal. Her strength increased, her body felt light, and she was getting closer to godhood by the second. Xiao Yue lay on the ground, glaring at Diniangir, and as he tried to get up, a large rock fell, crushing him. Immediately, Xiao Yu passed out again. Diniangir then hauled Xiao Yu out of the cave. He's the male lead of the story after all. Later on, she might need his help to get back home. The two of them got out smoothly, without any obstacles, but as soon as he saw his older sister, Lu Ziyan, cheered happily and ran over. Suddenly, the rocky mountain collapsed with a deafening roar, burying him under the rubble. Diniangir panicked and flew quickly towards the rubble. I told you to wait here. Why did you run over here? Diniangir frantically dug through the rubble with both hands, praying to heaven for help. Don't let anything happen to him. If he dies, what will she do? At this time, Yuan Changzhen also appeared. He stood on the rubble and asked, Brant, what happened to you guys in the sword grave? But Diniangir ignored him, only thinking about saving Lu Ziyan, digging non-stop with her hands. Seeing that he was being ignored, Yuan Chang angrily waved his hand, shooting a stream of spiritual energy at Diniangir. Are you listening to me? What happened to you in the sword grave? But Diniangir remained indifferent, struggling to get up. Don't be afraid, Ziyin, I will save you right away. Yuan Chang had never been disregarded by a mortal like this. He grabbed Din Yange by the collar, asking in a threatening tone, "Are you going to talk or not?" What finally happened in the sword grave? Din Yange, filled with rage, spat directly in his face. Yuan Chang felt like killing her 10,000 times wouldn't quell his anger, his hand tightening around her collar with even more force. "You're asking for death?" Instantly, Din Yange felt the taste of death again. Outside the mirror, Lu Ziyin completely collapsed. How could Master be so cruel? He couldn't believe that his master was so evil. In his memory, his master was extremely kind, always favoring and protecting him. Lu Ziyin's mental state completely broke down again. He even dared to doubt that Siga's kindness to him was just an act. How shameless. He gradually felt that what would happen next would overturn his entire worldview. At this moment, Din Yange was about to die from being strangled, but still tried to gasp, "Go ahead and kill me if you dare." Just then, the pendant at her waist vibrated as if receiving a message. Yuan Chang frowned, clearly in disbelief, then released Din Yange and said, "Can accept you as a disciple," but his eyes were still contemptuous, because she was just an ant compared to him. Should be grateful to be accepted as a disciple, right? At this time, Din Yange was still not completely calm, coughing as she said, "I can become a disciple if you want, but first you have to save my little brother." Yuan Chang laughed angrily. "I already agreed to accept you as a disciple, and you still want to set conditions. Do you believe I'll kill you right now?" But Din Yange was even more stubborn. "Please kill me quickly. Stop blabbering." The old man was fuming with anger. If he hadn't received that message, he would have torn this kid apart long ago. He reluctantly accepted her condition. Yuan Chang waved his hand, and immediately the rocks scattered, revealing Lu Ziyin. He found him in the blink of an eye thanks to his cultivation power, but he looked very weak, probably close to death. Din Yange rushed over to see what was happening, but Yuan Chang pinned her in place with his spiritual power. Lucky brat, he's still breathing. "Now will you be my disciple?" But Din Yange made a condition, forcing Yuan Chang to save Lu Ziyin and take care of him for life. Yuan Chang frowned, so angry he gritted his teeth. "You think I won't kill him?" Din Yange stood firm. "If you dare kill my brother, I'll die too." Even though he was furious, Yuan Chang had to give in, thinking to himself, "Since this kid cares so much about Lu Ziyin, I'll just use him as my puppet. It's not like raising another piece of trash will hurt. I can manage that." Beyond the mirror, Lu Ziyin stared intently at the scene, never expecting he'd become Yuan Chang's disciple in this kind of situation. "There's no such thing as unconditional affection. He's only nice to me because of Din Yange." At that moment, Lu Ziyin felt like a hand was clenching his heart, wanting to tear it apart piece by piece. The pain spread from his heart, making him ache, but he couldn't shed a single tear. Then he screamed in agony, deciding to stop judging Din Yange. Seeing this, Long Yanche roared, "Are you crazy? Even if Din Yange was once good to you, what about his crimes against the world? What right do you have to decide for everyone?" But Lu Ziyin felt it was all meaningless. He just wanted to save his garage. However, once the Heavenly Dao Mirror is activated, it can't be stopped. Just then, Din Yange opened her eyes, looking towards Lu Ziyin and Long Yanche. "Shut up, both of you. Watch if you want, or get lost, Ziyin. Don't think you're all that important. I do things for my own reasons, and my goals aren't just for you." Although Din Yange spoke the truth, Lu Ziyin clearly didn't believe his garage was indifferent to him. Seeing how emotional the other was, Din Yange felt a bit awkward, thinking to herself, "Whatever, think what you want," and then closed her eyes and remained silent. Meanwhile, inside a secret room in the sword sect, Din Yange and Xiao Yu were brought in. Xiao Yu was tied to a chair, his body covered in wounds. After the big things that happened in the sword cemetery, everyone wanted to know the secrets within. Yuan Chang held torture instruments, his eyes full of coldness. "Speak. What happened to you two in the sword cemetery?" Even though he was terrified, Xiao Yu told the truth right away. Crack! His fingernails were torn off. Xiao Yu screamed in agony, his face swollen and bruised, sweat pouring down. Din Yange, seeing this, swallowed hard, still not forgetting to provoke. "If you've got something to say, come at me. If I cry out even once, I'm not a real person." Yuan Chang glared at her, regretting that he couldn't do anything to Din Yange right now. But no one was protecting Xiao Yue's life. He moved towards Xiao Yu again. "Still not talking, I have ways to deal with you." But Xiao Yu remained silent. Ordinary people couldn't endure such pain, let alone a child. Seeing Yuan Chang wanting to continue torturing him, Din Yange couldn't hold back any longer and said directly, "In the sword cemetery, I received an inheritance from an old man. If you want to know, you can stab me here. Yuan Cheng's expression changed, and he hurriedly asked, what kind of inheritance was it? But in reality, Dinian-gil didn't even know what she'd received. She didn't know how to use it either. She only saw a bunch of swords flying around. After hearing this, Yuan Cheng pondered. Then left with a serious expression, Dinian-gil looked at the kid, suddenly feeling a little regretful. Even though his life had nothing to do with her, he hadn't betrayed her after all. Dinian-gil went over and untied Xiaoyu. Hey, why didn't you tell that old man? But Xiaoyu only coldly said one word, none of your business. Dinian-gil wasn't angry. This kid deserved praise for his loyalty. To repay him, she decided to give the sword she got in the sword cemetery to Xiaoyu. Later, when you get stronger, come find me to settle the score. Hearing this, Xiaoyu excitedly asked again to make sure. Originally, Dinian-gil had planned to use it to get Lu Ziyin into a sect, but now she saw that it wasn't necessary. Plus, in her eyes, the sword was ugly as hell. Total garbage. Xiaoyu was stunned, almost falling over. Such a powerful sword, and you say it's ugly. Xiaoyu was excited but still didn't believe it. Asking again to be sure, Dinian-gil replied indifferently. However, she set a condition. You can't like me, and later when you get stronger you have to treat me as an enemy, constantly challenging me, until you kill me. Xiaoyu was dumbfounded, not understanding this strange condition. Was this kid brain damaged? While he was hesitating, suddenly the surroundings vibrated with a surge of spiritual power. The ruthless Yuan Cheng from before had transformed into a kind old man. At this moment he smiled brightly at Dinian-gil, saying a twisted reason that no one could believe. Disciple, sorry to have bothered you. Your teacher was forced to use such harsh methods, all because the major sects are pressuring us, taking advantage of their position to exploit smaller sects like ours. If your teacher didn't do it, they would have captured you to search your souls and find your memories. Then he glanced at Dinian-gil in a scheming way. Your teacher did this for your own good. I hope you understand my good intentions. But Dinian-gil just looked at him like he was an idiot. Looks like your powers aren't strong enough to do a soul search yourself. Don't think. I don't know. Yuan Cheng turned away and chuckled, then changed the subject again. Your brother, Lu Ziyin, has been brought back to the sect, and is currently being taken care of by my daughter, Dinian. Gen thought, what is this old man plotting? It definitely isn't anything good. Yuan Cheng turned to ask the two. What's the relationship between you two? Dinian-gil and Xiaoyu glanced at each other and said with disdain, don't know each other. Yuan Cheng looked at Xiaoyu, his eyes full of scheming. Logically, Xiaoyu only has mediocre spiritual roots, and he shouldn't have passed the sword seed trial, but I can't bear to let such a talented person waste away in the world. From now on you'll be my chief disciple and stay in the Sword Heart sect. Just then, Xiaoyu knelt down. Thank you, master. Gotta say, Xiaoyu really knows how to play it smooth, worthy of being the male lead. He's already brushed aside the torture he just suffered, but in his heart, Xiaoyu must be super pissed. He's just silently enduring it because he's got his own stuff to deal with. And so the two followed Yuan Cheng to visit Lu Ziyin. When they arrived, they saw a beautiful girl. Not exactly a stunner, but her smile could heal anyone's soul. Gnhu was standing obediently next to him, and when he heard Dinian-gil call out, he looked over with a blank stare, then pointed at Dinian-gil and asked, who is that? Gnhu giggled, taking Dinian-gil's hand. Didn't expect you to be so brave at such a young age. From now on, this is your home, and you can call me Gnhu too. Then she turned to Lu Ziyin, her eyes all innocent from before. Ziyin was too badly injured, so I rushed to save him with my spiritual energy. I didn't expect it to mess with his memory. I hope Dinian-gil forgives him, but this was all her evil plan. After hearing Yuan Cheng's description, she decided to personally take care of Lu Ziyin. Dinian-gil cares a lot about Lu Ziyin. If she just holds on to Ziyin, she can get Dinian-gil to do anything. So she wiped out all of Lu Ziyin's memories of Dinian-gil. From now on, she's Zinyin's closest person, so Dinian-gil will definitely come in handy for them later. Plus, no man can resist the gentleness of a beautiful girl, including Dinian-gil. Dinian-gil looked at Lu Ziyin with affection, not thinking too much, just hoping he'd be safe and sound. At that moment, Gnhu smiled sweetly and called Dinian-gil Shidi, saying she'd take good care of him. Dinian-gil couldn't help but admire her. She really deserves to be the female rival who steals the male lead. With looks and charm that are off the charts, Gnhu said she would take Dinian-gil to see the room prepared for him. Seeing Gnhu leave, Lu Ziyin tried to follow, but Yuan Cheng held him back. Although the Sword Heart sect is the weakest sect, it's close to the mortal realm, so it's super luxurious here. Di Nianyi wasn't shy and asked for a bath and some good food. Hearing that, Zhnhu forced a smile. Never met anyone so rude, but she still rummaged through her bag and took out a box of Baodon pills, each pill enough for 3 days. Di Niange was too hungry, so she immediately took one and put it in her mouth, but immediately frowned, because it was even worse than what he cooked. Zhnhu sat down and asked curiously, Shidi is talented and handsome, so you must come from a good family, right? Where's your home? And who else is in your family? What do your parents do? But Di Niangi just scratched his messy hair. Shige, I want to take a bath first. I think I have lice on my head. Can you help me pick them off? Zhnhu couldn't take it anymore and completely collapsed. She was originally planning to get close and learn more about Di Niangie, but hearing about the lice, she jumped away like she was electrocuted. Di Niangie innocently asked, not knowing what was going on. Zhnhu forced a smile and rubbed her leg. It's nothing. I just had a cramp. Di Niangie happily stretched out his arms. Gerje, come pick the lion for me. At this moment, Zhnhu just wanted to fall over and yell, don't come near me. Seeing that, Di Niangie looked pitiful. Gerge hates me, right? You know, I was separated from my parents early and wandered alone in the world. Zhnhu seized the opportunity and coaxed. How could I hate you? I just think you're so talented, you must have gone through a lot of hardships. But Di Niangie was still indifferent. Long story, I want to bathe first. Seeing that she couldn't probe any further, Zhnhu smiled. Leave the bathing to Gerge. Wait for me a bit, okay? Before he could react, Di Niangie saw Zhnhu emit a stream of spiritual energy that wrapped around him. He felt clean, and even his clothes were dry in an instant. Di Niangie suddenly thought, this world is useful. With this speed, I could open a dry cleaning shop back home and make a fortune. And that Baodon pill, if I tweak the flavor, it could be a weight loss food and save time for busy people. Thinking that, she wasn't in a hurry to find a way to die anymore. At this moment, she just smiled stupidly, almost drooling. She asked Di Niangie what he was thinking about. Di Niangie, who was daydreaming about revenge, startled and turned around, coughing awkwardly. Nothing? Before he could finish, Zhnhu blushed with embarrassment. Shidi, don't hate Gerge, okay? Then Zhnhu glanced at Di Niangie and left, scheming in her heart. How bold. Just a little seduction, and I refuse to believe I can't make him submit. Di Niangie watched him go, slightly annoyed. She still wanted to ask about that dry cleaning technique. But why did she leave already? Oh well, I can figure it out myself. She decided to enter her inner world to see if that skill was there. After all, she'd received 2 inheritances but hadn't checked them out yet. When she opened her eyes, she saw Yuan Cheng and Zhnhu smiling at her, their faces as bright as blooming chrysanthemums. Di Niangie was shocked, but the two didn't seem to notice her expression. Yuan Cheng held a Peking duck and said, Disciple, are you hungry? Your teacher asked people to bring you lots of delicious food from the mortal realm. Di Niangie was dumbfounded, not understanding what was going on. Did this old geezer get the script wrong? Or did I transmigrate again? Yuan Cheng kept looking at her, thinking she didn't like Peking duck, so he brought more delicious food and children's toys, his eyes crinkling into crescent moons. Just focus on cultivating. Your teacher will treat your little bro like his own son, taking good care of him, making sure he doesn't lack anything. Di Niangie glanced at him, still using Xingyin as a hostage, so it seemed like he didn't get the script wrong. She grabbed the Peking duck and asked, Spill it, what's up? Yuan Cheng smiled ingratiatingly. Who knew Di Niangie could go from a mortal to the peak of the foundation establishment stage in just 1 month? What kind of inheritance is this powerful? Hearing this, Di Niangie was stunned. I reached the peak of the foundation establishment stage. In 1 month, I just took a short break. Anyway, she couldn't reveal the inheritance, she could only experience it herself. Yuan Cheng was still smiling brightly, but he had ulterior motives in his heart. Staring at Di Niangie eating, he said, In 2 years, there will be a secret sex tournament, and I hope you can go in place of Jianxin, but rest assured, I'll take good care of your little bro. Yuan Cheng kept repeating little bro this and that, thinking he had her under control. When Di Niangie heard about the secret scripture tournament, she asked with interest, Is it dangerous? But Yuan Cheng kept coaxing her. How could your teacher say it's dangerous? It's just that only people under 15 can enter that tournament. And there are extremely rich herbs and poisonous fruits inside. Most importantly, there are treasures that can defy heaven and seize the earth. Or do you not want your little bro to embark on the path of cultivation too? Di Niangie thought. The tournament is only for people under 15. It seems like it's the next part of the plot. Xiao Yu's first secret realm after cultivation, a place even more dangerous than the sword seed. But in the end, Xiao Yu still harvested many herbs and spiritual energy. Clearly this old geezer has ulterior motives, but she doesn't need anything there, she just needs danger. This is her chance to go back home, and she still has 2 years to learn useful skills, and then she'll go back and make her family rich. Thinking so, she excitedly agreed immediately. But Di Niangi set a condition. Yuan Cheng and Shi Nhu exchanged glances. Di Niangi is only 8 years old and has already reached the peak of the foundation establishment stage. Who knows what she'll be like in 2 years? Anything they want, they can definitely get her to take it easily. As long as her request isn't too outrageous, they'll agree to it. But when they heard the condition, the old geezer almost fell over. It turned out that Di Niangi just wanted to learn how to clean Xinhu's clothes and the method of preparing essence-gathering pills. He said she could go to the library, where there are all the basic books and low-level refining techniques. She could learn as she pleased. Di Niangi happily agreed immediately. After sending Yuan Cheng and Xianhu away, Di Niangi suddenly turned around and saw Xiao Yu standing behind her, secretly looking and seeming like he wanted to say something. It's only been a month, and this guy is still as annoying as ever. Di Niangi stood there, arrogantly looking at him, waiting and waiting. Xiao Yu still didn't say anything. Finally, Di Niangi asked, "Do you need something from me?" Xiao Yu hesitated for a long time before saying, "Can you tell me how to cultivate to break through in a month?" Di Niangi sneered. "So, it's just for this." But then she smiled arrogantly. "What a stupid question. Of course, it's because I'm a cultivation genius. With your abilities, try to catch up to me. Maybe in 800 years you can even think about it." Xiao Yu's face turned green with anger. He swore that he would definitely catch up to Di Niangi quickly. At this moment, Di Niangi eagerly went to the library. Jian Xin, in front of her are countless books on refining techniques. Natural heart technique is very useful after opening a laundromat in the future. Fireball technique is also good. It saves gas in the winter and can also be used for heating. You can even open a small barbecue restaurant. Ice freeze technique is cool in the summer. No need to worry about expensive air conditioning. Flight technique, diving without oxygen tanks, and you can go catch seafood freely. And also basic pill dao, weapon refining technique, the method of creating space pouches. Before long, Di Niangi had picked out a pile of books. Wonderful, everything is packed into one place. For Di Niangi, these things that are considered trash are the keys to getting rich. And so, she stayed in the library, which no one had ever entered. Time flew by, and 2 years later, both Xiao Yu and Di Niangi hit the peak of the foundation establishment stage. Suddenly, spiritual energy surged from all directions around Xiao Yu, carrying a wildness that shot straight into the sky. But hearing the commotion, Yuan Cheng and Xianhu didn't even bat an eye. To them, Xiao Yu busting his butt day and night for 2 whole years just to reach the peak foundation establishment stage was just sad compared to Di Niangi. They couldn't be bothered to pay him any attention. For 2 years, Xiao Yu had been low-key obsessed with keeping tabs on Di Niangi, those old taunts still echoing in his head. Meanwhile, for the past 2 years, Di Niangi had been living the hermit life in the library. So Xiao Yu was all fired up to find her and get his revenge. But no sooner did he arrive at the library than a giant fireball came zooming right at him. Xiao Yu just scoffed with a look of utter disdain, then whipped out that sword Di Niangi once called trash and unleashed a super powerful, raging slash. All you heard was a deafening explosion, and bam! The entire library was instantly flattened. The dust cloud was so massive it caught the attention of all the big-shot cultivators, who all rushed over to see what the heck was going on. Seeing Di Niangi dragging an unconscious Xiao Yu out, she grumbled, "Who dares to ambush me? I just finished making my fireball multi-purpose alchemy furnace and barbecue grill." Yuan Cheng scurried over, his face all kinds of fawning. "Disciple, are you all right? How did the library explode like this?" Truth be told, he was majorly stressing because the library had been under constant repair for the past 2 years, all thanks to Di Niangi randomly blowing it up, claiming it was for alchemy purposes. Di Niangi had suddenly had this brilliant idea to turn Fireball into a natural alchemy furnace, saving on furnace costs and other expenses. The best part? It could do alchemy, cook food, and even provide heating. Talk about a triple win. But she'd just finished her masterpiece when she got jumped. Di Niangi tossed Xiao Yue onto the ground. What rotten luck. He just came looking for books and got caught in the blast. So weak and such bad luck. Then, Di Niangi pulled out a big jar filled with failed pills. These past few days, Yuan Cheng had been saying they needed to collect the failed pills and hand them over to the sect instead of just tossing them. But just as he was about to take them, an old dude snatched them away, saying, "Let me handle this." How peculiar. Din Yangi was surprisingly sincere in front of the sect leader. Even though she destroyed a ton of Swordheart sect property, he never punished her, so she promised herself that later, when she went to the secret realm, she'd definitely snag some herbs for him before trying to off herself. The sect leader was also touched by her sincerity, but the secret realm was way dangerous, so he told Din Yangi to be super careful. Then, he pulled out a tiny 3-inch Qingdao from his waist, a treasure he'd randomly stumbled upon that was perfect for someone at the peak of the Foundation establishment stage. Everyone was stunned to see the precious item he'd worn for 5 whole years now being gifted to Din Yangi. Honestly, she didn't really need it. What use is a treasure to someone just trying to chill and slack off? But hey, it could make a decent souvenir, and this old guy seemed to be working his tail off to develop the sect, even cutting back on food and clothes, yet he still brought out spirit herbs that the sect usually couldn't bear to use, just to let her practice alchemy. Plus, he didn't even say a word of blame about the room exploding. The sect leader of a small sect really had it tough. Din Yangi thought to herself, guess I should repay him somehow. So before leaving, Din Yangi took out 3 bottles of the pills she'd just concocted. 1 bottle for the sect leader, and the other 2 she asked him to pass on to Lu Ziyin. Even if Lu Ziyin couldn't use them now, he'd definitely need them more when he embarked on the path of cultivation later. She was almost home, and these pills weren't all that useful to him anyway. She couldn't take care of Lu Ziyin forever, he'd have to walk his own path in the future. After Din Yangi left, Yuan Cheng opened one of the bottles. Inside were perfect-grade extreme spirit pills. That kid probably hadn't used a single one for himself. Wow, what a genuinely righteous person. The sect leader realized that even without any blood ties, the affection Din Yangi had for Lu Ziyin was truly touching. Yuan Cheng was super greedy, but afraid of losing face in front of the sect leader, he didn't dare to go overboard. He said, now that we have finished pills, what about those failed pills I gave you to handle the other day? But the sect leader frowned, clearly very displeased with Yuan Cheng. If his disciple hadn't told him that Yuan Cheng had taken all the failed pills from Din Yangi without handing them in, the sect leader wouldn't have known what happened. Seeing that he'd been found out, Yuan Cheng awkwardly explained, I just didn't want to trouble the sect leader, so I took the liberty of dealing with them myself. But the sect leader was utterly disappointed and didn't want to hear any more of his fake flattery. He said, you deal with it yourself, and then disappear immediately. All that was left was Yuan Cheng grinding his teeth and cursing under his breath. Old fogey. All these actions fell into Xinhu's eyes, she thought. What's so hard about getting pills? Has Dad forgotten? Din Yangi's life is still in their hands? Just you wait and see. That night, Din Yangi sat alone in her room, flipping the small sword from the sect leader back and forth. Even though it was useless to her, she had to take good care of it because of his kindness. Suddenly, there was a noise outside the door. She opened it and saw Zhenhu leading Lu Ziyin. She said she wanted to bring the little guy to visit. Before Din Yangi set off, Zhenhu always had a gentle smile on her face, which was really pleasant to look at, unlike Lu Ziyin, who always scowled whenever he saw me. In the past 2 years, Din Yangi had been busy studying, and thankfully Zhenhu had helped take care of her little brother. Even though Zhenhu had her own agenda, it didn't affect the good impression Din Yangi had of her. If she managed to return safely from that dangerous place, she'd bring back some gifts for Zhenhu, even though she didn't think she'd make it back alive. Xinhu's gentle eyes were filled with glee. For the past 2 years, she believed she had conquered Din Yangi. If he just cared about her half as much as he cared about his little bro, it would be enough to repay her efforts. Zhenhu pretended to care again. The fruit is not as important as your safety, Shidi. If you encounter danger, protect yourself first. Din Yangi nodded excitedly. Gotta say, this girl is way too easy to charm. But right after that, Din Yangi suddenly felt that something was off. Someone was lurking in the shadows, watching them. Turning around, he only caught a glimpse of a figure flashing by. Looking closely, it was Zhao Yu standing angrily outside the door. Din Yangi was shocked. Could it be that he likes Zhenhu and is now fighting with Lu Ziyin for her attention? Xiao Yue is finally at the age of falling in love. But the look in his eyes seemed to want Din Yangi and Zhenhu to explain. Or is he jealous of them? If that's really the case, then it's way too interesting. Just thinking about it made Din Yangi excited. Zhao Yu stood silently outside the door, his hands clenched tightly, while Din Yangi looked at him with a challenging gaze. Suddenly, he grabbed Xinhu's hand and pulled her into the room. Zhenhu, it's cold outside, come in and sit down. Zhenhu was also flustered by this sudden action. Okay, let's go in, don't be so hasty, she thought to herself. If I knew that just me alone was enough to make Dinienge happy, then there would be no need to painstakingly raise Lu Xingyin. After the two of them went inside, Dinienge turned to the door, his smile innocent but full of scheming, making Xiaoyu furious. Ignoring him, Dinienge slammed the door shut. She Nhu came to get the elixir under the guise of visiting. Seeing that the plan was progressing smoothly, she felt happy inside. She Nhu gently asked, I wonder how sincere Dinienge Shidi's words of gratitude were just now. Dinienge didn't think and patted his chest to guarantee. With all my heart. But Nhu didn't believe it. She had won over many other disciples before. Although they promised to bring her gifts, they forgot all about it when they got something good. Men are all the same, young or old, but she couldn't miss this opportunity. People often say that men are romantic. If Shidi can't prove it to me, how can I feel at ease? Dinienge pouted. But according to his dad's experience from his previous life, when women keep mentioning love, they're definitely asking for a gift. He immediately turned to find a gift, saying, I understand, Shiji. Wait a moment. Then, he started rummaging through his little treasure trove. At this moment, Shi Nhu was thinking, almost there. But she only saw Dinienge pull out a pink bra with patches all over it. Shiji, look. This is a bra that I've carefully researched. It has the effect of lifting, supporting, breathable, and hugging the body closely. It will definitely make you satisfied. The reason he had this strange thing was because when he first came to this world, he found that women here only wore a layer of thin, transparent fabric, which must be uncomfortable. So if he gave them this valuable, close-fitting item, they would definitely be very happy. Although Nhu was stunned, Dinienge enthusiastically introduced it in detail. But immediately after that, she slapped him hard in the face and left in Dinienge's bewildered eyes, scolding, You pervert! Dinienge hurriedly ran after her, calling, Shi Nhu, believe me, this is really comfortable. But this scene fell into Xiaoyu's eyes, and the two of them looked at each other in a strange silence. Dinienge felt like he was a pervert. Everyone outside the mirror was shaking with anger at this scene. It turned out that the demon emperor not only liked women, but was also a lewd pervert, and even kept girls' underwear. So shameless and despicable, Din Xiangarel on the throne slowly opened his eyes. What's wrong, good disciple? Are you jealous that this master didn't give you a bra? You used to cry and beg to cultivate with this master, but now you're denying me after getting laid. Everyone looked at Mo Chengliu with tears in their eyes. Angrily he shouted, What are you looking at me for? How can you believe the lies of the demon emperor? Dinienge smiled disdainfully. True or false, this master isn't even angry. Why are you so agitated? Mo Chengliu trembled. Even Long Yanche couldn't help but say, What's the point of arguing with the demon emperor? Heaven will judge the truth. Then, he dragged Mo Chengliu away in anger. Dinienge was as good as certain that he had won. Let's see how long you can brag for. Dinienge and Xiaoyu looked at each other coldly for a moment. He asked, What are you looking at? Want to wear it? But Xiaoyu remained silent, then left without saying a word. Dinienge lay on the bed, thinking about his wonderful technological improvements that no one appreciated. Perhaps this is the loneliness of an artist. The next morning, as soon as it was dawn, Shi Nhu brought porridge to Dinienge's room with a bright smile. He had just woken up and was still sleepy, but Shi Nhu was still gentle and thoughtful. Dinienge Shidi, I'm sorry for not understanding your good intentions last night. Don't be angry. Dinienge was indifferent, as if what happened last night had never happened. This is pork and egg stew porridge that was just cooked. It's still hot. Try it. In fact, after Nhu returned to Yuancheng last night, she was blamed. You're so stupid. As long as that kid gets what we need from the secret realm, giving him a small benefit is fine too. You must go apologize tomorrow morning. You must make him happy. Don't come back if you don't succeed. Nhu gently picked up the bra Dinienge gave her. Shidi, can I still accept this? Dinienge was happy? Really? Then take it back with you. Remember to try it on and let me know how it feels. If it's uncomfortable anywhere, I'll fix it. Nhu smiled, more like crying. She thought to herself, I'll remember his kindness. But just thinking about wearing it and having to tell him how it feels after returning from the secret realm, I really want to tear him to pieces. After Dinienge finished his porridge, Nhu stood up. It's getting late, junior brother. Prepare to set off. Dinienge watched Xinhu's retreating figure, secretly delighted. If this product is perfected, imagine how many women it'll liberate. Just thinking about it makes me feel like I'm accumulating boundless merit. As the master of both of them, Yuancheng naturally became the best choice to lead the group. Yuan Cheng was overjoyed, already plotting to squeeze benefits from his two disciples. The whole journey, they should have been flying. But he arranged a carriage, saying, "Because your strength is still weak, I can't carry both of you." Then he pulled out a pile of spiritual herbs. Who knows when he prepared them, his greedy gaze undisguised. "Your master knows you like to practice alchemy. These are for you. Feel free to practice alchemy along the way. For entertainment, if you need any herbs, just say the word. Your master will find them for you." Dinian clearly understood his undisguised greedy intentions, but he wasn't about to refuse free spiritual herbs. To reassure Dinian, Yuan Cheng personally took the reins of the carriage, heading towards the secret realm. Dinian had to put a layer of ice on the outside of his fireball to keep it from burning the carriage. Xiao Yu looked at him suspiciously. "I heard that Dinian entered the secret realm entirely for his younger brother." Hearing the sudden voice, Dinian's hand trembled. "Where did you hear that?" Xiao Yu continued. "He's not even your real brother. Why do you treat him so well? Just because his parents helped you before?" Dinian clearly didn't want to pay attention to Xiao Yu, only asking, "Where did you learn these things?" But Xiao Yu insisted. "Answer my question," Dinian coldly replied. "What's it to you? We're not even close." That attitude angered Xiao Yu, but he still persistently asked, "You do so much, but does your brother even know? Is it worth it?" Dinian was a bit impatient. "Are you nosy much?" Xiao Yue awkwardly said. "It's a lie to say I don't care," but his mouth still refused to admit it. Dinian snapped. "If you don't care, then shut your mouth. Can't you see I'm practicing alchemy?" He was afraid of blowing up the carriage again, so he had to concentrate. Xiao Yu had no choice but to be silent. He felt envious of Lu Ziyin, both suffering from the extinction family curse, with poor spiritual roots. But Lu Ziyin didn't need to do anything and was doted on by everyone. Dinian risked his life for him to enter the sword seed, painstakingly concocted pills for him, and even entered the secret realm for him. Meanwhile, he had nothing, not even someone to talk to late at night. "Dinian, why are you so good to him?" Meanwhile, Dinian was only focused on preparing for the future. He had learned quite a few modern spells. One could say he was ready, just waiting for the opportunity. The problem was having to hand over the Dao ancestor inheritance when entering the secret realm. If she couldn't find a suitable person, she would have to pass it on to Xiao Yu before she died. Since he was the male lead after all, he could probably make good use of it. At this moment, Xiao Yu just happened to look up, meeting Dinian's deep gaze. Outside the mirror, Lu Ziyin was almost going crazy seeing this scene. "What's that Xiao Yu looking at? My Gege, how dare he look at him? So shameless." Moreover, what was he saying? Is it worth it? Of course everything Garage does is worth it. But then Lu Ziyin looked sadly at Dinian in the mirror. "Garage, don't go to the secret realm. Don't sacrifice yourself for me anymore. I'm sorry. It's all my fault." Lu Ziyin's words again made everyone want to smack him. Why did he sound like he was showing off? But looking at Dinian's actions, they felt their hands itching. Dinian on the throne couldn't resist anymore. "Lu Ziyin, shut your mouth. Why are you acting like you're important? I've always done everything for myself. Don't think you're all that. Lu Ziyin has always been indifferent. Why is he acting like this now?" Lu Ziyin looked at Dinian, his eyes gentle, proactively speaking. "Garage has finally forgiven me, hasn't he? No matter what CA becomes, you're still my Garage. I'll always be by your side, even if I'm struck by lightning and have nowhere to be buried. Reincarnate countless times. Even if my soul dissipates, I won't leave Garage." Hearing this, Dinian's face turned green with anger. This brat, does he know what he's saying? Lu Ziyin was hurt again. "So Garage still hasn't forgiven me." Seeing this scene, everyone felt relieved. That's right. We'll only feel comfortable after beating him up like that, after a day of galloping. The three finally arrived at the secret realm, the entrance already crowded with cultivators. Among them were some people who seemed familiar. Yuan Cheng, next to Xiao Yue, warned Dinian, "Remember to stick close to me when we go inside. I heard it's very dangerous." Dinian glanced at Xiao Yu, who was acting serious, feeling a bit strange. Usually, he likes to provoke people, so why the sudden change in attitude? Dinian thought. If he was still provoking me like usual, shouldn't it be him sticking to me when we get inside? The warning almost angered Xiao Yu, but he still said, "The secret realm is unpredictably dangerous. One slip-up and you won't be able to escape." Dinian provoked as he walked. "Remember to stick close to me. Senior brother will protect you." But as Flowerfall snowed heavily, the world that was still warm just now became an endless ice and snow, with no other colors, along with a bone-chilling wind. Dinian constantly exhaled. Even though someone like her was used to harsh weather, she was now shivering. At this moment, she couldn't hide her excitement. "Does that mean that I'm about to go home?" Dinian told Xiao Yu. Second brother, stay here, don't wander off, I'll scout ahead first. But Xiao Yu suddenly disappeared, not even replying. Good riddance, one less thing stopping me from going back. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu panicked when Dinian vanished into thin air, frantically searching and shouting Dinian name. You can tell Xiao Yu really cares about Dinian. But no matter how much he called out, there was no response. He vowed, if Dinian doesn't come back safe, I'll tear him to shreds. Meanwhile, Dinian walked for a whole day and night in the snow burial grounds without getting tired at all. In fact, the further she went, the more energetic she felt, her whole body gradually warming up. So she decided to betray her ancestors, stopped walking, and lay down in the snow. If I could, I'd bury the legacy under the snow before I sleep. Whoever's lucky enough can pick it up later. While everyone else is trying to find a way out, this dude is taking a nap in the snow. As time passed, Dinian slowly drifted off to sleep. At that moment, the silhouette of a woman appeared, her face beautiful. Her figure was on point, kinda blurry, but her face was unnaturally pale. Then she collapsed right on top of Dinian. Her slender body couldn't handle the weight, and she was suffocating. But hey, could be worse. Suffocation ain't a bad way to go. The two of them lay motionless on top of each other, waiting for death to come. Meanwhile, outside the icy mirror, Lu Ziyin shivered in fear, and angrily said, shameless hussy, daring to take advantage of my big brother. Hearing this, Mo Changliu was not happy. Dinian is the pervert here, still hasn't pushed her off after waking up, he's totally doing it on purpose. Lu Ziyin flared up. Shut your mouth, my big brother would never do that, he's just too cold to move. The two of them were bickering noisily on the platform. Dinian was getting a headache from all the noise, she really couldn't stand them. Unable to restrain herself, she gently tapped the mirror of Heavenly Dao, shutting both of them up. After who knows how long, the woman on top of Dinian finally woke up, recognizing the face in front of her. She screamed, you scoundrel, how dare you do this to me? At the same time, she slapped Dinian hard across the face, but she quickly grabbed her hand. She couldn't stand people who thought they were perfect and blamed others, Dinian said. Big sis, I'm still just a kid, if we're talking about perverts, you're the one who crushed me, and you're heavy. Hearing this, the woman got so angry steam was coming out of her ears. Did you consider that I was collapsing on top of you? I'm so weak. But the girl's face flushed red. Even though they were different genders, Dinian body was as warm as a furnace, so precious in this icy snow. Thinking this, she snuggled even closer to Dinian. You little rascal, I'm doing this to keep you from freezing to death. Even though Dinian was very reluctant, seeing the girl hugging her like a treasure, rubbing her face against her, Dinian felt her innocent soul being violated. She wanted to curse the girl's ancestors for 19 generations. Just now you were calling me a pervert, and now you're hugging me tightly, saying don't stop. Dinian had no choice but to reluctantly drag her along. But the snow kept getting heavier, the cold wind like a knife, and soon the girl was panting, wanting to stop because she was exhausted, demanding Dinian carry her on her back. Dinian had sweat rolling down her face. Big sis, we don't even know each other, and besides, I'm just a kid, how can I carry you? But the girl just kept crying like a clingy little demon. Dinian's heart softened for a moment in the face of beauty, and she couldn't refuse even if she wanted to. The beautiful girl knew how to act cute, and finally, because of her chivalrous heart to rescue a damsel in distress, Dinian agreed to carry her on her back, but warned, it's too dangerous ahead, if you die, don't blame me. The beautiful girl regarded him as a lifesaver. If not for Dinian, she would have died long ago. She said she would give her life to him, he could do whatever he wanted, and then pretended to wipe away sweat from his face, touching him all over. Suddenly a sharp ice arrow came flying, cutting across Dinian's face, leaving a bleeding wound. Ziyue was thrown off and fell to the ground motionless. Dinian was worried and had to help her up. Her body was pale white, very weak, but luckily she was still breathing. Looking into the distance, all was ice and snow, and Dinian was in a dilemma. If she kept going, this girl was afraid she would die, but if she didn't go, she wouldn't be able to go home. If she had known it would be like this, she shouldn't have been so compassionate. While hesitating, Dinian suddenly saw a giant shell not far away, sparkling with light. Definitely not an ordinary object. Even in the blizzard, it was still intact. She immediately threw Xinyue into the shell and continued to drag it along. Whether she survived or not would depend on fate. Leaving her behind would only mean death. Dinian took each step in the snow. The more she went, the heavier the snow became, occasionally appearing bright objects like magical artifacts. But all were kicked away by her. That's definitely good stuff. Absolutely, can't take it. But the more I don't take it, the more it keeps appearing. Damn it, why are there so many treasures? So annoying. she kicked them all away one by one, choosing to enter hell when there's a path to heaven. After who knows how long, the surrounding snow suddenly disappeared, and the wounds on her body healed. Before her eyes appeared a magnificent ancient castle, the surrounding air exuding majesty. Where is this? Don't tell me I've unlocked some kind of inheritance again. Suddenly, a heart-wrenching scream rang out. Din Yange looked over and saw it was Zhao Yue. He was actually acting incredibly pained, and on the ground were countless cultivators lying scattered, with only Din Yange still unscathed. Suddenly, an old voice rang out. Young lad, you weren't greedy even in danger, nor did you abandon your teammates. You have passed the test. You are the first kid to pass. You can choose one item and leave. Then, a row of 7 colored shining items appeared before Din Yange. You can tell they are good stuff, but I absolutely won't take it. The voice rang out again. If so, you can continue forward. Even though that road is a near certain death, once you step onto it, there's no turning back, Din Yange happily said. That's exactly what I want. The voice said that these are the best things in the secret realm. Young lad, you shouldn't be courting death. But how could Din Yange miss this wonderful opportunity? Her goal is to court death. After Din Yange agreed, those things that others craved disappeared. Soon after, everyone gradually woke up. The two guys saw Xingyue next to Din Yange and got angry. It must be you who kidnapped our junior sister. Din Yange immediately stared into their eyes, radiating killing intent. He raised his hand to retaliate. I really just want to die, but I can't die in such a humiliating way. The group of people fiercely said. You impudent brat, taking advantage of weakness to harm people, so shameless, I will kill you. But just as he made a move, a green figure suddenly rushed out to block in front of him. If you want to kill him, you'll have to get past me first. None other than Xiao Yu, who knows what he ate to dare to save Din Yange. Din Yange was annoyed. The two of you aren't that close, intending to advise him not to meddle in other people's business. But suddenly Xiao Yu swung his sword horizontally, closing in on the two guys. Din Yange was shocked. Are you crazy? I'm just arguing with them. Do I need your help? Being a suicidal master, how could she miss this opportunity? At this moment, suddenly the surrounding people shouted and rushed over. A bunch of Ganoderma unexpectedly appeared. Even just one branch would make thousands of cultivators drool and fight over it in the outside world, let alone a whole bunch like this. This is what cultivators dream of. But Din Yange didn't care at all. They might have been useful for alchemy before, but now I'm about to go home, so of course I'm not interested anymore. Meanwhile, on Zhao Yu's side, the battle between the two sides became more and more intense. It must be said that Xiao Yu is very admirable. His swordsmanship looks even better than in martial arts movies. At this moment, Xiao Yu was so angry that his eyes turned red. Damn it, Nianxiang, why are you still standing there? Quickly go pick up the Ganoderma. But Din Yange remained indifferent, pretending to be deaf. You really want Ganoderma so badly? Xiao Yu was so angry that his kidneys hurt. Of course, Din Yanji looked at him and couldn't help but tease. Call senior brother. Senior brother will pick it for you. Xiao Yu glared, regretting saving this crazy person. I should have let them beat him to death. Din Yange then said. Look there, look there. The Ganoderma is almost gone. Xiao Yu became more and more angry, fighting more and more fiercely. With one move, he overturned the sky, defeating the two guys, and hurriedly ran back to pick up the Ganoderma. But the two guys, like leeches, continued to attack him. Xiao Yu had no choice but to continue fighting. But seeing the Ganoderma becoming less and less, he roared, Hurry up and pick up the Ganoderma, senior brother! Din Yange blinked slightly. Okay, goat. Then she took out a space bag, reached out, and all the remaining Ganoderma flew into her bag. In an instant, everyone angrily rushed towards Din Yange. Return it quickly if you don't want to die. Otherwise, my master will come and demand it back, and destroy your entire family. Indeed, in this world, the strong are respected. With the top 3 great sects, they have the right to decide the life and death of others. Ordinary people like Din Yange are not worth their attention. Din Yange looked at them contemptuously. A bunch of flightless ducks, who do you think you're scaring? Then he released a fireball. Small but exuding terrifying power. Everyone laughed when they saw it. That's just a low-level magic spell, kid. I'm standing right here, just attack. With that weak fireball, I'll lose if I even flinch. But besides the unexpected, there's even more unexpected. Only to see the fireball suddenly swell a few circles and keep swelling bigger. Before everyone's eyes, they were suddenly startled, because in that harmless fireball, they felt the danger of death. At this moment, Din Yange was like a god of fire, his posture exuding terrifying aura. No girl go, no girl anymore. Everyone was so scared that they trembled. Is this still called a fireball? Why is it so big and strange? Someone shouted. Let's deal with him together. but no one dared to step forward. Someone threatened, "I am from the Taohua sect, you're dead if you dare to lay a hand." But that completely ignited Di Niange. She hates being threatened the most, so she throws a giant fireball at everyone. A huge explosion goes off and the area of effect just keeps getting bigger. Then, Di Niange, carrying the unconscious Ziyin, yells for Zhao Yue, who's still fighting. After tossing Ziyin towards those two dudes, Di Niange grabs Zhao Yue's hand, who's still kinda out of it, and they bolt. In a flash, the fireball explodes the whole mountaintop, and the two of them jump off the cliff. Di Niange, unusually serious, grabs my hand tightly. They plunge into the dangerous abyss, and Di Niange is just focused on protecting Zhao Yu. But in mid-air, Zhao Yu suddenly hugs her tight, telling her, "Don't move if you don't want to die." A little while later, thump, the two of them land at the bottom of the abyss. The weather down here is still freezing cold. Di Niange looks seriously at Zhao Yu, who's coughing. "Shidi, the road ahead is dangerous. No matter what happens, you have to survive. Don't risk your life for anyone else, and especially not for me." Zhao Yu looks into Di Niange's deep eyes and at their serious face, and their heart starts pounding. "Shixiang, are you worried about me?" Di Niange suddenly switches gears. Back to being all nonchalant. "Nah, no biggie. If you die, I'll be missing a rival. Wouldn't life be a whole lot less interesting?" At the same time, they reach out to help Zhao Yu up. But after hearing that, Zhao Yu suddenly gets pissed and slaps his hand away. "Even if you die, I won't die." Hearing this, Di Niange is relieved. "Then remember what you said, okay?" Zhao Yu is sparked with a glimmer of hope. "What's this guy even on about? Stop talking nonsense. Do you still need those rotten herbs from before?" Only now does Zhao Yu stop worrying about that issue. "You, of course I need them. Those spirit plants are super rare and will help loads with my cultivation." Without hesitation, Di Niange throws them into his hand, giving him the whole bag as well. "Toss it when you're done. I don't need it anyway." Zhao Yu stares blankly at the space pouch. "You made this thing, didn't you? It's so ugly." But even so, he quickly stuffs it into his chest. He actually kinda admires Di Niange. This scene also disgusts the onlookers. As expected, they are a pair of devils. They have started helping each other so early, there must be an unclear relationship between them. Otherwise, why didn't Yu Dianon directly destroy the demon, but only suppressed him here? There must be a big conspiracy. I also feel that it is not normal. There is probably an affair between them. As soon as the words fell, everyone looked at the fairy who just spoke. At this time, she was also a little guilty. "What are you looking at me for?" "I saw a torn space bag on the Demon Lord, which had been repaired countless times, and it looked like this." As soon as she finished speaking, everyone was stunned. The amount of information was too much. The atmosphere suddenly became extremely gloomy and cold. Lu Ziyin, who had been listless, jumped up immediately. "What nonsense are you talking about? My brother will never like that demon. The person he likes most is me." At the same time, he glanced at Di Niange, who was sitting on the divine throne. A moment later, the two arrived in a palace. Only the surroundings exuded a gloomy aura. Suddenly, the two people's footsteps paused slightly. A group of huge, ferocious wolves bared their teeth and surrounded them, mixed with bursts of roars. Di Niange was happy to see this. Isn't this an opportunity to die again? Then he excitedly stood in front of Zhao Yu. "Shidi, wait a minute. I'll use fireballs to attract their attention so you can run first." However, this is just a group of cold moon bone wolves in the middle stage of foundation building. Zhao Yu doesn't even take them seriously. However, these words were a bit of a fake show of coolness, but in reality, it was not dangerous to him. Di Niange simply stood aside and watched. These demonic beasts are too weak, so let's wait for the big one to deal with them at once. Only to see Zhao Yu's toes lightly touching the ground, the aura around him exploded, and suddenly he rushed straight at the pack of wolves. With a swing, countless wolves fell to the ground. Then he stomped on it, and a few more wolves shot out with a loud bang, punching the last wolf in the body. In just a moment, the wolves had all fallen into a pool of blood, without a breath. Likewise, Di Niange observed his strength from the side. This guy is not bad, only a little worse than her. Then, he casually took out a bottle of elixirs. "This is for you." Zhao Yu's face was full of suspicion. Because he heard that he left all the elixirs to Lu Ziyin, this must be the last bottle. "I don't need it." Zhao Yu's face was full of suspicion. "If you give this to me, what will you use?" Anyway, Zhao Yu once heard that Yan Di gave all the elixirs to that little boy, Lu Ziyin. Di Niange was still nonchalant. "Second senior brother is too worried. It's just that this is what I refined. Why wouldn't I have it?" On the contrary, "Second senior brother, you are so weak. If you don't have this elixir, what will you do in the future?" Hearing these words, Zhao Yu glared at her fiercely, and finally accepted the elixir. But he couldn't bear to eat it. He just kept it in his heart in case he needed it.
It has to be said that Dinyange's agitation plan can be used every time. Just like that, the two took steady steps.
Continue walking until a thrilling roar came from ahead, and Dinyange's face showed a serious expression. The power of this roar alone made him feel a dangerous aura. In just a blink of an eye, herds of demonic beasts appeared in front of them. Their bodies were huge, their faces were ferocious, and their bodies emitted a dark, cold light, like demons from hell. Late stage of golden elixir, soul-devouring tiger. The next moment, Dinyange couldn't help but get excited. Great, a rare opportunity. Then, without hesitation, he once again stood in front of Zhao Yu. Wait a moment, I'll lure these demonic beasts away. You go first. Zhao Yu heard this. Looking at Dinyange's expression with surprise, Zhao Yue seemed to be judging whether her words were true or false, only to see Dinyange's face with an unprecedented seriousness, which suddenly startled Zhao Yu. The brotherly affection buried deep in his heart for a long time instantly brought up a hint of warmth. How could I abandon the battle and run away? I want to fight side by side with my bros. Seeing the demonic beasts getting closer and closer, the enormous pressure seemed to make the surrounding air thicken with every step.
Seeing this, Dinyange directly started trash-talking.
You standing here will only be a burden to me. Zhao Yu suddenly became furious, and the goodwill that had just arisen vanished in an instant. Before leaving, he didn't forget to remind. Be careful. At the same time, Dinyange couldn't wait any longer. Waving his hand, a huge fireball suddenly swept towards the soul-devouring tiger. As expected, it successfully angered the demonic beast. With a deafening roar, it rushed towards Dinyange. Dinyange took happy steps and ran away, using his spiritual power like there's no tomorrow, moving at an extremely fast speed, while those soul-spawn tigers were always following closely behind. After 7 minutes, her spiritual power finally ran out. Turning her head to look at the imposing demonic beasts behind her, she was unspeakably excited. She even thought that after she returned home, she would use what she had learned to open a company and make a fortune, become a CEO, and live at the peak of her life. The next second, thud, she fell to the ground. Without any movement, quietly waiting for the beautiful moment of going home, Dinyange even actively reached out her hand for the demonic beasts to bite and tear. But nothing unexpected happened. She only saw the ferocious demonic beast bite a chunk out of her arm, rip, directly tearing Dinyange's arm off and eating it. In an instant, blood and flesh splattered everywhere, and looking back, Dinyange was still lying motionless on the ground. The next second, the demonic beasts surged forward, tearing apart his body piece by piece. Dinyange slowly closed his eyes. As if in a kind of relief, the plan is finally successful. In just a blink of an eye, Dinyange had been torn to shreds, with blood and flesh flying everywhere, and his lower body was almost completely devoured. Just when the demonic beast was about to take a bite at his head, suddenly a golden light mixed with immense majesty poured down. Dinyange, who was originally covered in blood and gore, was immediately healed, and his lower body was restored as before. The demonic beasts around him had stopped tearing him apart, only surrounding him and making low growls. Dinyange stared blankly at this scene. What the heck is going on? At this time, a figure descended from the sky, as if shrouded in the celestial beauty, and what caught the eye was a girl with a breathtakingly beautiful appearance, her beautiful eyes shimmering with an ethereal quality that made her unforgettable at first sight. How did you break my illusion? But Dinyange didn't pay attention to her. Holy crap, it was an illusion. No wonder he felt something was off just now. But the girl in front of him had lost patience. Are you even listening to what I'm saying? Don't you want to know how your little lover is doing right now? Dinyange was still constantly confirming that his body was complete, and immediately glared angrily at the girl in front of him. I don't care about any freaking illusions, and I don't have any damn little lovers. After hearing this, the girl raised his chin with a sinister expression. You really are like her. So good at pretending to be pitiful, and so fond of risking your life to save others. No wonder he likes you so much. Dinyange turned around and flung her hand away. He felt that the girl in front of him was crazy, and he completely didn't understand what she meant, but she smiled sarcastically, disdainfully. Still pretending to be stupid, do you think he can be safe? Then, she waved her hand, and a mirror made of water immediately appeared in front of the two of them. Zhao Yue suddenly appeared in the place where he had just been bitten to death, desperately fighting against the demonic beasts, his whole body covered in bloody wounds. Seeing this, Dinyange couldn't help but sympathize with him for a second. Why is this kid so stupid? But this is probably an illusion, right? Just like me just now. But the truth is that only by having a strong will can one break through everything, otherwise, everything will become real for him.
If you want to let him live, it's very simple, just stay here forever. At this time, Dinian was a little tangled. Will staying here lead to death? After hearing this, a crazy look appeared on her beautiful face. Of course, as soon as she finished speaking, Dinian immediately perked up. There's such a good thing, it's true, that God doesn't block all my paths. Then, he said without hesitation, I agree with you. She thought that Dinian was doing this entirely to save Xiao Yu. That's why he agreed so readily. You still say you and him have nothing to do with each other. Dinian blinked innocently again. He's still a child, and what could he possibly have to do with him? But Jin Yu wasn't having any of his BS. If that's your choice, then I won't let him live a good life. With that, she gently waved her palm at the water surface, and the crystal slightly rippled. Next, the reflection of another Dinian appeared in the crystal water. While Xiao Yue was struggling to fight the demonic beast, he saw Dinian and his face was full of worry. You're okay, that's great. But his eyes were icy and devoid of emotion. Suddenly raising his hand to gather a surge of spiritual energy, a sinister and bizarre smile bloomed on his face, and the next second he directly struck Xiao Yu's chest with a palm strike. Rampaging spiritual energy instantly erupted around the unprepared Xiao Yu, who then crashed heavily to the ground. At this moment, Xiao Yu was filled with pain and disbelief. Xiao Yu, you're clearly a useless piece of trash. How do you possess cultivation equal to mine? A useless guy like you should just die. Then, he forcefully squeezed Xiao Yu's throat. Only when all of you are dead can the treasures in this secret realm belong to me alone. Xiao Yue still couldn't believe it, looking at Dinian with a mix of grievance and hatred in his eyes, never expecting that after finally wanting to trust someone, he'd still end up being deceived by him. But Dinian tightened his grip even more. The ferocity on his face was obvious. TCH. As if someone like you is worthy of being deceived by me, Xiao Yu slowly grabbed the sword on the ground, then without hesitation stabbed it, instantly piercing through his body, and fresh blood splattered everywhere. Seeing this, Jin Yu couldn't help but laugh maniacally, as if trying to prove something. Have you seen it? This is the true nature of humans. You were willing to die for him, but in the end he only believed what he saw. What a joke. Who doesn't believe what they see? Seeing is believing, after all. Jin Yu was slightly stunned after hearing this. He misunderstood you so badly, and even took your life without hesitation, yet you still don't blame him at all. And the reality was, just as she suspected, Dinian even seemed to wish it were true. Seeing this, Jin Yu immediately turned gloomy and cold, clearly not expecting him to be so loyal. As expected, you're very similar to that bitch, except she played dumb, while you're genuinely stupid. Dinian after listening to her rambling for ages, didn't understand what she was talking about at all. Hey sis, I'm just saying, enough is enough. When are you planning to kill me? Before you do, can you let me see Xiao Yu? But Jin Yu deliberately wouldn't let them meet. At the same time as she waved her hand, Xiao Yu disappeared in the secret realm. From now on, you and he are done, and he will live alone in this world, carrying the hatred of being betrayed by the one he loves. But Dinian who carries the Scarlet Child's heart, will bear the pain of 10,000 years of icy cold in her place, and will suffer the torment of 1,000 cuts for 3 hours every day, without end. At this moment, she suddenly burst into maniacal laughter, because Jin Yu, she could finally escape confinement, and Dinian who carries the Scarlet Child's heart, would suffer the icy torment that she had endured for tens of thousands of years, forever without end. At this moment, Dinian was completely stunned. Why are people in this era so full of empty promises? Also, what the heck is a Scarlet Child's heart? He doesn't have that, he's just a selfish little jerk. Hey sis, I'm serious, you should just beat me to death. But she only gave a contemptuous smile. After finally finding a replacement, you wanna die? Dream on. Dinian still wanted to argue with her, but Jin Yu hastily bolted like a wisp of smoke. No matter how Dinian shouted, he only got a beam of light descending from the sky, instantly engulfing his entire body. Then the beam of light slowly shrank. The surroundings were eerily quiet, and the next second a whooshing sound poured down. Countless blocks of ice radiating extreme yin energy slammed towards Dinian. Suddenly, his hands were tied, and his feet were also wrapped up. At the same time, a gust of cold wind blew over. Nian wanted to break free, but unexpectedly, the chains that bound him were 10,000 years of extremely yin ice cold, impossible to escape. Just as he was puzzled, he saw the ice lotus suddenly tighten, and his body, which could still move, suddenly stiffened, and the surrounding temperature dropped to extreme levels. At the same time, A dense pile of ice arrows appeared in the sky. Just looking at them made his scalp tingle. The dense ice arrows on the screen suddenly rained down like rain, and the next second pierced into Dinyangere's body. In his wide-eyed, stunned gaze, fresh blood splattered everywhere, but he didn't show any pain. Even a crazy smile bloomed on his face. So that's it. That's how it is. This way of dying is pretty good. This situation continued for 3 days straight, and finally Dinyange couldn't take it anymore, but not because of the pain. He was still jumping around like this. After all these days, he was afraid of falling into an endless cycle, unable to move, unable to die. So he decided to make an effort to resist. He had to cultivate to break through, but the first step in his cultivation was to slowly close his eyes, adjust to a comfortable position, and then slowly enter his sea of consciousness. Time slowly passed, and 5 years flew by. He slightly twitched his eyelids, then suddenly opened his eyes wide. He looked around, a little confused. Right then and there, bam, divine aura just appears in front of Dinyange. It's someone she hasn't seen in ages, and Jinyu is all shocked and pissed at the same time. 5 years, how are you still alive? And not even a scratch on you. Dinyange, hearing this, is like, what? She knew this place let you train forever, but who knew it'd be this long? Feels like she just dozed off for a sec, and bam, 5 years gone. Just thinking about it, Dinyange's kinda freaked. Next time she trains, she'll probably wake up as a skeleton. She's all, why did I waste 5 years? Dinyange is fuming. The woman was about to say something, but Dinyange just snaps. You got the nerve to show your face? 5 freaking years? You have any idea what I went through? Get lost, I don't want to see you right now. Jinyu's pretty ticked off at Dinyange's attitude, but says she'll let him go if he agrees to her request. She thought after 5 years of misery, Dinyange would be crying tears of joy, maybe even begging her and thanking her on his knees. But instead, he just gives her this look of total disdain. If you want to catch me, catch me. If you want to let me go, let me go. I'll find my own way out, thanks. This woman wasted 5 years of his life, ruined his dreams of going home. If he doesn't get revenge, what was the point of all that suffering? Jinyu can't believe how stubborn Dinyange is, but kinda sees a bit of herself in him. She asks, what do you even want? But Dinyange just says, none of your business. Jinyu casts a spell, and suddenly a bunch of treasures appear. 4 of them, all glowing like crazy. Top-tier stuff from across the realms. Just pick 2. Jinyu's convinced that any cultivator would be drooling to get their hands on those goodies, but she totally misjudged Dinyange. He just glances at them. Nah, I'm good. Jinyu's about to lose it because Dinyange isn't taking the bait, but Dinyange is just egging her on, telling her to hit him harder. Just finish me off already, I'm DYing to die. Jinyu's internally screaming, but for the sake of her own plans, Jinyu pulls herself together and brings out all her treasures, piling them up into a mini mountain. Will this do? But Dinyange's not having it. If you don't kill me today, I'm blowing myself up, take your pick. This just makes Jinyu speechless with rage. She takes a deep breath and starts spilling her life story. Turns out she was a guardian of the Heavenly Dao, and her martial brother was the Kim Kui Great Emperor. They were childhood sweethearts. If nothing went wrong, they'd totally be a couple. But tragically, she fell for someone else when she was young. It was all sunshine and rainbows until that dude sealed Jinyu away here for like 1,000,000 years because of some other woman. So she wants Dinyange to leave and tell her martial brother about what happened. That way, he'd definitely come save her. The Kim Kui Great Emperor, Dinyange, finally looks at Jinyu, all confused. Oh, he's dead. Jinyu looks like she's been struck by lightning. Her face turns green and she stammers, no way, my martial brother's too strong to die. Then Jinyu just loses it, grabbing Dinyange by the collar. Tell me he's still alive. Dinyange sees how much she cares about the Great Emperor and gets a bright idea for how to die. He can't miss this golden opportunity. So Dinyange yells, he's dead and I killed him. Come get me if you got the guts. Hearing that, Jinyu's rage goes off the charts. Her power explodes everywhere as she gets ready to take Dinyange out, pronto. Dinyange is all ready to meet his maker. But after waiting what feels like forever, nothing happens. Dinyange sees that Jinyu stopped moving, like she's just snapped back to reality. Impossible. No way a little punk like you could kill my martial brother. And with that, Jinyu points her finger at Dinyange's forehead and uses soul seizing. 1 second later, Dinyange can feel his soul leaving his body, and he's frozen stiff. Just when things are getting real, a wisp of the Great Emperor Kim Kui's aura awakens, grabs Dinyange's soul, and sends Jinyu flying back with a wave of his hand. Jinyu's pretty face goes blank. That's my martial brother's aura. You're his heir. Jinyu finally realizes the truth. my martial brother's really gone. Jinyu's heart breaks. It's all my fault. If I hadn't loved the wrong person back then, if I hadn't left at such a crucial moment, those demons wouldn't have invaded the mortal realm, and I almost killed his heir. I deserve to die 1,000,000 times. So like after a hot minute, Jinyu glances back at Dinyangi, and her face actually softens. Just then, boom! A massive thunderclap echoes through the secret realm, and a freaking huge vortex opens up in the sky, radiating some seriously scary power. Jinyu stares at the sky, all suspicious like, wait a sec, is that a tribulation lightning? Then Jinyu spots Dinyange glowing, and she sees the immortal energy inside him stabilizing. No freaking way you've been cultivating here, and you're actually undergoing tribulation here. I mean, keep in mind that Jinyu kinda trapped Dinyange here in this secret realm where no one is supposed to cultivate. And now, right under her nose, he's been cultivating for 5 whole years. Unless he's some kind of genius who figured out a totally unique cultivation method. Either way, Jinyu's gotta give props to her Shixiong for having such a talented heir. Jinyu lets out a chuckle. You're definitely trying to use the tribulation lightning to blow this place to smithereens, aren't you? But even if you make the tribulation harder, you still ain't gonna break this place. But Dinyange ain't backing down. Jinyu looks up, deep in thought, then turns to Dinyange, all serious. You seriously ain't human, are ya? Dinyange gets all huffy. That's the second time I've heard that, and it's never a compliment. Jinyu then takes off the jade hairpin from her hair and the jade ring from her finger, and hands them over. This hairpin is the Heavenly Dao Mirror, and this ring is everything I have. I hope you'll accept them. Then she waves her hand, and the chains on Dinyange vanish. Thanks, now I know what Shixiong was really like. I've always been selfish, but now I know what my heart truly wants. If there's a next life, I'll definitely make up for the 5 years of injustice you suffered. With that, Jinyu disappears in front of Dinyange. Everyone's jaws drop at the sight. She's Jinkui's Shimei, the guardian of the Heavenly Dao Mirror. So, the jade hairpin she gave Dinyange is that the Heavenly Dao Mirror. Lu Ziyin stares at Dinyange, totally stunned, his eyes all glazed over. So the Heavenly Dao Mirror was given to me by Garage, but I used it to punish him. Lu Ziyin's face is full of self-mockery. Lu Ziyin, you're seriously the biggest idiot on the planet? Inside the Heavenly Dao Mirror, Dinyange ain't got time to chill. He sticks the hairpin in his hair and slips the Qiankun ring onto his middle finger. But when he dives in with his consciousness, he's immediately floored, because he's discovered some seriously OP, heaven-defying treasure. For Dinyange, only 2 sentences matter. Those who defy heaven and change fate will be punished by the heavens. The sky's crammed with tribulation lightning, and thick bolts of lightning rain down. When the tribulation lightning strikes, the secret realm starts shaking like crazy, and the ice above starts breaking off and falling. Dinyange isn't rushing out of there. Instead, he pulls out a Qiankun pouch. This falling ice has been around for thousands of years, and can be used to refine medicine and forge weapons. Even though I can't die, there's no way I'm letting this go to waste. Lu Ziyin sees this from outside and shouts, Garage, get out of there, the palace is about to collapse. But why's Garage picking up those 1,000-year-old chunks of ice? Lu Ziyin doesn't get it, so he looks at Dinyange, who's just sitting there, completely ignoring him. Lu Ziyin then understands. Whatever Garage doing must be for a reason. Just then, Dinyange's body starts radiating power, and a surge of energy bursts out of him. Dinyange's cultivation rises rapidly, blasting past the initial Golden Core stage and climbing all the way to the peak Golden Core stage. This is the result of his cultivation during his time in the secret realm. The next second, the secret realm explodes, the whole ground shakes, and Dinyange stomps his foot and shoots straight into the sky. He glances back at the secret realm, which is now just a pile of rubble. Jinyu not only helped him tank the tribulation lightning, but she also destroyed this secret realm to let Dinyange escape. But because Dinyange feels himself getting stronger and stronger, he wants to cry but can't. If this keeps up, when am I ever gonna die and go home? Dinyange can only head back to the sect for now. He's pinning all his hopes on the big bad Lu Ziyin and the male lead, Xiao Yue. When Tui Yuan Cheng gets the news that Dinyange is back, everyone's stunned. But in a flash, he snaps back into his goody two-shoes act. My good disciple is finally back. I thought you were dead, and it broke my heart. To be able to see you again, I'm a little emotional. But Dinyange just says one thing, I'm tired. Then, he rushes back to study how to defy heaven and change fate, and tells everyone not to bother him. But he wants to use Lu Ziyin to get some benefits. I had your Shiji clean your room all nice and tidy, and I even prepared your favorite roasted chicken. Dinyange stops in his tracks, shoots him a cold glance, and doesn't say a word. Sensing the wrong vibe, he quickly pretends to get the message. His face changes. In just 5 years, this kid has reached the peak of the golden core stage, cultivating even faster than the sect leader. He must have stumbled upon some kind of amazing opportunity, and I have to dig it out. What's more, drag that good-for-nothing Lu Xingyin to my room. In her room, unable to wait any longer, she opened the book, defying heaven to change fate. Flipping to the first page, there was a warning about the dangers of this cultivation method. She carefully read the book from beginning to end, but the more she read, the more her eyebrows furrowed. Although this book is pretty good, the requirements are just too damn much. Changing aptitude requires studying the opportune time, favorable location, and harmony among people, and you also need to pair it with a heaven-defying spiritual object. Everything is so hard to get, like the chaos divine body, for example. You not only need to find the purest place of chaos power, but also need Heavenly Star Divine Valley, the law of reincarnation, and 3,000 great soils, and then undergo 56 years of Scarlet Lotus fire. But even worse, the person performing the heaven-defying act will be reflected by the Scarlet Lotus fire and endure millions of years of burning. Millions of years. I'm a suicide enthusiast, but not to the point of looking for such a torturous way to die. I originally thought I just needed to give Lu Xingyin my bloodline foundation, but it's not that simple at all. Dinian opened the Qiankun mirror and rummaged around for a while, finally finding something she could use. The congenital yang divine body. The necessary ingredients include yellow mystic grass, ox knee vine, and some other items that she remembered having in the Qiankun. Most importantly, the book says you'll be cursed by the congenital yang, and you could very well die instantly. Din Niangar smirked. Now that's what I'm talking about. She quickly rummaged through the Qiankun and soon found all the ingredients. At this moment, Din Niangia sensed someone approaching, so she quickly put away her things and opened the door. It's been 5 years since she last saw her senior sister, and she still looks so pretty and cute. She wants to ask Din Niangia for a little help. Din Niangia smiled and immediately asked, "So, where's Ziyin?" Her senior sister hesitated a little when she heard the question. Ziyin is doing very well now. He's in our father's courtyard, personally taken care of by me. Din Nianjie couldn't wait to try it out, eager to let Ziyin try changing his fate. But her senior sister stopped her. Is something the matter? Her senior sister only saw her take out a bag of spirit herbs. You know how much you love spirit herbs? These are the spirit herbs I've saved up over the years. I'll give them to you. Din Nianjie had no reason to refuse free stuff that was being handed to her. Then I'll go find Ziyin first. But her senior sister called her back again. Ziyin is asleep right now. How about you visit him later? Although Din Nianjie was a little confused, she didn't think much of it and agreed. Watching Din Nianjie leave, her senior sister's face turned a little gloomy. You need to refine the ingredients to proceed to the next step. At this moment there was some noise outside the door. You said who's back? That kind of good-for-nothing hasn't died yet. Din Nianjie heard that a major event was happening. Who is this mysterious character? This successfully stirred up the gossipy bug in Din Nianjie's heart. Then, she saw her soul avatar fly out, wanting to see what was going on. Very quickly, she flew to the sect's gate. Din Nianjie was shocked as soon as she looked, because the person who came was wearing a black suit, walking forward steadily and slowly. But his face was full of resentment, and the hatred in his eyes couldn't be concealed. As soon as she took a look, something happened. He felt someone was looking at him, and a surge of power emanated from him, attacking Din Niangie's soul. But Din Nianjie managed to see his face in time. I'm Xiaoyu. Why is it him? The clothes he's wearing are also from the sect. By force, Din Nianjie frowned a little. What the hell happened? It turned out that 5 years ago, after Xiaoyu was kicked out, his heart was filled with despair. He originally regarded Din Nianjie as a brother, but Din Nianjie wanted to kill him. At this time, Xiaoyu's heart was only filled with hatred. After that, he encountered the group of people he had offended. They saw Xiaoyu was so miserable, so how could they have the intention to spare Xiaoyu? It turns out that it's the crybaby. But Xiaoyu was born with a tough backbone. Even if he loses, he won't lose his integrity. Unsurprisingly, Xiaoyu's integrity successfully angered them. Faced with their siege, Xiaoyu tried his best to resist, but now Xiaoyu is no match for them. He was kicked once and flew several meters away. Then he spat out a mouthful of blood. The bright red blood was conspicuous on the white snow, but they still didn't spare him, treating Xiaoyu like a toy. Finally, a disciple of the Heavenly Gang sect discovered him. After recognizing who he was, they wanted to bring Xiaoyu back to the Heavenly Gang sect. Xiaoyu's breath was extremely weak at this time, as if he would die in another second, but even so, Xiaoyu was still trampled by them. This man slowly helped Xiao Yu up because he wanted to save Xiao Yu. The fellow apprentices beside him didn't know what he was thinking and even blamed him for his actions. There is no empathy in this dog-eat-dog world, but why is he so kind? He discovered that Xiao Yu had the aura of a golden core stage monster beast. He must have discovered some treasure. I'll take him back to Elder Wu, Dad asked in a dark and damp aim. Xiao Yue was locked up and beaten every day. His body had been tortured beyond recognition. His whole body was endless pain and despair. But even so, facing torture and coercion, even if Xiao Yu felt like he couldn't speak, he refused to surrender. What he received in return was even more terrifying torture. They wouldn't stop until he revealed the secret. In just a moment, his already wounded body was now even more severely injured. Finally, the elder lost his patience and threw him out of the sect. Feed him to the dogs, don't dirty my eyes. After the door closed, this man slowly clenched his fist. Seeing Xiao Yu looking like he'd lost his soul, he kicked him in the head. Turns out, he originally wanted to give Xiao Yu to Elder Wu to get some brownie points, but who knew Xiao Yu would be so stubborn? If you want to die, then I'll grant you your wish. The girl standing beside him couldn't watch anymore and told him, "Stop it, can't you guys talk it out?" Then, this dude revealed his disdainful face and left. Guess I'll have to leave the corpse disposal to you, junior sister. Xiao Yu's body was all twisted up, and then the girl dragged him bit by bit behind the mountain. The wolves nearby started howling, but that was also when he woke up and grabbed the hem of the girl's skirt, like he was using all his strength. I'm not dead yet, I haven't avenged my family, so I, Xiao Yue, definitely won't die. In the end, this girl, being the kind soul she is, helped him. After getting Xiao Yu to hide in a cave, she used the sect's medicine to save his life. She also quietly brought him food every few days. Even though Xiao Yu survived, mostly thanks to his original strong foundation, his cultivation had been destroyed. But even so, he still cultivated, putting in the effort day and night. 5 years later, Xiao Yu finally broke through to the Golden Core stage. He didn't hesitate to kill those who had tortured him. Even though they begged for forgiveness, it was too late. At this point, Xiao Yu was like a wild beast off its leash, biting anyone he met, killing gods and devils alike. Then, he made that girl the sect leader of the Heavenly Gang sect. While he returned to the Sword Heart sect, Xiao Yue was definitely going to return everything he had experienced in those 5 years to Dinyan Ye. He definitely wouldn't let Dinyan Ye off the hook. But in reality, they both didn't know each other's stories for the past 5 years. Xiao Yu reported to his master as soon as he returned, but his aura scared his master so much that he almost peed his pants. After all, he hadn't treated Xiao Yu well before, but being the sly old fox he is, he still pretended to be a master who cared deeply for his disciple. It's been a few years, and my disciple has improved quite a bit. Xiao Yu's eyes were cold. Just when he was about to ask where Dinyan Ge was, a figure suddenly fell from the sky. Isn't this Dinyan Ge, second brother, long time no see, perfect timing? Xiao Yue's killing intent emanated towards Dinyan Ge. 3 years, how have you been, Ge? Xiao Yu just assumed that Dinyan Ge felt too guilty, so she didn't dare to look him in the eye. However, he wanted to ask her how she was going to explain the secret realm incident. But the next second, Dinyan Ge went straight to Yuan Cheng Zhenren. Where's that old geezer Ziyin? I'm here to visit him. She treated Xiao Yu next to her like air. This made him so angry that he gnashed his teeth. But he couldn't beat her, so he coughed awkwardly and greeted her again. Senior brother, it's been many years, are you doing well? Dinyan Jian heard this and finally reacted. She was so focused on missing Lu Ziyin that she almost forgot about him. Where have you been for these 5 years? I heard you just came back too. Thanks to senior brother's care, I've been doing extremely well these past 5 years. Even though he said it like that, it sounded like he was gritting his teeth. Dinyan Ge saw this and casually patted his shoulder. It's good that you're doing well. Xiao Yu was about to say something when he saw her gaze looking forward. It turned out that she Nhu was leading Lu Ziyin over, except the kid was skin and bones at this point. 5 years had passed, so logically, Lu Ziyin should be 13 years old, but he now looked like a 10-year-old. She called out to him, feeling a little unfamiliar. Ziyin, why have you become like this? But other than glancing at her with fear, Lu Ziyin was full of hatred. During these 5 years, every time Yuan Cheng Zhenren hit him, he would call out this name, Nian Ge? Yuan Cheng was originally a petty person, plus he thought that Dinyan Ge had died in the secret realm. How could he really agree to raise a useless kid? So he often treated Lu Ziyin badly, and gradually Lu Ziyin unconsciously believed that everything he had to endure was because of Dinyan Ge. Seeing this, Zhao Yu immediately had an idea and opened his arms to call out to Lu Ziyin. The poor kid threw himself into Zhao Yu's arms. Din Yanji wanted to faint when she saw this scene. The #1 male lead is hugging the #1 male villain. What kind of weird plot is this? Zhao Yu suddenly changed his attitude and said, "It's been 5 years, senior brother, don't you want to say anything to me after seeing me?" Actually, Xiao Yu was a little expectant. He had been alone since he was a child, and before, Din Yanji would occasionally help him, making his heart flutter countless times. He really hoped to be close brothers with Din Yanji. But if she tried to explain, should he believe her, Din Yanji just scratched her head awkwardly. There's really nothing to say. They weren't close in the first place. And this plot just skips straight to 5 years later after a bit of cultivation. Seeing her casual attitude, Xiao Yu hated her even more. "I have something to talk about with Ziyin, please move aside a bit." This attitude made Xiao Yu feel as powerless as punching a pillow. He didn't believe Din Yanji would treat him as badly as she used to, since she valued this little brother the most, so she wouldn't attack him in front of Ziyin. Although the other party was a bit unreasonable, Din Yanji understood that at least with Xiao Yu, she had taken action against him before, but being hated by the male lead made her feel like the road home was getting closer. This golden core cultivation wasn't so hard to accept after all, so she was like, "I have a clear conscience," said that, and Xiao Yu was so pissed he almost face-planted. Xiao Yu calmed down, deliberately saying, "I wonder what treasures Shixiong got from the secret realm back then. Maybe we could split them a bit." But things didn't go the way he imagined. Din Yanji agreed immediately. Right in front of his shocked face, Din Yanji dumped out a bunch of useless stuff. How many good things could a god who died in ancient times have? You could say, a lot. At this point, those two, Yuan Cheng, weren't scared anymore after seeing the mountain of treasure. Their eyes were full of greed. Although Xiao Yu was also surprised by these things, with Din Yanji's indifferent look, he pointed at her and said, "This garbage that even dogs wouldn't want? You can fool them with it, but don't even think about fooling me." Din Yanji was pissed when she saw that. Does this guy even think? If I keep holding back, even patience has its limits? Although Xiao Yu was angry, there was nothing he could do because he knew he couldn't beat her, so he turned around and hugged Lu Ziyin. "There's no one good here. Let's go." Watching them leave, Din Yanji was super confused. Where is this guy taking Ziyin? Is he not taking the stuff anymore? Xiao Yu turned his head back, coldly looking at her. Only dogs would take the rags you throw away. As soon as Xiao Yu left, Yuan Cheng transformed into a dog. "If he doesn't want it, I will." Woof, woof. Gnhu standing next to him had a flushed face. It was obvious she felt embarrassed. But Din Yanji waved her hand and took everything back. "I haven't even settled the score with Lu Ziyin yet, and you dare ask for stuff?" If it weren't for Xianhu's sake, Din Yanji would have beaten him to death already. Gnhu was secretly happy that Din Yanji said she was giving her face just now. The next few days, Lu Ziyin was stuck with Xiao Yu. A male lead and a main villain were now feeding everyone dog food. Meanwhile, every time Lu Ziyin met Din Yanji, his eyes were full of fear. Xiao Yu deliberately got close with Lu Ziyin to provoke her. This left Din Yanji speechless. How could she change his aptitude if Lu Yin didn't cooperate? She couldn't find someone else. According to the books, the probability of success for changing aptitude was only 7%. She studied it back and forth, and the people with the toughest lives were Xiao Yu and Lu Yin. But Xiao Yu's aptitude was already great, so now only Lu Ziyin was the most suitable. So she decided to ask Lu Ziyin. If he didn't agree, there was nothing she could do. The sound of the door being pushed open rang out. Lu Ziyin saw Din Yanji coming, hugged Xiao Yu's waist, and buried his head in his chest. Seeing Xiao Yu put his hand on Lu Ziyin's shoulder, looking at her with a provocative gaze, this scene made the corner of Din Yanji's mouth twitch. She felt like things were developing a bit wrong. Xiao Yu deliberately said nonsense in front of Lu Ziyin. "Shixiong, what are you doing here? You're scaring Ziyin? What's it to you?" Whatever those two like to do is their business. She wasn't interested. She just wanted to go home. Din Yanji wanted to help him defy the heavens and change his fate, but because Xiao Yu was in front of him, Din Yanji couldn't say a word. Finally, she lost all patience. "Lu Ziyin, I'll ask you one last time. Do you want to cultivate or not? Do you want to become the strongest or not?" After hearing that, Lu Ziyin's eyes widened and he turned his head. His face also showed the desire to continue cultivating, but only for a moment. Lu Ziyin was heartbroken again. He buried his head in Xiao Yu's chest, but Lu Ziyin's shoulders were still trembling, as if he was accepting his fate. Although Lu Ziyin didn't say it, Din Yanji had already guessed the result, so she wanted to turn around and leave. But Xiao Yu didn't miss any chance to stab Din Yanji in the back. "Din Yanji, what do you mean by this? You know Ziqin has useless aptitude and can't cultivate, Yet you still come here to provoke him. He's already pitiful enough. You brought him to the sect, but only cared about yourself. Never paid attention to him. Dian Niangia stood at the door with her back to them, her figure looking very lonely. This is my fault. I will make it up to him. But Zhao Yu still didn't let go. Lu Ziyin was abused by that old man Yuan Cheng for 5 years. You think saying you'll compensate is enough? Don't tell me you're planning to give him those rags. Does he need that? What he wants is to cultivate. Can you defy the heavens and change his fate for him? Zhao Yu deliberately said those things to put Din Yange in a difficult position. He wanted her to also suffer the pain he had suffered for the past 5 years. Din Yange clenched her fists. I will definitely give Xin Qin what he wants. Besides, I also know your purpose for coming back. It won't be long before you get what you want. I hope you can handle things yourself in the future. After she finished speaking, Din Yange didn't want to say anything more, but Xiao Yue angrily shouted, Din Yange, what do you mean anyway? However, what answered Xiao Yu was only Din Yange's back. Xiao Yu didn't understand Din Yange, why she didn't explain, nor get angry, causing Xiao Yu's emotions to be mixed up. Lu Ziyin originally wanted to get closer to Xiao Yu, but he was pushed away by him. What are you looking at? Your own brother doesn't even want you anymore? You're just a useless burden. At that exact moment, Xiao Yu sighed inwardly. A useless burden. Isn't he just describing me? He's been missing for 5 years, and no one cared about him. No one even bothered to look for him. But Lu Ziyin is luckier than Xiao Yu, because he has Din Yanji behind him. We're both equally useless, so why is Lu Ziyin luckier than me, getting Din Yanji's attention? At this moment, Lu Ziyin trembled all over, desperately clamped his ears shut, his face etched with pain. Lu Ziyin doesn't want to be a useless burden either, but that's the unchangeable truth. Lu Ziyin, watching the Jingtian Dao from outside, got so angry that he punched the barrier. That damn Xiao Yu, I swear we're enemies for life. The others seized the opportunity to mock him, gleefully watching the two turn against each other. While they were happily mocking inside the Jingtian Dao, Din Yange made a decision. But before that, she had one more thing to settle, and that was the enemies who killed Lu Ziyin's parents and that old teacher. If those guys with the 3 crow tattoos on their heads aren't dead, they'll become a menace. Din Yange had investigated a lot, and finally found out that people with this 3 crow tattoo only exist in the Jinyang sect. The Jinyang sect is a third-rate cultivation sect, but it's still considered a top-tier sect. Every disciple entering the Jinyang sect will have such a tattoo on their body. Within the Jinyang sect, there are 5 people who have reached the mid-stage of the Jindan realm, and their sect leader is someone whose cultivation has already stepped halfway into the Yuanyang stage. But he's been in seclusion for 7 years and hasn't emerged yet. Din Yange cultivated while pondering when she suddenly sensed a powerful surge of energy in Lu Xiyin's direction. Therefore, Din Yange quickly rushed over. By the time she arrived, Xiao Yu had already been beaten until he was coughing up blood by a middle-aged man, while Lu Ziyin was hiding in a corner, trembling with fear. This middle-aged man was wearing a purple robe, and although he looked ordinary, his face was full of fury, especially with the power he was radiating. Din Yange happened to see the 3 crow tattoo on that guy's neck. It was the Jinyang sect. The guy coldly glared at Niange. That person was none other than the sect leader of the Jinyang sect, Qiyang Jianren. The useless trash in the sect can't even clean up properly. You know, it would have been better if you and this good-for-nothing had just lived your lives in obscurity, honestly. Why did you have to investigate the events of that year? But it's good that you did, because it led me to find you here. Having said that, the man looked at Din Yange with a smile. Although he didn't know Din Yange, and didn't know how she could cultivate to the Jindan stage in just a few years, today, it would all be his. He could seize Din Yange's body. Kid, if you surrender, I might spare the Jianshin sect. Otherwise, I'll slaughter everyone here. At that moment, the sect master of the Jianshin sect arrived in Yuancheng. After seeing who the middle-aged man was, he immediately made his men kneel down. Qiyang Ren. This junior no longer has any relationship with my Jianshin sect. He was expelled a long time ago. If he has offended you, it would be perfectly reasonable for you to beat him to death. The Jianshin sect's sect master didn't say anything. He could only sigh helplessly. Qiyang Zhenren was really strong. Even if he wanted to save them, he wasn't strong enough. Yuan Cheng even urged Din Yange to quickly kneel. Forget that the sect took you in. For the sake of everyone in your sect, just follow Qiyang Zhenren. All Din Yange wanted to do now was kill Yuan Cheng. But she had to deal with the current problem first. Old man, why did you kill Lu Shi's parents back then? Qiyang Zhen. Ren was surprised, obviously not expecting Din Yange to ask him such a question. You've got some nerve. I killed them. because they took something they shouldn't have, I can break through to the Yuan Ying stage thanks to Lu Shi's parents from back then. At that moment, this man's body released the power of the Yuan Ying stage. An oppressive feeling immediately enveloped everyone, causing everyone present to change their expressions. The pressure made them break out in cold sweats. The next second, they couldn't withstand it and knelt on the ground. But in front of him, Din Yange still stood there, not doing anything, which made Qi Yangzhen Ren look at Din Yange with approval. Then, spiritual energy appeared in his hand. Din Yange made him feel surprised. This person is mine. The next second, the spiritual energy turned into a giant hand, as if to grab Din Yange. But Din Yange wasn't in a hurry and only released a fireball, attacking directly at Qi Yangzhen Ren's spiritual energy. Seeing this, he laughed loudly. Water dragons roar. With his shout, a huge surge of power erupted, and a second later, it transformed into a water dragon. Before that giant water dragon, the fireball was like a child's toy, causing everyone to look down on it. The dragon swallowed the fireball in just a second without any difficulty. Qi Yangzhen Ren couldn't help but feel smug. Din Yange was also surprised by this man's power for a moment. Does he not know that water and fire are incompatible and easily explode when combined? He's courting death. In that case, I'll help you. Din Yange continued to release fireball after fireball. All the fireballs flew towards the water dragon. Before the two things collided, the surrounding air was already a bit distorted. As soon as Din Yange released the fireballs, she quickly ran away, shouting as she ran, "Quick! Find some cover." The moment these two things touch, when this power collides, Din Yange managed to rush over and shield Lu Ziyin. In the blink of an eye, there was a massive explosion, the immense power spreading everywhere, engulfing the entire Jianxin sect in a fire dragon, blowing everything sky high. Din Yange gave Qi Yangzhen Ren a cold glare. "Xiao Yui, take Zi Qin and run far away. Consider that I owe you one, I'll pay you back someday." Xiao Yu hesitated, wanting to say something, but Din Yange directly shoved a pill into his mouth. Her fingers were a little cold when they touched Xiao Yu, and Xiao Yu felt his heart skip a beat at that moment. Din Yange smiled, then left them with a departing figure. Xiao Yu suddenly snapped out of it. Then he felt displeased again. "HMPH, you're all talk." At this time, Qi Yangzhen Ren also stood up from the rubble. He was both jealous and angry, his spiritual power erupting from him. "Kid, you've successfully pissed me off." Din Yange slowly took off his Qiankun ring. "Don't act like you think you're so cool right now." Then, Din Yange took a handful of pills from the ring and swallowed them all at once. In the next second, Din Yange was surrounded by light, and the power in her body was also increasing, instantly surpassing the Golden Core peak, breaking through to the nascent soul stage. Enough talk. Then, she unleashed a fireball. When Qi Yangzhen Ren saw that she only unleashed a fireball, he couldn't help but laugh. "Is this all you've got?" But very quickly, he couldn't laugh anymore, only to see Din Yange's hands constantly making gestures. And immediately 8 fireballs were released. They were all elements of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, ice, wind, and poison. At this time, the surrounding atmosphere became even more suppressed. Then, Din Yange waved his hand, and the 7 or 8 fireballs began to condense, then formed a giant black ball. The power of the spiritual energy was extremely terrifying, making Qi Yangzhen Ren's face turn pale. He had never seen anyone do that before. Can those things be combined? But because Din Yange was too fast, it was too late for Qi Yangzhen Ren to stop it now. In the next second, that guy also released a ball of spiritual power. The two forces collided, and in an instant the mountains seemed to melt. Then a huge explosion occurred. The entire Jianxin sect and the surrounding area were blown away. Even the city not far away was affected. Xiao Yue, who was far away, also felt the fear of the explosion. He looked in the direction of the explosion. At this time, Lu Ziyin carefully asked him, "Can senior brother still be alive?" Because it was Din Yange who saved him, Lu Ziyin knew everything. But Xiao Yu was already unhappy when he heard Lu Ziyin ask, "He's dead, no way he can come back." But at this moment, a familiar voice rang out, "Xiao Yu, you actually dare to curse me." Xiao Yu didn't dare to move. Actually, seeing Din Yange not dead made him feel a little happy in his heart. Then, he felt like he was numb, and his face immediately darkened. "It's good that you're here, because you promised to repay me." Din Yange tried to take a few breaths, then took out the Qiankun ring. She took everything out, except for what Lu Ziyin needed. Xiao Yu looked at the pile of things like a small mountain in surprise. So much, and it seems like they're all good stuff. But immediately, Xiao Yu frowned. It's not enough, because Din Yange did this all for Lu Ziyin. Then, Xiao Yu took the bag that Dinian gave him that year and unceremoniously took everything in. These were the things that Dinian compensated him for that year. Dinian was so angry that she coughed a few times. Anyway, Xiao Yu has already taken the things, so later, Ziqin, it's all up to you to watch over him, at least don't let him die. Xiao Yu glanced at Dinian disdainfully. So you have to die. Anyway, you'll get your wish. Then, Dinian looked around. When there was no one else around, she knocked Xiao Yu unconscious. Then she also knocked Lu Ziyin unconscious. Anyway, she had already compensated Xiao Yu, so the rest depends on his luck. Dinian took Lu Ziyin to a small mountain. Good thing she set up a formation here early on, otherwise the fight would have definitely spread. Now we just need to wait for daylight, because that's when the yang energy is at its peak, perfect for Lu Ziyin to change his aptitude while it's still dark. Dinian sat to the side, starting to imagine what life would be like when she went back to the modern world. Would she be a low-key but super handsome CEO? How should she turn down all the admirers? That's going to be a headache too. She'd definitely have tons of beautiful girls crushing on her. How is she going to respond to all that if she doesn't let them cuddle her? What then? How should she resist all the hotties? How could she become a low-key, handsome CEO? Thinking about it, Dinian got even more excited. But Lu Ziqin, seeing this scene from outside, felt his heart jump into his throat, choking him. Was Dinian that important to him? So important that even when she's seriously injured, just seeing him makes her look so content. Lu Ziyin only felt half the pain that Dinian was going through. Only Dinian understood how serious her situation was. But she was enduring it all for Lu Ziyin. Lu Ziyin couldn't stop vomiting blood, his heart aching even more. He cried like a baby in front of the mirror of heaven. He really owed Dinian too much. After waiting for a few hours, the first rays of sunlight finally appeared. The light shone on Dinian face like a layer of powder, and it was as if she was concentrating all the light on herself. Finally, I can go home. Excited, she took out all the necessary materials, and the 9 ingredients quickly fell into the 9 acupoints on Lu Ziyin's body. Sun as true yang, moon as true yin. Dinian chanted the spell. As Dinian recited, her smile grew brighter. Because she felt like she was about to die from happiness, she was just one step away from going home. In an instant, golden light filled the surroundings, constantly changing into different characters. After a while, beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. Comprehend the principles of yin and yang. Heaven and earth can see all things, heaven and earth. As soon as she finished chanting, the stream of light lifted Lu Ziyin into the air, and at the same time, the 9 acupoints on his body emitted light, his body also levitating in the air. When the 9 rays of light entered Lu Ziyin's body, something happened. A purple cloud appeared above their heads, with lightning flashing inside. That's the cursed lightning tribulation, and he's definitely going to get hit. There's no avoiding this cursed lightning tribulation. Once you get hit, you're jinxed for life. Everyone stared in shock at the mirror of heaven. Look at him. Does he look like he's got bad luck chasing after him? This is all an act. Don't believe him. He's doing this to gain our sympathy. That's right, that must be it. What's the demon emperor up to? Really saving the Qingyang Great Emperor. But a second later, this guy was sent flying by Lu Ziyin, his mouth full of blood. Qingyang Great Emperor, you're the great emperor in charge of laws. How can you arbitrarily attack people? But Lu Ziyin's entire spiritual power had been unlocked. Anyone who dares to badmouth my Jige, I'll beat them to death. After Lu Ziyin finished speaking, he turned to look at the mirror of heaven, his face full of pitifulness, the ferocious expression from before gone. You see, Gerej is all for me, causing the surrounding great emperors to grit their teeth in anger, but they couldn't do anything. At this moment, a loud sound rang out. Dinian had just finished chanting, guiding the spiritual power. Then Dinian lowered her hand, letting out a loud cry. Golden lightning immediately rained down, striking Lu Ziyin, who was levitating in the air continuously. All the lightning was absorbed into Lu Ziyin's body. After a while, after completely absorbing it, Dinian breathed a sigh of relief, turning to look at Lu Ziyin one last time. From now on, take care of yourself on your adventure in this cultivation world. I'm out. At this moment, purple lightning struck down from the sky. Dinian was in the middle of thousands of lightning bolts, the impact so strong it felt like it was blowing away her soul. Dinian, with a loud sound, her golden core shattered into pieces. Then, a purple light rushed into Dinian forehead, immediately forming a purple mark between her brows. Dinian only felt an itch on her forehead, but she didn't know what happened. After the purple lightning struck for a while, it decided to drift away. Wait! Don't go, you damned immoral lightning. Why are you leaving after just a little strike? Seeing the purple cloud wanting to fly away, Dinian hurriedly chased after it in a panic, but no matter how hard she tried, the purple lightning didn't bother to strike her at all, making Dinian worried to the point of almost fainting. A moment later, she suddenly fell from Nine Thunders Mountain. At this moment, her spiritual power was exhausted. Coupled with the backlash from going against the heavens, she finally couldn't hold on anymore. Of course, she did it on purpose. Finding such a high place was also to ensure two things. As Dinian's body fell rapidly, she only felt the sound of wind whistling in her ears, and her whole body didn't even have a bit of strength left. The road home was right in front of her eyes. Dinian silently closed her eyes. Even the corners of her mouth carried a faint smile. Suddenly, Dinian thought of the inheritance of the Xuanyi immortal sect, but strangely, no matter how she tried, it wouldn't come out. Could it be that this inheritance also wants to go see King Yama with her? Just when Dinian thought she was definitely going home, she was suddenly caught by a pair of tiny hands. Dinian angrily opened her eyes and discovered that it was actually Lu Ziyin. Bro, I remember everything. It's my fault. You guys treat me like that. Why do you still do so much for me? Dinian weakly sighed. You remembered. However, you don't have any cultivation. How did you get up here? Lu Ziyin heard this and immediately became flustered. The two of them fell together, and Dinian finally closed her eyes contentedly. While Lu Ziyin didn't know what she was thinking, this time he definitely has to protect his bro. Then, he suddenly used all his strength to fly downwards. Dinian was right, he wanted to be a shield for his bro. Then, a loud thud of flesh resounded, as the two slammed heavily onto the ground. On Dinian's face, there was always a satisfied smile. Maybe she had arrived home already. After a while, Lu Ziyin struggled to crawl out from under her, saw Dinian was unconscious, and started wailing loudly. Bro, you absolutely can't have anything happen to you. Dinian was stirred by his commotion. Falling from such a high place, am I still alive? What the heck, you damn pest, get lost. Just now, they caused too much commotion here. Someone will definitely notice this place. She's fine, but Lu Ziyin is definitely dead. But Lu Ziyin rushed into her arms. Seeing that bro is okay, that's great. Dinian didn't continue pushing him away and once again told him to get lost. At this time, Lu Ziyin started tearing up, looking extremely pitiful. Bro is probably still angry with me, but these past few years I didn't mean to treat you like that. Who knew if this was good luck or what? The person Lu Ziyin hated to the bone had appeared. Dinian was furious when she saw this. I told you to leave, but you wouldn't. Now you can't leave even if you want to. Lu Ziyin wasn't angry, but instead started laughing. So it turns out that he was still worried about his safety. Yuan Cheng didn't have good intentions. Stroking his beard, my good disciple, where do you want to go? Yuan Cheng greedily stared at the ring on Dinian's injured finger. Remembering the five-colored light that filled the mountain before, the greed in his eyes became even more intense. According to what he saw, Dinian must have been seriously injured in the previous great battle. His opportunity had finally arrived. Lu Ziyin glared fiercely at him. Yuan Cheng, what do you want to do? Bro is seriously injured right now. I definitely have to protect him. When Dinian saw Yuan Cheng, she felt that her chance had come again. She really didn't want to be delayed any longer, so she struggled to raise her hand and pulled on Lu Ziyin. His goal is me, you quickly leave, but she immediately fell to the ground. However, this time, Lu Ziyin definitely wouldn't leave her alone. What do you mean it's all useless? Dinian was truly speechless. She didn't want to be polite with Lu Ziyin anymore. Her CEO dream is still waiting for her to fulfill it. Moreover, her world is so good, Yuan Cheng became more and more clear. Give me the ring on Nianja's hand. After I get it, I will leave, and guarantee not to harm either of your lives. At the same time, lust also flashed in Yuan Cheng's eyes. Lu Ziyin immediately took off the ring on Dinian's hand. Then, without hesitation, he threw it towards Yuan Cheng. When he got the ring, his murderous intent became even heavier. Just when Lu Ziyin wanted to help Dinian leave, he suddenly attacked the two of them. Dinian was immediately happy when she saw this. Unexpectedly, before Lu Ziyin could react, she immediately stood in front of him. Then, a deafening sound rang out. Dinian took a heavy blow. In this moment, her eyes finally went dark. Dinian was injured all over. Only a faint breath remained. Her internal organs seemed to be shattered, and fresh blood splattered all over Lu Ziyin's face. Bro, immediately, despairing pain enveloped him. But unexpectedly, Lu Ziyin suddenly activated a huge power. Perhaps it was the remaining power from when he defied fate before. The cowardice and weakness from before immediately turned into ferocity and strength. You bastard Yuan Cheng, I'll kill you. After saying that, He didn't hesitate to rush to attack Yuan Cheng. Yuan Cheng couldn't help but sneer when he saw this scene. A useless thing like you is worthy. Then, golden and purple spiritual energy clashed and tore at each other. At this time, Lu Ziyin was like a beast that had broken free from its chains. His eyes became cold, ruthless, and the berserk spiritual energy was like a storm. Along with Lu Ziyin's loud shout, his heart was also filled with anger and grief. Anyone who hurts my bro will not be spared. Suddenly, Yuan Cheng was shocked, feeling the threat coming from death. Right after, boom, a fiercely golden light blasts towards Yuan Cheng. You bastard! Yuan Cheng immediately coughs up blood and collapses. At the same time, Shi Nhu arrives quickly, but Lu Ziyin is still acting like a total psycho. With zero intention of stopping, that jerk Yuan Cheng, I want your life. Shi Nhu protects her father, shocked and scared. Standing in front of Yuan Cheng, Lu Ziyin, no. But all she gets in return is a heavy blow. Shi Nhu used to be the proud fairy of Xuanmen, but she can't even withstand a single hit now. Lu Ziyin's face is twisted with murderous intent. You hurt my garage. You deserve to die too. Then, he slowly approaches Yuan Cheng's corpse and smacks his skull one more time. Even though he's already dead, Lu Ziyin is seriously giving off creepy vibes right now. All he wants now is to save his Jirj. The only person who can save his Jirj right now is probably the sect leader. Suddenly, a voice comes from behind. Lu Ziyin, you dare to betray your sect and ancestors. You've got some nerve. Lu Ziyin turns around and sees Xiao Yu. Like seeing a life-saving straw, the fierce aura from before turns into a look of grievance. Xiao Yu, Geej, you're finally back. Hurry and save my Geerj. He's seriously injured. I'll do anything you want if you save him. Xiao Yu originally wanted to mock him and directly refuse, who told Dinian-ge to get hurt, but he had to drag Lu Ziyin to run away. But when he sees Dinian-ge's unusual face, he immediately changes his mind, noticing that she's covered in blood, especially those dark marks that show she's lifeless. Plus, she's super weak and looks like she's about to kick the bucket, especially because Lu Ziyin was just seriously injured. It makes him even more jealous. Xiao Yu tentatively tries to channel spiritual energy into her, but discovers that Dinian-ge is really badly injured. After channeling spiritual energy, she keeps spitting out mouthfuls of blood, looking like she's really about to bite the dust. Lu Ziyin hurriedly says, Second Shixiang, how is Geerj? Shut up. Help me hold her up. After Xiao Yu says that, he takes out the space pouch that Dinian-ge gave him, then takes out a spirit pill and shoves it into her mouth. When his hand touches the corner of her lips, he freezes, then quickly retracts his hand, glaring at her resentfully. He immediately pushes Lu Ziyin aside, hugs Dinian-ge, and slowly sits down, gently guiding her energy so the spirit pill can enter her body. After he's done, he carefully lays her down. Then he starts channeling spiritual energy again. Nian-ge, aren't you supposed to be super proud? Who are you pretending to be half dead for now? Right now, Xiao Yu looks like he both loves and hates her. Wake up already. After a while, Dinian-ge's eyes twitch slightly, and she's pulled back from the clutches of death once again. When she opens her eyes and sees two familiar faces, she's so angry she almost ascends to heaven. Xiao Yu can't help but tease. You only took 2 hits, and you're already down for the count. When did senior brother get so weak? I used the pills you gave me to save you. Don't forget to compensate me. Dinian-ge is speechless. The villain and the male lead usually don't get along, but they actually teamed up to save her. Dinian-ge sees the ring on Lu Ziyin's hand and immediately takes it off. He blasted away that old dog Yuan Cheng, and also got the ring back at the same time. But Dinian-ge just pushes it back. It's yours. After saying that, she takes off the hairpin from her hair. This too, it's yours. Dinian-ge gets angrier the more she thinks about it, and the angrier she gets the more she thinks about it. If she'd known this would happen, she would have destroyed all the spirit pills already. If not, she would have gone back to becoming the master. Lu Ziyin puts the hairpin on himself. Xiao Yu is jealous seeing them so close. Nian-ge, I didn't expect that even when you're about to die, you're still so nice to him. Then, he blasts Lu Ziyin to the ground with a palm strike. You don't really think I want to save him, do you? As soon as Xiao Yu finishes speaking, Dinian-ge's eyes are filled with so much excitement that her whole body is trembling. She tries to open her mouth to speak, but spits out a mouthful of fresh blood and can't help but cough. Garage, Lu Ziyin rushes to Dinian-ge's side, looking at her with heartache, and angrily yells at Xiao Yu, Don't provoke Geerj anymore. As long as you save him, I'm willing to pay with my life. Dinian-ge is so frustrated she's about to die. Why does this kid want to steal everything? But in Xiao Yu's eyes, it's a two-way street, and both of them are willing to die for the other. He was also willing to go through life and death for Dinian-ge in the past, but in her heart she's always only had Lu Ziyin. Why is that? They both suffered the same 5 years of pain, but Lu Ziyin gets so much care she's willing to risk her life for him to defy fate, but she doesn't even spare him a single glance. It's one thing that Lu Ziyin lost his memory, but why are they still so close even after he regained his memory? At this time, Xiao Yu's heart is twisted. If I can't have it, you can't have it either, Lu Ziyin. Are you really willing to die for him? Lu Ziyin blurts out without hesitation. As long as you can save Gerge, I'm willing to do anything. And as Xiao Yu lowered his head, he saw Dinianje looking at him with worried eyes, as if begging him not to kill Lu Ziyin. On the contrary, Lu Ziyin was so moved he wanted to burst into tears. Gerge, just let me go. I'm willing to give up my life for you. Dinianje trembled, trying to break free, but her whole body was devoid of strength. Honestly, she was tired. Why was dying so damn hard? At this moment, Xiao Yu knocked Lu Ziyin unconscious with a palm strike. In his eyes flashed anger, as well as unwillingness. Brotherly love should come to an end too. At the same time, he took out a jade stone radiating a 5-colored light. Shixiong, look, you gave me this. Don't think it's ordinary, but it can enhance the soul and change a person's entire life's memories. From now on, in Lu Ziyin's eyes, you'll be the enemy who killed the Shifu and Shiji he respected the most. He'll hate you like he hates his worst enemy. Dinianje quietly watched Xiao Yu's crazy appearance. Is this guy got screws loose in the head? Killing is killing, why change memories? Then, she agitatedly tugged at a corner of Xiao Yu's sleeve, afraid that Xiao Yu would spare her. Don't worry, after I change his memories, you're next. Hearing Xiao Yu say that, Diniangi finally felt more at ease. After all, he was the male lead. A few little quirks were understandable. As long as she could die, that's all that matters. Lu Xiyin's chest outside the light screen pounded wildly, his face ferocious as he stared straight at Xiao Yu inside the light screen. He just hated that he couldn't immediately rush to the desolate ancient land to blow Xiao Yu away. Xiao Yu, you beast, I'll never let you rest in peace. Xiao Yu threw Lu Ziyin to the ground after changing his memories. Let's see if you still call me Gie after this. Then, he slowly walked towards Dinian-ge. Dinian-ge at this moment could hardly hide her excitement. It was finally her turn. Then, she lay on the ground, unhesitatingly waiting for her demise. But, who knows what bee got into Xiao Yu's bonnet. Even though his eyes were filled with intense hatred, he still hesitated to act, only using his spiritual power to slowly lift her up and cleanse her entire body. Next, he took the Qiangkun sword from Lu Ziyin's hand. As for that jade hairpin that looked unremarkable, he had no interest in it. Dinian-ge got angry out of shame. Xiao Yu, you dog thief! If you have the guts, kill me. That year, I deliberately made a move against you, and even snatched the treasures in your secret realm. Even though her condition was very bad at the moment, as long as she was still breathing, who knew if she would be saved again? She deliberately provoked Xiao Yu to kill her quickly. But Xiao Yu waved his hand in front of her. Look at this ring, it suits me so well. She was indeed good to him. Inside was everything she had obtained, and this ring was unowned. From the start, had she intended to give it to him. But in Lu Ziyin's memory, every time he saw this ring, he felt disgusted and wanted to vomit. And that hairpin, I also helped him restore it as a token of his engagement with Shiji, whom you, Dinian-ge, killed. Dinian-ge's expression changed upon hearing this. She only felt that Xiao Yue's mind was truly abnormal. Shouldn't he have offed her before snatching the treasure? Xiao Yue looked at Dinian-ge's expression at the moment, which made him happy for a moment. Then, Lu Ziyin woke up, looking towards Dinian-ge, his eyes revealing overwhelming hatred. Dinian-ge, you killed my Shifu and Shiji, I must make you pay with your life. Just as his hand was about to touch Dinian-ge, Xiao Yu kicked him away, at the same time revealing an expression that begged for a beating. Shidi, he's still our Shixiong, can't we talk things over slowly? Dinian-ge was stunned, speechless. This guy's acting was at the level of a movie emperor. Lu Ziyin, go. There's still time to run to the sect leader. Now, Shiru has already gone to reincarnation. Hurry, it's probably too late. Lu Ziyin glared at Dinian-ge. I will definitely kill you, just you wait. After speaking, he hurriedly left. Xiao Yue was in a very good mood at this moment. Then he smiled and lifted Dinian-ge high up in the air. Seeing that she had risen to the sky, Dinian-ge was a little excited. Xiao Yu couldn't help but ridicule when he saw this. Shixiong, don't move around, otherwise I'm afraid I won't be able to catch you. If you fall, you'll be smashed to pieces. Dinian-ge's eyes lit up immediately when she heard smashed to pieces. But she knew that based on her current strength, she couldn't escape at all. unless Xiao Yu let go on his own. Otherwise, she shouldn't dream of falling. Moreover, her belt was really of good quality, hard to cut. It was also the initial magical artifact from the secret realm, who told her to be greedy for good stuff. Seeing Dinyange's desperate expression, Xiao Yu glanced at her. Perhaps he was bored of seeing her not struggling, so he let go. Dinyange gleefully waved her arms and legs, but Xiao Yu quickly grabbed her again, so the two of them played a game of bouncing up and down in the air. Xiao Yue was enjoying himself, while Dinyange completely collapsed. It was so cruel. She was already like this, yet she was still treated like this, not giving her any end. But Xiao Yu thought it was only because Dinyange was too scared. At this moment, Dinyange could only sigh. She felt like she was about to explode. Finally, the blood that had been suppressed for a long time spurted out. Blood splattered all over Xiao Yu's face and body. As he approached, he got a mouthful of it. Xiao Yu suddenly remembered the torment he felt when his family was massacred back then. That was the night of horror etched deep in his memory. His parents fought with all their might to protect him. With spears in hand, they charged into the ruthless enemies, their red blood soaking him. He watched his father fall into a pool of blood, their blades dripping crimson. They slaughtered mercilessly, not even sparing his weak mother. Despite her fear, she resolutely stood in front of Xiao Yue, hoping her son could escape. Blood stained the entire courtyard red. The young boy wailed miserably. Recalling this, Xiao Yu's eyes were filled with hatred. But Dinyange didn't care. He just kept provoking him. "You damn thing, I'm gonna spit you to death." Finally, Xiao Yu couldn't take it anymore. "Fine, if you're so eager to die, don't blame me." Then he casually tossed Dinyange to the ground and flew off alone. Dinyange lay on the grass, feeling the gentle breeze on his face, wanting nothing more than to sleep. But he just couldn't drift off. This desolate place was sure to have wild beasts, so Dinyange decided to crawl off in search of a beast to devour him. But suddenly he felt bored. She felt itchy and uncomfortable, wanting to scratch but unable to lift her hand. Her eyes were wet with a fragile look that tugged at the heartstrings. This was the first time everyone had seen her cry. He must be in so much pain to be like this. No wonder he became so ruthless later. Everyone thought to themselves, Dinyange was not at fault, just wanted to save his little brother. But someone quickly reminded, "Don't be mesmerized by the demon lord. Who knows if it's one of his tricks?" Anyway, Dinyange really didn't do anything wrong back then, even did a lot for the Qingyang Great Emperor, but ended up being wrongly accused. Life really sucks. But this was met with even fiercer rebuttals. Think about how many lives he'll take later. Aren't all those lives precious? So how can you still feel sorry for him? Everyone fell silent. Indeed, the image of Dinyange in such pain tugged at the heartstrings. But he was the cruel demon emperor, a heartless killer. At this moment, Lu Ziyin suddenly screamed, spitting out fresh blood. Everyone curiously looked towards him and reached out to help him up, but Lu Ziyin was powerless, only able to sit on the ground. This is not good. The Qingyang Great Emperor's Dao heart is broken. Only then did everyone understand why Lu Ziyin was crying. Because it was too painful to see Dinyange in the mirror, everyone saw a bewitching purple flower appear between her eyebrows. This made Dinyange's originally dusty face become mesmerizing to the bone. Suddenly someone shouted, "I know! This is the demon emperor beginning to suffer the backlash of the curse." Immediately after, there was another loud explosion, and dust billowed up instantly. Everyone was stunned, their eyes wide. The demon emperor disappeared again. After this moment, the smoke also dissipated, revealing a very fluffy and cute little fox with snow-white fur all over its body and a tuft of purple fur on its head. Everyone who saw this scene was dumbfounded. This is the demon emperor. How could a normal person turn into a fox? Those who loved cuteness immediately started drooling because its fur was so smooth and soft that they desperately wanted to pet it. But someone quickly reacted, "I know. Don't forget that Dinyange has the bloodline of a fox spirit. The original bloodline of a fox spirit is extremely rare, but under the strengthening power of the curse, this is her awakening." What? Is this really a fox spirit? Everyone must stand firm and not be bewitched by this fox spirit. At this moment, Long Yanche rushed to the front of the light screen, looking at the light screen in disbelief. That cute little fox, disregarding life and death. No way, absolutely impossible. How could she be a little fox? When he was still a half-human, half-dragon, he always had a little fox by his side to accompany him. How could it be Dinyange? That year, the demon emperor clearly told him that little fox was killed by her own hands. Why is she little fox? Dinyange cursed softly. Wasn't everything you did to go home? Now that things have come to this, I can only reluctantly explain. Otherwise, wouldn't you keep looking for me? I'm such a high-level character, how could I let others know that I turned into that useless form back then? Long Yanche was so angry that he couldn't speak after hearing this, but he quickly calmed down. So what if your little fox? You plundered all the treasures of the Dragon Clan and even wanted to exterminate the entire Dragon Clan. I can't wait to tear you apart. I won't be charmed like Lu Ziyin. Dinyange's expression was a little ugly. You better keep your word. At this time, Dinyange, transformed into a little fox, still didn't know what had happened, only knowing that it was so difficult to die. But when she raised her hand to scratch her head, she found that her hand had turned into small, furry paws. Dinyange was shocked, her fur standing on end. What's with these small, furry paws? Moreover, why do I feel like there's something swaying on my head? At this moment, she wanted to cry but couldn't. She wanted to open her mouth to speak, but when she spoke, it turned into a meow, and she couldn't believe that this was the sound she made. Suddenly turned into something, she didn't know what it was, she was very panicked now, only able to try her best to use her uncoordinated limbs, moving forward step by step. This forest must have ferocious beasts or demon beasts. She must try her best to find a beast that can eat her. By the time Xiao Yu turned back again, he found that there was no trace of Dinyange here anymore. Only a tattered set of clothes remained. Dinyange is such a proud person, how could she leave without wearing clothes? So you're definitely dead meat. How could you die like this? Xiao Yu felt this sudden emptiness in his heart, even though he was the one who offed her. He was the one who used his own 2 hands to critically injure Dinyange, leading to her being eaten by wild animals, leaving no trace. He's the one who dumped the heavily wounded Dinyange here, left her to rot and be devoured by beasts. Just as he was sighing with regret and about to leave, he suddenly heard some rustling in the bushes. Dinyange saw a huge hand reaching out, and before she could react, she was snatched up. Talk about bad luck. The person she least wanted to see was the one she ended up seeing. Dinyange glared at Xiao Yu with a frosty look. It's that damn Xiao Yu again. Xiao Yu couldn't help but chuckle. This little furball seems to really hate me. As the saying goes, when enemies meet, sparks fly. Dinyange waved her claws around like crazy, but her legs were too short, and she couldn't hit anything no matter how hard she tried. Xiao Yu looked at the little furball, and it struck him that this furball looked a lot like Dinyange. They both seemed to despise him so much. Plus, she even had a patch of purple fur on her forehead. Of course, he wouldn't think they were the same person. After all, they were 2 completely different species. Just a little kid with no spiritual power? How could she survive in this forest of despair? Thinking about it, he suddenly really wanted to keep the little furball. Kiddo, come with me from now on. Dinyange started to protest loudly when she heard that. But Xiao Yu wouldn't give up. He was thinking that maybe raising such a pitiful furball could make his life more interesting, so he scooped up the furball and flew back towards the city. He arrived at the main city area, and after getting to the inn, he closed the door. Only then did Xiao Yu carefully put the little furball down, his eyes full of affection. But Dinyange bit Xiao Yu's wrist as hard as she could. But even though she drew blood, it didn't really hurt him. Xiao Yu looked at his wound and didn't get angry. He curiously picked up the furball, pulled open her little mouth, and found that her unusually white teeth were normal. You have to know, his body wasn't a normal human body anymore. If it were a normal animal, its teeth would have rotted a long time ago. But she could bite him hard enough to draw blood. This little beast was definitely not normal. With that in mind, Xiao Yue picked her up again to examine her whole body. Dinyange was so embarrassed that she got angry and lunged at Xiao Yue, her eyes full of fury. In an instant, Xiao Yu got his eyes scratched up by the little furball. Xiao Yu grabbed the ball of fluff. If you keep doing that, do you believe I'll squeeze you to death? Dinyange just wished he would go ahead and do it, but those few bites had temporarily drained all her strength, so she could only dejectedly let him hold her however he wanted. That repentant look of hers actually made Xiao Yu very happy. Xiao Yu affectionately patted Dinyange's head. You really are one feisty kid. I'll call you Furball from now on. With that, he took out a spiritual fruit from his ring, but Dinyange batted it away, glaring at him with her big, round eyes. This scene stunned Xiao Yue. He didn't know why, but he thought of the days he spent with Dinyange. He wasn't bothered, and he took out spiritual fruit after spiritual fruit, wanting to interact with Furball, but the result was that he was ignored again and again. Xiao Yuke just thought it was because she didn't like spiritual fruit, but it seemed like that was all he had. He took out the last fruit he had at that moment, and Dinyange was completely speechless. She suspected that this guy was doing it on purpose. Xiao Yu saw that the furball wasn't struggling anymore, so he reached out and started feeling all over her body. Dinyange wanted to cry but couldn't. She looked utterly exhausted, and Xiao Yu adored it. In that moment, he felt that this furball was really a lot like Dinyange. She was the same way. she wouldn't pay him any attention when she met him. After that, he rubbed the furball, who was too weak to resist, and could only lie limply in his arms, as soft as a cloud. Immediately afterward, he couldn't help but start nuzzling his face against her. At least this kid was much more adorable than Dinian-gi. Dinian-gi was truly defeated. How could she be so unlucky? She really didn't want to see this jerk Xiaoyu, and now he was nuzzling her. It seemed like dying at his hands was impossible. So she thought about the plot. At this point, the second villain should be appearing. She remembered that the second villain was that half-human, half-dragon guy. He would show up at an auction and become an auction item that the female supporting character would take away. Then he would see the female supporting character as his savior, creating a scene where the male lead and the villain fought over the female supporting character, and in the end, they would both be killed by the male lead. At this moment, there was a knock on the in-room door. The young man held up a dark red card with a gold floral pattern on it. "Sir, this is an invitation to the East City Auction House, exclusively for you." It was clear that after those people found out that Xiao Yu was a cultivator, they made a special trip to deliver the invitation. When Dinian-gi saw this, she perked up both her ears, so excited that she made squeaking noises. Xiao Yu didn't want to go at first, but seeing that this furball seemed very interested, he accepted the invitation. The young man was a little surprised at this. Although the auction house patrons were all noble, this sir was, after all, a golden core stage cultivator. It was a great honor to have him visit. Xiao Yu waved the invitation in front of Dinian-gi. Those big, watery eyes of hers kept staring at the card. "What's this, you want to go?" After he said that, Dinian-gi turned around, turning her tail to face him. Although she wanted to go, she would figure out a way herself. She didn't need this Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu tapped her head, his voice full of temptation. "If you want to, I can take you." After that, he put her in a transparent lid. Now Xiao Yu had to go find some food first. To be safe, he could only protect her this way. Dinian-gi saw this, her little hands trembling like crazy. Showtime? After a quick couple minutes of charging up, Dinian-gi swiped her claws at the barrier, and boom, it shattered. Time to bolt like there's no tomorrow. Everyone on the road just felt a gust of wind, leaving only a blur. What the heck was that? In broad daylight, please don't tell me I saw a ghost. And so Dinian-gi kept running, but she ran so fast that she used up all her energy. She reluctantly sat down by the side of the road to rest and recover. Right then, two guys showed up. "Look what we found. What good is a pet, bro? You don't get it. All the young ladies these days love keeping pretty little pets like this. The auction tonight will definitely have tons of them. We can sell it for big bucks. But it looks so sluggish. Is it sick?" Before he could finish, he reached out to grab her, and Dinian-gi clawed him good. His palm instantly started bleeding. Even though Dinian-gi was curious about the auction, she hated the vibes of these two, and the guy she scratched was furious, wanting to stomp her. But his buddy stopped him. "Don't be an idiot. This little critter looks good. It'll definitely fetch a good price." The guy was annoyed, but for the sake of some extra cash, he nodded and sat back down, pretending to tease her. "Come on, keep going. Your scratches actually feel kinda good." Dinian-gi really wanted to make him into a snack, but that last scratch had drained her energy. And then she was grabbed by his buddy. Dinian-gi was speechless and close to tears. She was so done. When am I ever going to fully recover my strength? Soon, she was taken to a dark, dingy little house that reeked. "Ling Jae, look what we caught! A pet." The guy called Li Gay didn't look like a good person either. He turned his head curiously. "Looks pretty decent. There will be a lot of big shots at the auction tonight. Give those slaves a good scrub. Especially that blonde kid, he's sure to fetch a good price with those looks." Dinian-gi perked up her little ears, and then they threw the harmless-looking Dinian-gi into a cage. As soon as they left, she bent the bars open, and what appeared in front of her was an iron door. Dinian-gi gathered some strength, and then suddenly charged. Bam! Why is this door so hard? She headbutted it so hard she got a headache, but after the pain subsided, she came up with a plan, and her claws started digging like crazy. "Watch me, I'll dig a hole in minutes." In the blink of an eye, she dug a hole in the ground. Don't let her round, ball-like appearance fool you. It's all an act. After shaking off the dust, she continued down the long corridor, still sensing her dad's aura. If she just kept following it, she'd definitely find the big boss. But before she could take a few steps, someone picked her up again. She was beyond speechless. The two guys in front of her were wearing matching uniforms, probably guards here. They were curious, how strong is this thing that it's better than a mole? Sure enough, people's desires are endless. This pet looks pretty good, it's definitely worth a lot of money, and it ran right into our hands, so it's kind of like our private stash, right? He just needed a gathering spirit pill. Wonder if selling it will be enough? You stay here and keep watch, I'll be right back. And with that, the guy carried Dinyan to another room. Oh, the cages in this room were filled with all kinds of animals, all wearing a hoop around their necks. Dinyan was dizzy from all the noise. They were all yelling and shouting, and the scary thing was that she could understand them. Just then, a middle-aged man who looked like a manager came over, looking respectful when he saw the guard. Even though the guy was just a guard, he still had the arrogance of a cultivator when facing these ordinary people. He told the manager, "Add another item to the auction later. It doesn't have any cultivation, but its claws are sharp." But what hadn't the manager seen before? A palm-sized pet with no cultivation. How powerful could it be? And just as Dinyan was put down, she seized her chance. This manager wasn't a good person either. According to the animals, he often mistreated them. So she slashed out with her claws, instantly leaving several bloody marks on the back of his hand. He winced in pain, and at the same time, Dinyan jumped up and immediately threw a high-level Foshan shadowless kick right into his face. The steward let out a series of blood-curdling screams, then tried to strangle Dinyan. But that guard coldly stopped him. He only got a tiny scratch. Do you know how many spirit stones he's worth? If you dare hurt him even a little bit, I won't let you off the hook. Even though the steward was fuming, he had no choice but to swallow his anger. So he turned to glare at Dinyan, and she just stretched out her claws in a taunting way. She even dragged her claws on the ground with this look of utter disgust. But right after that, she got snatched up by the guard. "What are you spacing out for? Hurry up and bring the cage over here." Before long, Dinyan had a spirit beast collar slapped around her neck, and then she was tossed into the cage. After instructing the steward to keep a close eye on her, the guard left. But as soon as he was gone, the steward's face turned nasty. "You little beast, let's see if I don't play you to death." The man's face darkened, clearly still pissed about getting scratched. But facing his vicious look, Dinyan just licked her paw and then licked her fur. The man's teeth gritted together when he saw that. He couldn't believe even a beast looked down on him. So he opened the cage. "Let daddy torture you. No matter how well kept a beast is, once it's suppressed by a spirit beast collar, it's just like a fish on a chopping board anyway." But the other captured demonic beasts could only watch Dinyan with heartache. "Poor little thing. Quickly kneel down and beg him. If you can just get through tonight, maybe you'll find a good owner and leave this place. Besides, this guy's methods are super cruel. How can a little kid like you fight back? Staying alive is the most important thing." The moment the cage was opened, the spirit beast collar that all demonic beasts wore was supposed to make them obediently listen. Just like that, Dinyan was flung out. Then, the man and Dinyan looked at each other. Both were a little dumbfounded. While the man anxiously tried to close the cage, Dinyan took a bite out of his hand. He screamed miserably, and at that moment she directly charged forward and headbutted him. The man instantly fainted on the ground. The demonic beasts nearby cheered one after another when they saw this. "Bite that bastard to death. Demonic beasts will never be slaves." Among these demonic beasts, there was even one with golden core cultivation. How could they easily surrender like this? They'd rather die than become entertainment for humans. "Little girl, quickly help me remove this spirit beast collar. Let this old man bite that bastard to death." Dinyan used a palm strike to break the cage, and then bit the spirit beast collar. Even she didn't know why she could break those spirit beast collars so easily. The golden core demonic beast, freed from its restraints, let out a loud roar. The two beasts split up. Dinyan continued to rescue the other spirit beasts, while the golden core demonic beast was in charge of dealing with that man. A second later, the man was swallowed whole into its stomach. They would never forget the pain of being abused these past few days. The rescued beasts urged Dinyan to run away with them. To the south, not far from here, there was an amazing forest. It was the home of the demonic beasts. As long as they got there, they'd be safe. Dinyan shook her head and chirped a few times, indicating she still had things to do here and telling them to go on ahead. And the demonic beasts didn't say much either. "Then we'll meet again later." Then they charged out. This time, Dinyan didn't encounter any danger, because all the guards had chased after the fleeing demonic beasts. But as she was walking, she suddenly heard crying from the other side of the wall. Could it be that there was still someone who hadn't had time to escape? So she decisively started digging a hole again. She began to kick away the dirt like a little puppy. In just a little while, she had finished digging, popping her head out with her fur all dusty. And at this moment, a pitiful young man was squatting in the corner. He slowly picked up the tiny Dinyan. Did you run to the wrong place? This isn't a place you should come to. Hurry and leave. It's very dangerous here. If those people find you, you'll wish you were dead." After bringing Dinyan to that hole, Long Yanche looked at the wall, his eyes filled with despair. Then he jumped up and forcefully slammed his head against the wall. Seeing this, Dinian excitedly jumped up. She hadn't gone home yet. How could this villain go first? A second later, she stood in front of Long Yanche's forehead. Thud! With a sound, Dinian spat out a mouthful of blood, almost having her soul knocked out of her body. Yet she laughed. No wonder you're the villain. You give such a grand greeting right off the bat. Being around you will get me killed sooner or later. Seeing this scene, Long Yanche's eyes welled up with tears. Clearly, he hadn't expected this little thing to save him. At this moment, a look of emotion appeared in his eyes. This is the first time I've been protected. You're probably a fox, right? Then, can I call you Zhao Li from now on? Suddenly, there was another loud noise, and a girl appeared, with a big hole in the wall. The girl looked completely bewildered. 'Cause she didn't want to be sold, she offed herself, and the wall's down again. Seriously. So these folks are also locked up to be auctioned off, just like Long Yanche. Dinian rushed over to the girl. A second later, she straight up smashed the spirit-binding collar on the girl's neck. The girl barely had time to react, cried out in shock, and instinctively tried to protect herself. But Dinian got yeeted right out. The instant the spirit-binding collar shattered, the girl's spiritual power came back online. She tried to take off the collars for the others, but turns out she looked stronger than she actually was, and couldn't break them. Seeing this, Dinian charged in again, and in the blink of an eye, she wrecked those spirit-binding collars. Everyone stared in shock at the little fox in front of them, but as soon as they were saved, she collapsed from exhaustion. Some folks then looked disappointed. Thought she was some divine beast with mad skills. Turns out it was just a short burst. Then, the group started plotting their escape, but looking at the crippled young man and the powerless fox in front of them, they hesitated a bit. Out of gratitude for Dinian saving them, they decided to bring her along. Their eyes were filled with regret as they looked at Dinian. But for her safety, he could only make her go with them. But when Long Yanche tried to hand Dinian over, Dinian suddenly jumped and hid in his clothes, glaring at the group. Are you kidding me? I'm still waiting to follow this big shot boss home? Everyone was stunned by this scene, and a girl named Nangong Zihi looked at Dinian in surprise, because she regarded Dinian as her lifesaver, and also liked her very much. But after a moment of hesitation, she followed the others away with regret. The auction was in full swing, as if what had happened before had no impact on it at all. But in reality, the person in charge of the auction was so angry that they were about to kick the bucket. In the venue at this moment, sis. Why don't we just destroy this auction house, Nangong Zihi? The steward on the side respectfully said, Third miss, even the city lord is wary of the person behind this auction house, and the people on the other side have already compensated for this. Nangong Ji felt even more upset. I know I'm just a second daughter who isn't favored by my father, but I almost got sold just now. If it were my sister who was being sold, maybe my father wouldn't let it go so easily. Her sister, Nangong Ruo Ling, also expressed her feelings. Don't worry, Zhao Zihi, your sister will definitely vent this anger for you. At this moment, a loud voice suddenly rang out. The next auction item, Nangong Zihi, suddenly perked up, then leaned on the railing and looked towards the auction table. Then the auction house introduced. This rat is good at finding treasures and digging holes, and has the chance to become a peak G Olden Core spirit beast when it grows up. But because the celestial rat is afraid of strangers, we're also giving away a celestial rat herder. The starting price is 100 spirit stones. At this moment, Nangong Zihi finally saw clearly. Isn't that the Xiao Li who saved me, sister? The one who saved me is her? Nangong Ruo Ling said, no matter how much money it costs, your sister will buy it for you. Without waiting for people to start bidding, she immediately bid 3 million spirit stones. Everyone looked at Dinian in disgust, and they didn't even bother to look at Long Yanche. We've heard of tunneling rats, but we've never heard of celestial rats. Plus, this little beast doesn't even look like a rat, and someone is crazy enough to bid 300 spirit stones. You gotta know that the entire Dongshui city's monthly income is only 100 spirit stones. Xiao Yu was also here, and he was so angry that his face turned green. I only left for a short while, and not only did the little furball run away, but she also appeared in the auction house and is being called a celestial rat? A rat wants 100 spirit stones. But Xiao Yu immediately bid 5,000 spirit stones, because only he knew that it wasn't a celestial rat at all. He thought that bidding 5,000 spirit stones would definitely shock everyone, but he didn't expect Nangong Ruo Ling to be so gung-ho. In her eyes, Xiao Yu was just blatantly provoking her, so she bid 1,000 spirit stones, and Xiao Yu's face turned pale. He had no choice but to continue raising the price. Neither of them was willing to back down, and in an instant, the price had risen to 2,500 spirit stones. It seems that Zhao Yu is determined to get it today. At this moment, Nangong Ruo Ling also got fired up. I'm the eldest young lady, how could I ever be targeted like this? But Nangong Zihi looked worried, because they didn't have that many spirit stones. But Nangong Ruo Ling said, before we left, Dad said that the auction house owes us a favor, so we can buy any auction item we want. Besides, I promised you that I would definitely buy it for you. At this moment she shouted directly, 5,000 spirit stones. Suddenly, everyone here widened their eyes. Spending 5,000 spirit stones just for a rat, you're either crazy or seriously ill. At the same time, helplessness flashed in Xiao Yu's eyes. He looked at his empty wallet in shame. Although he had a Qiangkun ring, none of the items inside were suitable to take out. Soon, the person in charge of the auction house brought over the person and the beast. When Din Niange saw Nangong Zihi, she was obviously a little surprised, and Nangong Zihi rushed over happily and hugged Din Niange tightly. That's great, Xiaoli, it's good that you're okay. Long Yanche could only look at Nangongji with reluctance and vigilance, as Din Niange was taken away, and Din Niange was kinda hyped. She eyed the platinum-haired dude in front of her. Hey little slave, what's your name? Long Yanche shot her a glare filled with hate, clearly not vibing with that nickname at all. Just when Din Niange was about to snap, Nangong Zihi jumped in to save the day. Sis, he's my friend too. He doesn't have a name yet, so I'm calling him Ah Jin. Din Niange just scoffed. From now on, he and that rat are staying in your place, so keep them from running wild. If Dad finds out I wasted this rare chance on some worthless dude and a rat, he's gonna flip. Nangong Zihi happily hugged Din Niange, grooming her fur, which Din Niange seemed to dig. As the Din Niange's crew was about to bounce, someone Din Niange loathed, but whose vibes, looks, and overall aura had won Din Niange over, showed up. You're a golden core cultivator. May I ask which sect you hail from? I'm just a lone cultivator, no sect, no master. Would it be too much to ask for a favor, miss? Hearing Xiao Yu was a lone wolf, Din Niange's interest was piqued. Would this esteemed cultivator be interested in coming back to my place for a more detailed chat? Xiao Yu, for Din Niange's sake, reluctantly agreed. But things got awkward once they were in the carriage. Long Yanche, of course, was sitting next to Nangong Zihi, and Xiao Yu kept inching closer to Nangong Zihi. The three of them squeezed side by side, feeling a bit cramped. At this point, Din Niange was low-key flustered. I'm so used to people fawning all over me, how am I being ignored like this? Little fluffball, you've been out for so long, shouldn't you come home with me? Din Niange didn't even glance at him. This Xiao Yue is so persistent, so she squeaked and jumped right into Long Yanche's arms. Forever siding with the villains, Long Yanche was clearly surprised, never having felt this kind of warmth before. Ah Liu, Nangong Jihi cautiously asked. Esteemed cultivator, are you acquainted with Xiao Li? Seeing Din Niange's actions, Xiao Yu's face darkened, and he replied with a sour expression. What do you think? Nangong Zihi was spooked. So handsome but so fierce, Long Yanche was a bit lost, mostly feeling insecure, especially when compared to Xiao Yu and Nangong Ji. His inferiority complex was kicking into overdrive. Xiao Li, just go with him, he'll definitely take good care of you. Even though Long Yanche was reluctant, he didn't want her to suffer with him. But Din Niange happily snuggled against him. Reveling in Xiao Yu's annoyance, Nangong Jihi, who had been side-eyeing them for ages, grinned at Long Yanche. Ah Jin, you're overthinking it. Zhao Li will obviously get the best care in the City Lord's mansion. Right now, Din Niange was scheming. If Xiao Yu really cares about this rat, I can use it to keep him around, make him work for the Nangong family, and maybe even get out of my engagement. Seeing that ungrateful Din Niange was ignoring him, Xiao Yu said with a hint of resentment, It's my pet, please give it back. But no way was Din Niange gonna hand her over that easily. Even though I bought Xiao Li with spirit stones, she's also a friend to me, so I won't just give her to anyone. Xiao Yu called out again, Din Niange, little fluffball, come here. But Din Niange just turned her butt towards him, totally ignoring him, even though Xiao Yu wanted to leave ASAP. He was still salty. It's mine, why can't I get it back? Din Niange, wanting to keep Xiao Yu around, suggested, why don't you stay in the mansion for now? We can talk about Xiao Li later. They soon arrived at the City Lord's mansion. Xiao Yu went to see the City Lord with Din Niange, while Din Niange and Long Yanche were taken to Nangong Jihi's place. That night, under the moonlit willows, Din Niange jumped onto the sleeping Long Yanche. His beautiful face was peaceful, his eyelashes fluttering slightly, looking like he was having a restless sleep. Even as a kid, he's been through so much, it's too tragic. Only temporarily though. Maybe soon he'll unlock his Dragon Clan bloodline. When that time comes, even though he'll face many trials, only the male lead can take him down. Suddenly, Long Yanche, having a nightmare, shouted, Xiao Li, scaring Dinyange half to death. But then, she caught a whiff of something strange, and it smelled amazing, making her feel a bit tipsy. So, relying on her keen sense of smell, she left the Nangong residence, sniffing non-stop. Then, it suddenly hit her. Am I acting like a dog right now? The onlookers outside the light screen were twitching their mouths. Our heartless demon emperor, after turning into a spirit fox, is actually so hilarious. They're all seasoned folks, so they wouldn't laugh unless they really couldn't help it. Quick, look. The demon emperor is on the move again. The space rat is best at digging holes. Long Yan Che watched the light screen with a serious face, not saying a word the whole time. Dinyan Ge, up on her divine throne, could totally see the trying not to laugh smirks on their faces. She was like, my majestic image is officially crumbling. I mean, acting like a puppy. That's practically begging in public. The scent was getting stronger and stronger, though. Dinyan Ge couldn't resist digging, dig-ing. You know, once you've dug a few holes, you kind of get the hang of it. Who knows how long she was at it, until she stumbled into this dusty old room. The place was covered in grime. Seriously, hadn't seen a soul in decades at least, but right there in front of her was something radiating pure temptation, making her drool like crazy. Then, bam, shock. It was this perfectly round, smooth pearl, like a giant, shimmering dewdrop, and the smell? Forget about it. It was like a dude who hadn't eaten in days staring at his favorite barbecue. So she peeked, then CHOMP, popped that huge pearl in her mouth, and it melted away. Dinyan Ge smacked her lips. Couldn't really taste much of anything, TBH. Then she realized this was the place that could awaken Long Yan Che's bloodline early. She'd wanted to help Long Yan Che awaken his bloodline sooner, but her morals kicked in, so she decided to take it. I've already scarfed down one thing. Pilfering more feels a bit wrong. Long Yan Che can awaken on his own anyway, so it's fine. So she retraced her steps, but on the way back, Dinyan Ge kept hiccuping and felt super bloated. She was like, am I about to explode? Is this what happens when you eat something dodgy? Suddenly, she was surrounded by a blinding light, and next to the lake, there was this white-clad teen, sitting there looking dazed. This kid was ethereally beautiful, almost androgynous. Dinyan Ge glanced at the changes happening to her own body. Turns out white hair looks pretty good, and this outfit, it's made from my own fur. Now she knew what she'd just eaten. It was a high-level demon beast's inner core. She could feel her wounds healing, so yeah, don't eat random stuff. Who's there? Hearing the voice, Dinyan Ge instinctively whipped around, but halfway through she realized, uh-oh. She definitely couldn't let anyone see her looking like this, so she bolted. But her face was visible in a flash to Nangong Reiling, who was absolutely stunned. Never, ever have I seen such a handsome youth. But to make finding death easier, she still decided to avoid transforming in the future. After all, this appearance was far from ordinary. She looked even more like a demon. Maybe people who see her would be scared, let alone have the guts to kill her. So it's best to stay in dog form, pitiable, weak, and innocent, looking very easy to slaughter. When she got back to the courtyard, chaos erupted. Some servants were whipping Long Yan Che, and Nangong Jihi was kneeling, begging for mercy. God, please, don't hit him anymore, he'll die. Zhao Li must have just run off to play. A Jin definitely didn't intentionally let Zhao Li go. The man before them, the head of the Nangong family, said in a cold, harsh voice, as the person in charge of watching over the spirit-devouring mouse, you failed to keep an eye on the spirit beast and even have the mood to sleep. If the spirit-devouring mouse doesn't return, I'll peel off his skin and pull out his tendons. Just the thought of wasting spirit stones on some unknown spirit-devouring mouse and a useless piece of trash made his heart bleed. Beat him harder. If the spirit-devouring mouse doesn't come back today, beat him to death. But when the whip was raised again, Dinyan Ge quickly blocked it. Instantly, she let out a miserable woof, woof. A person and a beast were both dyed red with blood, and she even had a frightening wound on her back. At that moment, Nangong Zihi saw Dinyan Ge and rushed over to stop them. Seeing her tragic state, Nangong Zihi's eyes teared up. How dare you? You dare to hit my Zhao Li! The servant was so scared that he nearly wet himself. Please calm down, miss. I'm just following orders. The Nangong family head was incredulous. This is the spirit-devouring mouse. Nangong Zihi hugged Dinyan Ge, feeling distressed. No matter what Zhao Li was, it was her lifesaver. But he didn't care about any of that. Didn't they say it knows how to find treasures? Then let it find a treasure in the Nangong family within a day. If it can't find any treasure, then it doesn't need to live any longer. After they left, Dinyan Ge looked at the injured Long Yan Che with concern. His injuries were severe. If Dinyan Ge had returned just a little later, he really would have been beaten to death. One person and one beast were taken into the room. while Nan Gongzihe was called away to meet with the family head. Although she was worried about their injuries, she had to leave for a moment. Dinian looked out the window, lost in thought. What do I do now? His wounds are still bleeding. If this keeps up, before the villain can kill me, I'll end up killing him. But I think there was some healing elixir in the vault earlier, right? I need to go get some. Then, she jumped out of the window and took off running. The peanut gallery outside the light screen was totally roasting Dinyanji. Figures, it's the Demon Emperor! She hurts Long Yanche, then just runs off to play. And she's totally letting him die. She could obviously use her blood to save him. Or maybe, you guys think the Demon Emperor knew her blood could save someone back then? You got a death wish or something? You dare defend the Demon Emperor? Ugh, she's totally doing it on purpose. Someone like her is super selfish, there's no way she'd use her own flesh and blood to save someone. Meanwhile, Long Yanche was just standing there, not saying a word. He kept staring at the little furball frantically running around. Back then, was I really that unimportant to Xiao Li? Just then, Dinyange on the screen slowly opened her eyes. Back then, I really didn't know my blood could save people. Thinking about it now, I was so stupid. The road home was right there, and I missed it. At that moment, Yue Huaye, he also sighed. Truly selfish. Hearing that, everyone reacted even more intensely. If even Great Emperor Yue Hua says so, then Dinyange must be that kind of person. After all, Great Emperor Yue Hua used to be Dinyange's teacher, his words must be true. Everyone kept gossiping about Dinyange's wrongdoings, getting more and more fired up. Meanwhile, Long Yanche remained silent. Honestly, he'd lost faith in Dinyange a long time ago. But seeing this, it still hurt. At this point, Lu Ziyin also woke up and, hearing everyone bad-mouthing his bro, he piped up, "My brother did nothing wrong." Then he groggily looked at the light screen. Even as a fox, he's still so cute. Dinyange internally screamed, "That brain's gotta be busted. My brother will definitely save him. I believe my bro will change for me. Even if he has 1,000 faults, he definitely has his reasons." Dinyange coldly stared at Lu Ziyin. "I only do things for myself, and I won't change for anyone." But before he could finish, Lu Ziyin covered his ears and yelled, "I'm not listening, you're lying to me." He charged straight towards the Heavenly Dao Mirror to attack. Even though he'd once relied on the Heavenly Dao Mirror, Dinyange had lost contact with it a long time ago after a big explosion. The Heavenly Dao Mirror didn't even budge, and everyone freaked out. "Is Lu Ziyin crazy? Quick, stop him." Lu Ziyin was furious, eyes red. "You dare stop me. From saving my bro, I'll kill you all." Just then, following the Demon Emperor's voice, everyone turned towards the speaker. The person who arrived was wearing a dazzling golden robe, with black hair, a golden hat, and handsome features, radiating nobility from the core. It was Dinyange's half-brother, Di Qingwan. Di Qingwan's eyes were like sharp swords as he said, "Stop it now." But Dinyange remained unfazed. "My good brother." See, Lu Ziyin just wants to save him, right? If you want to stop him, it's simple. Just throw him in the celestial prison, or exile him to the Yellow Springs. Looking at Dinyange's nonchalant face, Di Qingwan got pissed. "What's your angle?" Dinyange glanced at him. "Where's the sister-in-law? You two are always together." Hearing this, everyone started whispering, "Why is he bringing up old stuff? Everyone knows the Demon Lord, and, great sister-in-law, you have a thing." Di Qingwan's face darkened, as if he wanted to tear Dinyange apart. Di Qingwan warned, "Demon Tongue, if you want to see that person again, then forget about that thought. If Dinyange hadn't appeared, the Celestial Palace wouldn't have been massacred. Father wouldn't have died. Those elders who loved you since you were little wouldn't have died, and billions of lives wouldn't have had to suffer. Even Lian Er still remembers you." Dinyange was happy to hear his sister-in-law was doing okay. "Oh yeah, how's Shu Er? My little sister is the person I love the most." Remembering her crying her heart out for Dinyange, Di Qingwan hated him even more. "You still have the nerve to mention Zue Er? She's so pure and kind, and you're still messing with her." Dinyange suddenly looked dejected. "If I leave this world, the people I'll miss the most are a few of you good siblings, bro. If I die, please take good care of them." Seeing that rare, sad expression, Di Qingwan's heart sank. It was the first time he'd seen Dinyange with such an expression, but suddenly, Dinyange laughed. "Di Qingwan, you didn't actually believe that, did you? Don't worry, I'll take care of Lian Er and Shui Er myself." While Di Qingwan was seething with anger, Dinyange looked at Lu Ziyin, who was still attacking. "Guangmu, you better take Lu Ziyin away. I suspect he's too worked up, and his mind is messed up. It's best to let him cool off in the celestial prison for a while." Di Qingwan's face was extremely dark as he glared at Dinyange. "Your days are numbered." With that, he reached out and grabbed Lu Ziyin, who was desperately shouting to save Dinyange. "Save my bro!" but he was immediately knocked unconscious. Seeing Lu Ziyin go from normal to that, Di Qingwan's expression changed, and he also sent Qingguang Dadi flying into the celestial prison. He left immediately after, warning, anyone who attacks the Heavenly Dao will be thrown straight into the celestial prison. Hearing this, everyone respectfully obeyed. Inside, everyone actually felt relieved that Lu Ziyin was no longer a major threat, and they could say whatever they wanted. Meanwhile, Di Niange on the screen was holding the medicine he'd found, running at full speed back to Long Yanche's room. I can't fall now, I'm still counting on him to get home. When we finally got back to the room, Long Yanche was barely breathing, and you could totally see bone in that bloody wound. Di Niange ripped up some clothes covering the wound, then dumped a whole bottle of medicine on his back. Immediately, the wound started healing crazy fast, until it was completely closed. Di Niange finally breathed a sigh of relief, then shook his messy fur after a rough night. He was so sleepy he just crashed right there. When Long Yanche woke up and saw Nangongzi next to him, he naturally assumed she was the one who saved him. Meanwhile, the real Long Yanche witnessed the whole thing from outside. How could it be? How could it be the Demon Lord? He quickly added. He just stole some medicine for you. Is that enough for you to forget what he has done? Long Yanche turned gloomy again. He's right. Even if the Demon Lord saved him this time, he still slaughtered his entire dragon clan and stole all their treasures later on. He and the Demon Lord definitely can't live under the same sky. Right now, Long Yanche was super worried about Zhao Li, and the first thing he did when he woke up was look for him. He only felt relieved when he saw that he was okay. Di Niange perked up his ears. Long Yanche, do you want to cultivate? I can take you to check your talent tomorrow. Knowing that if Long Yanche hasn't awakened his dragon blood yet, the test will be useless. But Long Yanche was actually pretty excited, really looking forward to it. He really craved to be strong, to not be looked down on and treated like a slave anymore. The next morning, Nangong Ruo Lin brought them both to the training ground, and, yep, the results were trash spiritual roots and trash bloodline. Nangong Ruo Lin and everyone else were stunned because they'd never seen talent this bad. I mean, even a normal person at least has mixed roots and a mortal bloodline. Getting the results, Long Yanche disappointedly lowered his head, while Di Niange was just licking his fur like nothing happened. Nangong's face was not pretty. I didn't expect him to be worse than normal people. Father will surely eliminate him. But surprisingly, his father smiled kindly. It's okay, this kid is my Zhao Li, how adorable. Then he told Long Yanche to come closer so he could hug him. Di Niange, Hua Luo, and Nangong Ruo Lin were all dumbfounded. Although not happy, Long Yanche still walked over, but as soon as he took a step, Di Niange suddenly pounced on the Nangong family head's face. Right after, 5 claw marks appeared on both of his cheeks, and Di Niange just sat on his head like a boss. Nangong Ruo Lin immediately covered her mouth, cause her dad is ruthless, and Long Yanche was super nervous too. But the Nangong family head just kept grinning. This little fox is so cute. I have to go away for a few days soon. When that time comes, you will bring Zhao Li along with me. Long Yanche stammered a response, then called Di Niange back. Di Niange failed his first suicide attempt, so he had to jump down helplessly. After that, the Nangong family head left, leaving everyone in shock. But as soon as he left, his face turned dark. The reason why he didn't get angry was because Di Niange's every move was being monitored in the treasure vault. With this fox, this trip to find the treasure will definitely be a success. Late at night, Di Niange sneaked out again, but he noticed that the guards had clearly increased. Looking at him is as if he is a prisoner. What's weird is that no matter what he did, they didn't react at all, even ignoring him when he tried to annoy them. After running around for a bit, Di Niange got bored and decided to head back when he spotted Nangong Ruo Lin sitting by the lake where he drew the pattern before. The girl's dreamy pose definitely screamed in love. According to Di Niange's guess, she must be hooking up with that jerk Zhao Yu. The air around them was even radiating that sappy, sugary smell of romance. Di Niange was about to bail when Nangong Ruo Lin called him from behind. Zhao Li, have you seen a white-haired boy around here? He's wearing white and has a purple mark on his forehead. Then, looking at Di Niange's snow-white fur and the purple streak on his forehead, Nangong Ruo Lin associated the two. Too much of a coincidence. They both have white hair and purple marks on their foreheads. However, Di Niange just let out a meow and ran off like crazy. Watching the white blur zoom past, Nangong Ruo Lin sighed. She felt like she must be cursed. Just because of a boy as beautiful as an immortal, why is she even looking for him? It's pointless. Even if she found him, he'd still be too young. What could she even do? Di Niange ran for a while when he caught a whiff of that familiar stinky smell. And right after, he bumped into someone. This smell is very familiar. Looking up, who else could it be but Zhao Yu? Crap, this guy's still here. What bad luck. Thinking about how badly he tricked him, Din Yange's good mood vanished, and he bolted, leaving Xiao Yu fuming behind. Things were pretty chill for the next few days. Then, bam, it was departure day. The group wasn't huge. Besides Xiao Yu, there was also the Nangong family head and some lackeys, plus Long Yanche and Din Yange. Of course, they were going by flying sword, but obviously Long Yanche needed someone to carry him, lol. Din Yange couldn't hide his excitement at this point. Finally, his good days were here. Along the way, Xiao Yu kept glancing at Din Yange. He felt like Little Lai really liked adventure. Last time, he just ran off to see the auction out of curiosity. Since he likes adventures so much, he'll protect him from now on. After a few days, the flying sword crew finally arrived. Two guys in black kept pumping their inner force into the wall. After a while, the door in front of them slowly opened, emitting a dazzling light. Everyone stood in front of the door full of hope, and Din Yange opened his eyes eagerly. The guy in black warned, "There might be restrictions on inner force inside, so everyone be careful." Hearing about the inner force restriction, Din Yange jumped down super excitedly. Long Yanche panicked. "Little Lai, that's dangerous, don't run around." Xiao Yu's heart ached when he saw this scene. He realized more and more that Little Lai was very similar to Din Yange. But as soon as they stepped inside, everyone felt a wave of oppressive aura that made it hard to breathe. Everyone was exhausted, as if all their inner force had been sucked away. Long Yanche didn't have any inner force. His body ached as if it had been crushed, and sweat poured down like rain. Meanwhile, Din Yange didn't care and was eager to commit suicide. But before Din Yange could run a few steps, Long Yanche's neck was strangled by a force. Immediately afterward, he was suspended in mid-air by the Nangong family head. He had been observing Din Yange all along, knowing that he was very smart and extremely loyal to this guy. Seeing this, Din Yange glanced at him. So loyal, that word sounds weird, haha. The Nangong family head was satisfied. "Look, you must care about him a lot." He released his hand, causing Long Yanche to fall to the ground with a thud. He showed no mercy. "Little Lai, you have to find the treasures left in this cave for me, or I'll kill this brat." Din Yange rolled his eyes. "Isn't that obvious? Coming here is naturally to commit suicide, and knowing where the treasure is hidden makes dying even faster." Long Yanche teared up, feeling useless. If it weren't for him, Little Lai wouldn't be threatened like this. Now, not only could he not say anything, but he couldn't even commit suicide. Meanwhile, Din Yange was thinking about where to go to die the fastest, when he suddenly smelled a delicious scent like last time. The scent made him lose a little control. He swallowed and ran away like lightning. Everyone behind him hurriedly chased after him, but suddenly Xiao Yu shouted, "Little Lai, be careful, there's danger." Din Yange turned around and saw everyone standing still, their eyes empty. Is this the legendary forbidden technique? It's okay, he wasn't affected, right? Or is it because he's not human anymore? At this moment, Long Yanche's eyes turned red. He covered his head with his hands and muttered, "I don't want to be a slave. I'd rather die than be a slave." Then he got up and slammed his head against the wall. Din Yange panicked. This is not good. This guy wants to commit suicide again. As for the others who are also crazy, he can't worry about them. After the bang, Din Yange managed to use his body to cushion Long Yanche. Instantly, they were both stunned. Then, with a crack, the surface beneath them suddenly collapsed, and they both fell straight down like falling pancakes. Din Yange exclaimed anxiously, "He can't let the villain die so easily." In that instant, Din Yange transformed into a white-haired teenager, holding Long Yanche tightly in his arms. The next second, the two rushed down at a terrifying speed. In a critical situation, Little Lai turned into a silver-haired teenager. Holding the boy tightly in his arms, Long Yanche looked at the white-haired teenager in shock. He didn't expect that the hateful demon lord would choose him over Xiao Yu without hesitation. Touched, he accidentally touched the light eye, and immediately retreated, holding his chest, unable to bear the pain. "Hey!" He also had to cry out, and at the same time, he was shocked to realize that Little Lai inside the light eye endured this pain every day. With such a serious injury, how could he bear it? But even so, Little Lai was devoted to him. After a while, Long Yanche opened his gray eyes and found himself surrounded by darkness, with no sound. He thought he was dead, regretting his life that had ended. But he didn't know what would happen to Little Lai if he died. Little Lai is so young, how will he live in the future? He called out Little Lai's name, but quickly realized he was overthinking it. Little Lai can find the treasure of the Nangong family. He will definitely protect his life, and Xiao Yu seems to like Little Lai very much. He will also protect him. In the darkness, fear has enveloped his mind. Plus, Little Lai wasn't by his side, causing him to collapse completely. At this moment, a barbaric cry rang out, exactly like Little Ai's usual happy voice. Long Yanche was surprised, unable to believe it. Little Ai, is that you, Din Yangi, didn't have much magic power, and he used his body to protect him so he couldn't maintain his human form anymore. Good thing you're okay. Just a broken leg. Long Yanche vaguely saw Din Yange holding him tight. Is Zhao Li dead too? But it's all right. Wherever we go, we'll be together, Din Yange exclaimed unhappily. Dying ain't that easy. At this moment, Long Yanche realized that Din Yange's forearm was broken, but he didn't know how to heal it. Panicking and not knowing what to do, Din Yange used his remaining arm to slap his hand hard. Long Yanche was startled, in pain. Finally realizing that they weren't dead, he even pinched his face hard, feeling the burning pain, finally sure that he was still alive. Because he's alive, he must save Zhao Lai. There's no other way but to find the Nangong family head, hoping he'll have a solution. An hour later, Long Yanche was exhausted, unable to hold on any longer. He felt so useless, unable to get Zhao Li out of here. Meanwhile, Din Yange kept stroking his feathers, but why couldn't he smooth them no matter how much he stroked? So he pulled Long Yanche, making noises to ask him to smooth his feathers, and Long Yanche thought Din Yange was comforting him, feeling warmth in his heart. Din Yange got angry. Who's comforting you? Smooth my feathers. Don't worry, Zhao Lai, we'll get through this. I'll definitely find a way out. At this point, Din Yange was so angry that he was dizzy. These two were totally on different wavelengths. It was like a chicken talking to a duck. Long Yanche was still vaguely crawling in the dark. Facing indefinite fear, he felt so useless, unable to escape this place, living as a slave forever, completely useless. Meanwhile, Din Yange finally had an idea, deciding to find something to help him recover his strength, then take the villain out first, and then come back to kill himself. If there were enough materials, he could even directly help Long Yanche awaken his dragon blood. Then he used his teeth to bite Long Yanche's clothes. This time, Long Yanche understood, and followed the direction Din Yange pointed. In the darkness, Din Yange suddenly felt that something was wrong, because he smelled danger approaching, and it contained very strong killing intent. Right now, both he and Long Yanche were badly injured. Din Yange didn't mind dying. He was just afraid that Long Yanche would also be killed, so he shouted, using his claws to scratch Long Yanche's fingers to warn him not to move forward. However, Long Yanche once again didn't understand, clearly told him to stop, but he ran faster. As a result, with a loud thud, Long Yanche was knocked to the ground. The three attackers were Zhu Su realm cultivators, who had long hated Long Yanche, but hadn't acted because of the family head's face. A dirty slave. I don't know why the third miss protects him. If they destroy his beautiful face, the third miss will no longer care about him. Long Yanche's delicate face changed immediately. Zhao Lai, run. No matter what, don't care about me, just be safe. Even if I die, I can die in peace, the three sneered. It turns out this useless guy values an animal so much, but his pet has run away long ago. It's ridiculous he even dares to dream that the animal will die with him. Hearing their words, a trace of sadness flashed in Long Yanche's eyes. But he was happy to have met Zhao Li in this life. Meanwhile, outside the screen, everyone saw Din Yange running away, alone, and very fast, and started gossiping. Truly worthy of being the Demon Lord, cold-hearted, Long Dai treated him so well, and was even willing to sacrifice himself to protect him. But whenever there's danger, he's the fastest to run. What's so surprising about that? If he wasn't ruthless, how could he sit in that position? Besides, he treats people well, but didn't he just say he would protect Long Dai? He even healed him before. The Demon Lord must have an ulterior motive when saving people, other than Xingguang Dai towards Long Dai. It must be because if his life is in danger, he will pull Long Dai to escape. Long Yanche heard what they said, and felt even more annoyed. He even felt it made sense. He's always been like that. Don't think too much. You're not Lu Zingyin either. Enough to prove that you don't owe him anything. Long Yanche couldn't help but look towards Din Yange, so in his heart, I'm still inferior to Lu Zingyin. After a while, Din Yange relied on his sense of smell to find the place where Long Yanche was being held, but in front was a thick wall. Din Yange could only use his strengths, and began to dig frantically. The surrounding soil was very hard, and deeper inside was diamond rock, and now he only had one front leg to dig, so it was soon covered in blood. Everyone outside saw that scene, their fingers twitched. Truly the Demon Lord, willing to sacrifice himself to protect Long Dai, only a greedy person like him. While everyone was gossiping, Din Yange had dug through the treasure trove. Inside was full of countless treasures, although the viewers didn't care much, but at that time, anything here was enough to make people kill each other to snatch it. Din Yan saw a bottle that smelled like the last time, and swallowed it immediately, then ate a few pills in the vault, as fast as lightning, completely ignoring the other treasures. As soon as he finished eating, he rushed out. Din Yan dashed out like lightning, not daring to delay at all. Luckily, when he arrived, Long Yanche was not dead yet, but was dying. While the three men in black were still laughing maniacally, Din Yan was furious and rushed straight over, and after a few slaps, all three fell to the ground. The crazy pill's power is still super effective. Right now, Long Yanche looks like a total mess. His long, luscious golden hair has been completely yanked out, and his face is covered in deep, bone-chilling wounds. Those dudes in black robes, seeing the situation, still have the nerve to open their mouths. "You dare to strike against us, you beast! Do you even know who we are?" The response is another series of fierce attacks from Din Yan. The fox raises its claws, aiming straight for their dantians. Blood-curdling screams erupt, their dantians are torn apart, and the three guys collapse unconscious. Din Yan is seriously pissed. These three perverts dared to do that to such a beautiful young boy. Destroying them here is as good as death. Din Yan transforms into human form, slowly helping Long Yanche to stand up. Luckily, he ate some healing pills earlier. But it seems like Long Yanche is clenching his teeth so hard from the pain that he can't open his mouth. Din Yan can only use his hands to pry his cheeks open, then gently transfer the pill from his own mouth to him. As Long Yanche opens his mouth as wide as he can, he slowly leans down, pressing his lips against his. But this action becomes depraved and shameless in everyone's eyes. As expected of the Demon Lord, even saving someone has to be so immoral. He definitely wants to take advantage of Long Di. But despite the gossip, Long Yanche just stares blankly at the screen, his face flushed red. On the throne, Din Yan also covers her face in embarrassment. "The stupid things I did back then, even I blush when I remember them. It's such a disgrace. Even if she's leaving, she wants to leave a dignified and upright image, but still trying to salvage some image in Long Yanche's eyes. I had other reasons for saving him at first, of course, or why else would I save him? He was so ugly back then." Muzang Liu next to her can't help but laugh. No one would believe that someone as cold as him would say he was completely selfless. Long Yanche's eyes widen when he hears this. "What do you mean? Are you also saying he didn't save me because he liked my handsome face?" Muzang Liu snorts. The answer obvious. Din Yan leads Long Yanche back to the treasure vault entrance because it has enough materials to help him awaken his dragon blood, only missing the dragon bone. He finds a small space bracelet. He puts all the materials inside and puts the bracelet on Long Yanche's wrist. The bracelet is quite ordinary, not drawing attention. Now, Din Yan needs to get him out first, then come back and commit suicide alone. Finding the exit, he throws him out without hesitation. He has prepared everything he can for him. The road ahead can only rely on himself. A moment later, Din Yan turns back into a fox. "I feel terrible. Why is dying so difficult?" At this moment, vibrations come from ahead. Looking up, it's Xiao Yu's sword. It seems he's still in the illusion, continuously swinging his sword wildly. Seeing this, Din Yan rushes straight over, planning to fish in troubled waters, hoping the sword will chop him in half. But the sword flies away as soon as it sees him, evading. Because in its perception, Din Yan is the true master. No matter what form he takes, it will evade him. In an instant, the sword dodges, and Din Yan crashes hard into Xiao Yu. The two make intimate contact in a daze. Xiao Yu feels familiar. On his face is the phrase, "Now you know I'm better, right? From now on, obey and stick to me. I'll reluctantly forgive you this time." Din Yan glances at him lazily. Without any reaction, Xiao Yu hugs him, immediately realizing something is wrong. "Why is your leg broken? And your whole body is so dirty." Then, Xiao Yu even wants to heal him. "Look what a state you're in after leaving me. From now on, stay away from those handsome men. The more handsome they are, the more useless they are, except for me." Regarding this arrogant attitude, Din Yan silently calls him shameless. Next, Xiao Yu takes out a healing pill. Din Yan subconsciously resists. Isn't this dark pill waste medicine made by Nian Di? For something that looks so ugly and smells so bad, I'd rather die. But Xiao Yu keeps forcing him to swallow it. "Little Liang, are you already a picky eater at such a young age?" So Din Yan sheds tears of happiness, round drops rolling down his cheeks. Xiao Yu just thinks he's crying like a baby because he's in too much pain. He keeps shaking him to comfort him, but only Din Yan knows it's because the pill is so terrible he can't swallow it. Just like the food she cooks, Xiao Yu hugs him contentedly, continuing forward. It must be said that Xiao Yu deserves to be the male lead. He encounters a major threat in just a few steps, only to see a crack under his feet. and several humanoid statues emerge from the earthen walls. The statues emanate terrifying pressure. Each one has the strength of the peak Sujing realm. The quiet space is broken by the cracking sound. Crack, like a chain reaction. The statues that were standing still suddenly come to life. Dinyangyar is startled at first, but quickly raises his head excitedly when he realizes the situation. At the same time, the newly awakened statues rush over like demons, their eyes emitting a golden light, seemingly controlled by someone. Seeing this, Zhao Yu doesn't dare to be careless and immediately concentrates his spirit. He quickly stuffs the excited Din Yange, who is jumping out into his arms, Little Li. Immediately after, he tightens his hand, and inner strength erupts from his whole body. After an ear-splitting explosion, the colliding forces created a massive vortex, instantly shattering the statue at the head. But they didn't give Zhao Yu a chance to catch his breath, relentlessly swarming him like endless killing machines. Even scarier, these statues weren't just numerous, they also automatically regenerated. Din Yange quietly observed, determined, "This time, I absolutely have to find a way to die elegantly and reasonably." As more and more illusionary statues arrived, Zhao Yue's inner energy gradually depleted. Din Yange peeked out from his collar, his eyes wide with focus. After a moment, he spotted a monster that moved significantly faster than the others. While the others had died and revived dozens of times, this one hadn't died once. Damn, Din Yange excitedly jumped out. "This has got to be an elite monster. It might just kill me with one hit." He rushed forward, biting and clawing at the monster, provoking it to attack him. But the more he bit, the tastier it was compared to those awful pills he cooked up. So he continued his frenzied chomping, hoping the statue would deliver a fatal blow. As a result, the monster let out a miserable scream, while Din Yange gulped it down like he'd eaten something he shouldn't have. Instantly, the elite monster shattered, and all the other statues turned to dust as well. Zhao Yue was stunned by the sight. Looks like Little Lai isn't completely heartless after all. At this moment, Zhao Yu was exhausted, sitting on the ground panting, while Din Yanji was throwing up everywhere. Must have eaten something good again. Since his luck had been so terrible lately, Zhao Yu took out a pill. After eating it, his inner energy recovered, which reminded him of that person. Tell me, why couldn't the pills he refined save his own life? Suddenly, Din Yange vomited a mouthful of black blood. Zhao Yu panicked. "Little Lai, what's wrong?" Immediately after, Din Yange projectile vomited all over Zhao Yu's face, instantly stunning Zhao Yu. This scene reminded him of the day his entire family was annihilated, his parents dying tragically while shielding him as he escaped, blood all over him. He screamed madly. And this scene was so familiar. Back then, Din Yange was seriously injured and struggled desperately, his face smeared with fresh blood. But this time, he worriedly looked at Little Li. He took out a radiant golden pill, finally, the last god-level pill, and stuffed it into Din Yange's mouth. When Din Yange regained consciousness, he glared resentfully. "You should really thank that jerk. Only 2 god-level pills in total, one for human form, one for beast form. He definitely has some kind of scheme." Zhao Yu used a purification spell to thoroughly cleanse them both, then affectionately stroked Din Yange's head, smiling contentedly. "As long as they're together, any difficulty can be overcome. For now, let's leave this place." Hearing the male lead say he wanted to leave, Din Yange cried out in alarm. How could he give up so easily? I haven't even lost a single hair from Din Yange yet. But Zhao Yu saw his excited reaction and thought he also wanted to escape quickly. After Zhao Yu walked for a while, Din Yange became less anxious, because the direction Zhao Yu was going was completely opposite to the exit. That arrogant male lead was an even worse map reader than a villain actively seeking death. After only a few steps, Zhao Yu sensed danger ahead. This was a good thing Din Yange couldn't miss. Before Zhao Yu could speak, Din Yange sped off, the sword following closely behind him. Zhao Yu was astonished. How can my stubborn sword run so fast? When he caught up, he saw Din Yange curled up in front of a stone, his ears drooping, disappointed. Carved on the stone were the words, 9 deaths, 1 life. Ahead are 10 paths, 9 are paths to death, only 1 leads to life. Din Yange was hesitating about which path to choose. Because his luck was so terrible, would he manage to pick the 1 in 10 chance of survival? Zhao Yu stroked his head. "Don't worry, we can go back." With that, he picked up Din Yange, intending to return. Din Yange naturally protested vehemently. No one was allowed to stop her from seeking death. But the path back had disappeared. At that moment, the Nangong family head also fell down from who knows where. His green hair now looked like a monkey's nest. Zhao Yu suppressed a laugh, clearing his throat. The Nangong family head was furious, pointing at Din Yange. "You little beast, you've made me suffer. You deliberately led us to our deaths, didn't you? With that, he slapped straight towards Di Niangi. Xiao Yu immediately stepped aside, dodging the Nangong family head's attack. Little Lai is my spirit beast. Please speak respectfully. As if the Nangong family head had spent 5,000 spirit stones to buy Di Niangi. In his eyes, this was his property. He vowed to see Di Niangi beg young Master Xiao to return this item to him. Then, Xiao Yu's sword unexpectedly unsheathed itself, severing the Nangong family head's hand. Everyone was stunned, especially Xiao Yu, looking at his unruly sword with disbelief. Could it be that over the past few days, his actions had moved it, so now it had merged with him? Di Niangi rolled his eyes at the sword. Show off! No matter what it does, it won't sway him. The Nangong family head angrily gnashed his teeth. He thought Xiao Yu was just a wandering martial artist. He didn't expect him to be so strong. Furthermore, finding the treasure still depended on that little beast. In front of them was the cave of life and death. The retreat behind them was blocked. They could only continue forward. So, the choice was finally all Di Niangi's. After hesitating for a sec, the fox just randomly picked the first door, not thinking he'd be so unlucky to choose the right one first try. But after walking a bit, it was still pitch black inside, and nothing happened. Di Niangi's round eyes showed disappointment. Am I really that unlucky? Seriously? Just then, a stream of purplish-red lava surged forward, coming at them with crazy speed. Crap, that's bloodstone. Even a peak golden core cultivator would get incinerated. Xiao Yu immediately turned tail and ran, while Di Niangi was, strangely excited. Xiao Yu only felt his arms go empty, then saw Di Niangi jump out of his embrace, diving straight into the lava without a second thought. But if he jumped in without a good reason, he definitely looked like he was trying to off himself, so he aimed for the Nangong family head behind them, charging forward to take him down. Xiao Yue hurriedly pulled Di Niangi back, but got slapped away by him. At that moment, the lava stream was right behind them. If Xiao Yu turned back to save him, it'd be too late, so he didn't stop, just glanced back. Even though he felt bad for Xiao Li, his life belonged to the Xiao family, he had to survive. Now he could only hope Xiao Li would somehow get out of this alive. As the lava rushed towards them from all sides, Xiao Yu heard the Nangong family head roar in anger, while Di Niangi grinned. Finally, I can go home without any worries. But quickly, the smile froze on his face, because he was floating on the lava, able to run and jump freely, even swim around. At this point, Di Niangi wanted to scream. What happened to that life or death choice? How can I be totally fine in this? Little beast, I'm not done with you yet. The Nangong family head roared. Di Niangi rolled his eyes. Can this old geezer still curse? And so the two started chasing each other. Just then, Di Niangi smelled treasure again, and charged in at top speed. The Nangong family head hesitated for a moment, then burst out laughing like a maniac. This is the treasure. I finally found the treasure. I stayed in Dongchuan City for 40 years just for this moment. Di Niangi was stunned the moment he squeezed into the treasure room. Wasn't this supposed to be the death door? How does it lead straight to the treasure? Actually, the answer was clear right at the entrance. 9 deaths, 1 life, meaning the first one was the life door, and the other 9 were the death doors. Di Niangi was blaming his luck when he heard the Nangong family head cheering outside. So without thinking, Di Niangi gathered up everything, not caring about the treasures themselves, just determined not to let them fall into the hands of that dark old geezer. The Nangong family head excitedly smashed open the stone door. I'm here, treasure. But the next moment, he was horrified to find the treasure room as empty and bare as his buzz cut. The Nangong family head's mood completely crashed. The treasure he dreamed of for 40 years was empty. So what was the point of staying in Dongchuan City for 40 years? Just as Di Niangi stepped out of the treasure room, the entire secret realm shook violently, clearly about to collapse because all the treasures had disappeared. Seeing the critical situation, Di Niangi had no choice but to run out. He could slowly make his way out. If he just stayed and waited to die, that would be suicide. And he definitely couldn't let that happen. Right at that moment, Di Niangi suddenly smelled Xiao Yu's scent, and immediately ran like crazy towards it, because dying to save someone that was totally safe and certain. Xiao Yu was pinned under a large rock, clearly on his last breath. While Di Niangi was digging through the rocks, the ground under his feet began to crack into deep fissures, and the corpses of the men in black robes immediately fell down. In the blink of an eye, the cracks spread out, and rocks started falling from above like crazy, so Di Niangi sped up, biting down on Xiao Yu's collar and pulling him out. If he died halfway, whether Xiao Yu could survive or not would depend on his luck. Everyone outside watched in suspense and fear, especially the Xiao Yu hiding in the crowd. Clearly, he had no idea what was happening at the time. He was just focused on escaping. When Di Niangi jumped on Nangong Lao to save him, Din Yange must have been in so much pain and despair. Din Yange on the throne suddenly opened his eyes. Who's talking smack? Seeing Xiao Yu on the verge of death, Din Yange bit down on his collar, pulling him out with all his strength. If he was lucky enough to get hit by a rock and die, he'd get to go home. But the whole process was annoyingly smooth. Not only did the cracks not reach his feet, but even moving slowly, no rocks hit him. What was worse, the tomb didn't collapse right as he stepped out after saving Xiao Yu. At this point, Yan Di strongly suspected that the male lead's halo in the room was working, and accidentally saw a black mark on Xiao Yu's forehead. Curious, Din Yange reached out a paw, but the black mark dodged his paw like a living thing. The more Din Yange reached out to grab it, the more it dodged, its spiritual energy bursting out, its little paws slapping wildly, until it was completely exhausted and stopped. But it still couldn't touch it. With Din Yange's stubbornness, how could he just let it go? He couldn't stand the humiliation. Din Yange angrily jumped over Xiao Yu, finally stepping on the thing. Din Yange curiously studied it for ages, realizing it must be that black-robed guy's method. If he knew it, then Nangong Lao probably knew it too. Would Xiao Yu get hit by their seal too, and go bald? So Din Yange tried pulling Xiao Yu's hair to test it out, and it seemed okay. But then he couldn't help but yank out a whole chunk. He felt a bit guilty, and then secretly stuffed it back in, hoping it wouldn't be noticed. Xiao Yu, watching from outside the screen, went pale. He dared to pluck my hair. Next, Din Yange was going to pull a big one. Yange then tore his claw and pressed it on Xiao Yu's forehead, hoping this technique would work, determined to take him down. At the same time, he spat out a few white pills with patterns, the elixirs he took from the treasure vault. When Din Yange shoved the pills into Xiao Yu's mouth while chanting a strange incantation, the black mark immediately glowed brightly. Then it ran from his claw to Xiao Yu's body. Flowing back and forth, Din Yange groaned and collapsed to the ground, his head itching so much he started crying. Everyone outside was confused. Why is Din Yange crying again? Does it hurt that much? Someone didn't believe it and reached out to touch the screen, and immediately, bam! They were blasted back, tears and snot streaming down their face, wailing miserably. After who knows how long, both Din Yange and Xiao Yu passed out. Just then, Long Yanche, covered in injuries, found them and, surprised and happy, ran towards Din Yange. Luckily, Nangong Lao also managed to escape, though he went crazy when he saw Din Yange, his eyes full of resentment. "It's all your fault, little beast, I'll kill you." He was like a rabid dog, charging towards Din Yange. Din Yange opened his eyes in a daze, only to see Long Yanche looking at him worriedly. Seeing the little fox wake up, Long Yanche was overjoyed and forgot all about his fear. But Nangong Lao was still screaming about killing Din Yange. This confused Nangong Rulin. What happened in the cave? Why is my father so agitated when he sees the little fox? Long Yanche just lowered his head and mumbled that he didn't know. Nangong Rulin didn't ask further. After all, Long Yanche was just a slave. He probably didn't know anything. So the group awkwardly returned to the Nangong family. But as soon as they reached the gate, they saw the panicked steward rushing out. "Miss, thank goodness you're back. The saint from the Xingying Holy Land is here, saying it's to set the wedding date." Nangong Rulin's eyes showed disgust. What wedding? Seriously, now that her father was like this, the Nangong family couldn't be without a leader. It was time for her to step up and take charge, but they couldn't afford to anger the Yinhai Holy Land, so she could only go in and see what was going on first. As soon as she stepped inside, she heard a guard shout, "How dare the Nangong family use two lowly servants to insult our young master?" Instantly, tension filled the room. At this moment, Din Yange woke up refreshed from his nap, his round eyes darting around, not wanting to miss any drama. Realizing the situation, he jumped in terror from Xiao Yu's arms to Long Yanche's. The male lead's aura was disgusting, absolutely not getting involved. As soon as he landed in Long Yanche's arms, the guard pointed and sneered at him. "So ugly, and you dare to show your face in public. Our young master is lowering himself to marry your family's daughter, and you use an ugly monster to humiliate us." Long Yanche immediately felt hurt and self-conscious. This made Din Yange furious. Long Yanche was under his protection now. Daring to diss him was suicide. Instantly, Niangale darted towards the guard with incredible speed, leaving only a blur, and in the blink of an eye he collapsed on the ground, screaming in pain, his face scratched to shreds. Unrecognizable, Din Yange glanced over with satisfaction, not forgetting to let out a taunting yelp. Just then, the Yinhai saint suddenly spoke up. "Canceling the engagement is fine, but I want this beast along with the Nangong family's assets. Otherwise, the Yinhai Holy Land won't let this go." Xiao Yu gritted his teeth in anger. He fed it a god-tier pill, and it still ran off with someone else. That's my spirit beast, not the Nangong's. Give it back. But for Long Yanche, Zhao Liai was his everything, so of course, he wasn't going to give up easily. So these two kept arguing non-stop, totally ignoring everyone around them. The Nangong sisters looked at each other, kinda speechless, and then each grabbed one of them and pulled them aside. Not now, you two. Stop making a scene, or just give it to him then. But right after that, they both refused in unison. Nangong Rulin was totally hopeless. Why were all these guys so obsessed with Xiao Liai today? You can have the power essence, but this spirit beast isn't yours. Besides, it doesn't even have any cultivation. Before she could finish, the Holy Sun cut her off. I don't need the power essence, but I must have this spirit beast. He waved his fan, his face expressionless. Clearly, he wasn't here for something simple. Zhao Yu coldly spoke up. Who do you think you are, making decisions for the Nangong family? Nangong Rulin immediately stood in front of Xiao Yu. The young master Zhao and I have been deeply in love for a long time. Please forget about this marriage proposal. At the same time, Nangong Rulin telepathically messaged him, if you help me solve this marriage issue, I'll return Xiao Lai. Zhao Yu didn't want to get involved in their mess to begin with, but the whole reason he stuck around was to get Xiao Lai back. And after settling this Vic thing, he'd take Xiao Lai and leave, never to be tied down again. Thinking that, his aura surged, filling the room. Clearly, this couldn't be resolved peacefully. As the male lead, he would definitely protect the person in his heart. He had never feared battles. Meanwhile, the Holy Sun clearly didn't take him seriously. The air around them turned ice cold. Long Yanche stood by, his eyes full of sorrow. If they want to take you away, let's die together, okay? Hearing the words die together, Di Niange flinched, but then just went back to being sad. Although Long Yanche's idea was good, as a regular guy, fighting the Holy Sun was like dreaming. Not only does the Holy Sun have a tough body, but his strength is also immense. His petty tricks are completely useless. On the other hand, the Holy Sun clearly came fully prepared, and he did not hesitate to use his strongest move. Seeing that, Dinianges's eyes lit up instantly. This could definitely take her down. At this moment, Xiao Yue also realized that the Holy Sun wasn't here for the marriage. His real goal was the treasure in the tomb, and he was using Xiao Li as bait. At the same time, the two of them rushed towards each other at lightning speed. If you want to take Xiao Li, you have to step over my dead body. Next, two streams of spiritual energy collided violently, and a life-or-death battle began. The two fought with all their might just for a little fox. The violent collision of spiritual energy distorted the surrounding air. Unexpectedly, there was no earth-shattering explosion as imagined. Zhao Yu was pushed back repeatedly with just one move. At this moment, Di Niange jumped onto Xiao Yu's body. Xiao Yu was both surprised and delighted, and his body was filled with strength again. Even though Xiao Yue liked following other men, Di Niange still rushed out to save him first whenever Xiao Yu was in danger. This time he would definitely protect him with his life. But Di Niange paid no attention to Xiao Yu, staring intently at the Holy Sun opposite him. In the end, Niange wasn't here to help Xiao Yu at all. Xiao Yu leapt forward, his male lead aura bursting out, launching a series of attacks on the Holy Sun from all sides. Meanwhile, the Holy Sun stood still under the aura, his face confident in his victory. Because he had the Six Harmonies absolute kill formation, Xiao Yue's aura couldn't break through, but at that moment, Di Niange seized the opportunity to rush towards the Holy Sun, and in an instant he opened his mouth wide and swallowed the Six Harmonies absolute kill formation that the Holy Sun was so proud of. In the blink of an eye, the Holy Sun panicked as he reacted, and at the same time, Xiao Yu's sword energy swept over. The Holy Sun collapsed in a pool of blood. Until his death, he still didn't understand why that perfect formation suddenly disappeared. At the same time, Di Niange fell straight down from the sky like a kite with a broken string. He moved so fast, no one noticed he had swallowed the formation. Xiao Yu panted and smiled with satisfaction. Xiao Lai, I won this time. I couldn't protect you like this last time. I didn't break the vow of a guardian. The frightened Holy Sun ran back but only saw blood and a shattered corpse. The Holy Sun is dead? Everyone's eyes turned red and they were determined to avenge the Holy Sun. Xiao Yu didn't fear in the slightest and rushed forward with his sword. A moment later, everyone fell under his sword, and fresh blood stained the ground red. Xiao Yu was also exhausted, with no strength left. He didn't understand why the formation had suddenly disappeared, until he saw Di Niange lying motionless in the distance. Could it be because of Zhao Li? But it didn't have any cultivation, which was obviously impossible. Zhao Yu picked up Di Niange to check, and found that his meridians were all broken. Chaotic energy was running wildly through his body. and his internal organs were destroyed by the surging energy. Xiao Yu looked at him dejectedly. He couldn't save him in this state. He only felt a pang in his heart. Even though Xiao Li often ran off and couldn't help with anything, only he truly helped him. He clearly won the fight, so why did Xiao Li have to die? Half a year later, when Di Niange slowly opened his eyes, it was still the familiar scenery around him. Just then, the door burst open, and Nanggong Rulin was overjoyed to see that Di Niange had woken up. Back then, everyone thought you were a goner, but Long Yanche never gave up on you. He searched everywhere for a way to revive you, and after hearing that Tian Xuanzi had a divine physician, he went to him without hesitation. Di Niange's ears twitched, recalling that old man Tian Xuanzi. Back then, he helped him withstand the 9 heavens' divine lightning, and even passed on his inheritance to him. I wonder how he's doing now. Nanggong Rulin was afraid that Di Niange would get cold, so she hurriedly wrapped him up like a dumpling and then prepared to cook for him. But as soon as she left, Di Niange got up. In that case, he'll go visit Tian Xuanzi and bring Long Yanche back. At a relay station, a young man in white clothes walked over, wearing a tattered hat. I want to go to the Divine Physician Country. Can anyone give me directions? This little bro will take you to the Divine Physician Country in 3 days, guaranteed safe. Di Niange didn't think twice. No need for a carriage, just give me directions. The young man frantically pointed the way, and in less than half an hour, they arrived in the Divine Physician Country. Di Niange sensed Long Yanche's aura. He took out 3 silver coins for the young man and left. The young man took the silver and vanished. Never seen anyone run so fast. Di Niange quickly arrived behind Long Yanche. This was a familiar and desolate aura. In the past, this place was bustling with people, full of seriously injured people seeking medicine. But according to the coachman, Tian Xuanzi disappeared 6 years ago, and Divine Physician Valley is now deserted. Perhaps he has passed away. But Long Yanche still stubbornly guards this place. This is the first time since coming to this life that Di Niange has met someone who can do that. I have to admit that his heart is touched. So this time, he decided to treat Long Yanche as a good friend, and in the future, he will definitely protect his friend from all dangers. Suddenly, Long Yanche knelt on the ground, falling down. Di Niange hurriedly ran over to help him up. His body was unusually weak. It seemed like he had been kneeling for many days. Long Yanche opened his eyes and saw the person in front of him. Then he tightly grasped his arm, excitedly saying, "You are Tian Xuanzi, aren't you?" Di Niange said, "Tian Xuanzi is no longer here. Tell you to leave quickly after you recover." Saying that, he stuffed a pill into Long Yanche's mouth, but he stubbornly refused. He kept insisting that he was Tian Xuanzi, not allowing him to save him but to save Xiao Li. Even though Di Niange repeatedly denied it, Long Yanche still firmly believed that he was Tian Xuanzi. Otherwise, who would come to such a desolate place? Di Niange was silent for a moment, not knowing what to say. "If you don't save Xiao Li, I won't take the medicine. Xiao Li is dying? If you don't save him, then let me die with him." Saying that, Long Yanche fainted emotionally. Di Niange sighed, then stuffed the pill into Long Yanche's mouth, and then carried him into Divine Physician Valley. This place is now empty. Only ruins remain. It's clear that after that day, Tian Xuanzian never returned here. This used to be Tian Xuanzian's room. Hopefully when he sees this dilapidated scene, Long Yanche will give up. But he underestimated his annoying personality. After a while, Long Yanche woke up, but after being stunned for a moment, he ran outside again and then he knelt down at the entrance of Divine Physician Valley. After a few times like that, Di Niange, who was hiding outside, couldn't take it anymore. He had to appear in front of Long Yanche. "What do you need to do?" Long Yanche knocked his head on the ground again. "Please, Tian Xuanzi, save Xiao Li. I can help you awaken your bloodline, turning you into a powerful cultivator. Isn't that better?" But Long Yanche remained stubborn. "Save Xiao Li." Di Niange had to lie. "I am Tian Xuanzi," but in reality he is now a disciple of an immortal. Maybe Tian Xuanzi has passed away, so it's not wrong for him to call himself Tian Xuanzi. At this moment, the outside of the screen also boiled. How dare the Demon Lord call himself Tian Xuanzi? Don't think that just because you have the inheritance of Tian Xuanzi you can do that. He is the real Tian Xuanzi. Shameless. Tian Xuanzi is a saint. He is defiling our saint's reputation. Everyone looked at Di Niange on the throne, their eyes red with anger. Di Niange glanced at everyone. "What are you looking at? Just a Tian Xuanzi. Seeing you come to see me every month, wanting to kneel before me, I'm really happy." The more angry you get, they angrily curse that the Demon Lord would die a miserable death sooner or later. But the more they were like that, the more Di Niange enjoyed it. Only Long Yanche stood there with a gloomy expression. Why did he pretend to be a young man to deceive him in the first place? Why didn't he directly say that he was Xiao Lin? Long Yanche hurriedly led Di Niange to the small house. but Xiao Li was nowhere to be seen. Long Yanche was worried, having a bad feeling. Dude searched high and low, but couldn't find that familiar white fluff ball anywhere. Dinian couldn't help but blurt out, "He's already bounced, man. Don't waste your time." He realized he'd spilled the beans right after. Like, Long Yanche hadn't even mentioned his spirit beast. Good thing Long Yanche was too busy freaking out to notice. Just then, Nangung waltzed in. Long Yanche went full panic mode. "Where's Zhao Li?" Nangung looked all guilty. "I stepped out for a sec yesterday, and when I got back, poof, no Xiao Li. Probably went looking for grub." Long Yanche was fuming. "He's all banged up. You just leave him alone. He saved your life, and this is how you treat him." Nangung, feeling all scolded, snapped back. "Xiao Li's his own dude. How am I supposed to stop him? Besides, watching him is your job." Long Yanche froze. "Right, his job. Xiao Li didn't want to bug me, that's why he left." Thinking that, Long Yanche bolted outside, tearing the place apart again. Nangung and Dinian just trailed behind. He's gonna lose it for real, Dinian thought. Gotta look out for my bro, even if it's just for his sanity. He was seriously considering turning back right then and there. Just then, Nangung Rulin showed up, all polite. "Excuse me, senior, who might you be? What brings you to the Nangung residence?" Dinian just pointed at Long Yanche, just tagging along with him. A light bulb went off in Nangung Rulin's head. When did Long Yanche hook up with such a powerful cultivator? She had planned on getting Xiao Yu to cancel her engagement with the Silver Sea Holy Land, but then Xiao Yu off their holy sun and dipped. Now that was a sword hanging over her head. Maybe I can use this guy's power, she thought. Then she said, "I'm the head of the Nangung family, and the lord of Dongchuan City, Long Yanche, is like my older bro." Dinian Guess's face went dark. Figures, people will do anything to get ahead. A slave suddenly becomes the city lord's brother. So Dinian Gag called her out. "If he's really your bro, why aren't you healing him up? Or is the mighty Nangung family out of healing potions? Or maybe you just don't want to waste your precious kui?" Nangung Ru. Lin clammed up, couldn't say a word. Everyone knew about her mess with the Silver Sea Holy Land. "Let me give you a little tip," Dinian said. "The Silver Sea Holy Land has 5 golden core guys, one's already toast, and the other 4 hate each other. They ain't gonna make a move until they have a good reason. Just cultivate hard, and you might stand a chance." Nangung Rulin got it instantly. Connections! She thanked Dinian for the advice. Just then, Long Yanche ran over, all worried. "Heavenly Profound Grandmaster, I can't find Zhao Li. Can you stay a few more days?" Nangung Rulin gasped. "Wait, this is the famous Heavenly Profound Paragon?" And now he's comforting Long Yanche, who's bawling his eyes out. Long Yanche found a string. Dinian snatched it because he realized it was the dragon essence he'd been looking for. Now Long Yanche could finally unlock his dragon bloodline, and he could get ready to go home. What's brotherhood compared to going home, right? He'll have to walk his own path later. Brotherhood ain't all that. Dragon bloodlines are a dime a dozen. But since we're bros, I'll help him get the strongest one. Long Yanche, eyes all red, looked at the string in Dinian hand. "If Grandmaster likes the string, you can have it. I just want you to stay a few more days so I can find Xiao Li." Seeing that, Dinian sighed. "Fine. Since I took his thing, I'll stick around for a bit. But don't sweat it too much. Maybe Xiao Li just went home. But Xiao Li's so small, how can he live out there by himself? He was even captured and sold at auction before." Suddenly, Long Yanche freaked out. How could I forget that place? He bolted toward the auction house. Dinian had no choice but to follow. Getting close to the auction house, Long Yanche yelled Zhao Li's name. This was a spirit beast prison, but he didn't have any keel to get in. Dinian shot some keel inside, and bam! All the control collars on the spirit beasts shattered. They were free. They roared, wanting to tear apart those who had hurt them, and then stampeded out like a herd of wild horses. Long Yanche frantically looked for Xiao Li's familiar white fur, but no dice. Dinian scooped him up into the air, looked down at the chaos in the auction house, and took Long Yanche away. But Long Yanche kept struggling, still trying to find Xiao Li. Dinian dragged him around for ages and finally snapped, "Xiao Li this, Xiao Li that." He wouldn't shut up. It was giving him a headache. Long Yanche's shoes were trashed, and his feet were all cut up and bloody. But he stubbornly refused to change into the new shoes Dinian offered because, to him, Xiao Li was more important than his own life. In the end, Dinian had to give in. All right, we'll go back to the Nangung place. I'll help you find him. Just draw a picture of Xiao Li. How hard can that be?" Long Yanche happily scribbled something. "Here's my Xiao Li." Dinian stared at the picture, his head spinning. Holy crap, with this blurry mess you'd have to be a freaking wizard to find him. A bit later, Dinian went to the outskirts of town, hesitated for a sec, then ripped off a piece of his sleeve. His clothes were made from transformed animal fur, so tearing it made a pile of fluff. He bit his finger and dripped a drop of blood on it. Instantly, a mini-me appeared. Dinian-gi smiled in satisfaction. I'm so damn smart. Since she came into this world, she's always been in male form. Everyone only knows her as a cruel demon lord, but no one knows how much good she's done. When Din Yan-ge turned back, from afar he saw Long Yan-che hugging the mini-me tightly, crying his eyes out. Suddenly, there was a powerful aura. Clearly a Yuanying cultivator. Looks like the Nangong family is mixed up with some dangerous character again. Thinking that, Din Yan-ge quickly retracted the transformed fur. Is it suicide opportunity time again? At this moment, everyone in the Nangong family, including Long Yan-che, were kneeling in long rows in the main hall. On the throne, a dignified middle-aged man sat firmly. Clearly that Yuanying cultivator, his aura was so strong it pissed off Din Yan-ge. He immediately stepped forward, retorting, "Who are you guys to cause trouble at the Nangong family? Get lost if you want to live, or this little lord will show you what regret is." The two Nangong sisters looked at Din Yan-ge in fear, afraid the big shot would get angry and involve them. The man slapped the table, breaking it. "Punk, who allowed you to impersonate Tian Xuanzi, a little Jindan daring to look down on people like that?" Din Yan-ge, immediately prepared to fight. "You keep saying I'm not, but I am the 88th generation disciple of Xuan Yi Immortal Sect. Our sect's disciples all call ourselves Tian Xuanzi when we go out. Old geezer, are you an enemy of my sect, or trying to steal our inheritance? All right, less talk, more action." Before the other party could reply, the space was enveloped by Din Yan-ge's scorching flames, so hot he couldn't open his eyes. Din Yan-ge saw his poor brother about to be roasted. "Old geezer, let's go outside and resolve our personal conflicts. Don't involve innocent people." At this time the man frowned. How can a punk acting so arrogant be a disciple of Tian Xuan? Din Yan-ge was nervous inside, hoping the man would quickly fight him. But right after, the man burst out laughing. "Why are fellow disciples fighting and killing each other? I just want to invite Tian Xuanzi to treat my granddaughter's illness." Hearing that, Din Yan-ge immediately deflated like a punctured balloon. He thought the other party was some big bad guy who knew he was just a firecracker. Din Yan-ge then retracted his hand and swaggered over. "Hurry up, sit down here." The man laughed awkwardly. "Please don't blame these people. I didn't expect them to kneel down." As soon as I sat down, Din Yan-ge didn't bother listening to his nonsense. "Speak, how much money are you planning to pay? Unless I'm satisfied, I'll consider it." The man acted humble, but his eyes revealed calculation. "As long as Tian Xuanzi can save my granddaughter, I'll agree to anything." Din Yan-ge then demanded Yangli grass and Bing Sui blood essence to help Long Yan-che awaken his bloodline. "Just missing these two things and it's done. Tell me about your granddaughter's symptoms." He said his granddaughter was a genius since childhood. Her cultivation was superb, even though she was young. For the past year, from Z-hour to Chow hour, every day, her body became icy cold, the pain increasing day by day. Her bloodline was incomplete. The higher her cultivation, the more she suffered, wanting to die. All the Taoists said she wouldn't live past 16. Even destroying her bloodline would kill her due to the backlash. As soon as he heard it was a bloodline problem, Din Yan-ge patted his chest and guaranteed it, because no one knew bloodlines better than him. Even though Liu Huainan was suspicious, he still decided to try and see if Din Yan-ge could really cure his granddaughter's illness. Din Yan-ge wanted to bring Long Yan-che along. Treating two bloodlines together would definitely double the effect. Moreover, after Long Yan-che's bloodline awakened, the dragon race would definitely receive the news and come to pick him up. But Long Yan-che stubbornly refused, still wanting to stay and find the mini-me. Suddenly, he was pleasantly surprised to see the mini-me hopping around in Din Yan-ge's hand. But to those above the Jindan realm, it was just an illusion from the fur. Long Yan-che hugged the mini-me tightly, overjoyed. At first, he didn't want to take the mini-me to risk its life, but thinking it was seriously injured and needed treatment, he had to follow Din Yan-ge to the Liu family. Din Yan-ge was attracted by the magnificent scenery. On each wall were engraved profound principles, forming a powerful formation. Truly one of the great sects, the Liu family had a solid foundation. No wonder the Nangong family was afraid. But as soon as he entered, Din Yan-ge felt a familiar aura. He then sniffed strongly, then startled again. "What am I doing? I'm a person now." Luckily no one noticed him, he remembered. This was the home of the female lead, Liu Chanyi, the girl with the illness in the novel. In the story, Liu Chanyi had a jade-like appearance, pure and immaculate, with a pitifully weak demeanor because of her illness, but in reality she had high cultivation. Because of Liu Chanyi's illness, one of her cousins found Xiao Yu, hoping he would cure Liu Chanyi's illness. Then came a series of extortions that embarrassed Xiao Yu, and eventually he destroyed the bloodline and absorbed all the spiritual energy in Liu Chanyi's body. With good aptitude, Liu Chanyi had to follow Xiao Yu, and gradually she fell in love with him. If it ended like that, it would be a beautiful story. But later, Xiao Yu had countless wives. Even after ascending, there were many people who lived and died for him. Until Xiao Yu became Emperor Venerable, recalling Liu Chanyi, she had already died, waiting for someone her whole life only to end like that. But now that he met her, he would definitely seize the opportunity to save this person. With Xiao Yu at this time, the entire Liu family swarmed over, everyone with different expressions. Father, younger sister is a bit inconvenient right now, Liu Huainan said with an angry face. What's inconvenient? Is there anything more inconvenient than seeing your dad? Seriously, bro, even if I was dating some wilderness dude right now, it wouldn't be as important as dad. That guy said he could cure my little sister, that's why I went with him. Liu Huainan went ballistic, leading the whole family straight to Liu Chanyi's room. Even from afar, they could hear voices inside. Xiao Yu, easy does it, don't go too deep. I'm not using too much force, let me try again, just bear with it. Liu Huainan's face twisted with rage, and he kicked the door open in a fit of anger. Xiao Yu, holding acupuncture needles, glared at the annoyed crowd. Are you guys done yet? I said I'd find you later. If you keep this up, I'm not treating her. At the same time, his eyes swept over the crowd and landed on Din Yangi. For some reason, his face seemed familiar. Beside him, Xiaolin was also trembling. A moment later, Liu Huainan sat in the host's seat, while everyone else stood around respectfully, even Xiao Yu with a disgruntled look. Only Di Niange sat at his feet, in a posture of utter arrogance. No one could clearly see his face, but just seeing his posture was enough to know how cocky he was. A little core formation cultivator daring to sit there. Their dad must have been tricked. Why are they indulging such a junior? They're just rogue mages. Liu Huainan turned to the two of them. You both came to treat my granddaughter, so tell me your methods. Xiao Yu spoke first. Although the young lady has talent, her bloodline is flawed, so even if she cultivates to a high level, it will cause backlash within her blood vessels. Therefore, I suggest destroying her bloodline. At the same time, I'm confident I won't let her suffer any losses. Although Liu Huainan had anticipated this, he still felt sorry for his kind granddaughter. Helplessly, he asked Din Yange, So, Tianshuanzi, do you have a better solution? Din Yange just said coldly, This is not a big problem. Instantly, everyone erupted into an uproar. How arrogant. They were in front of a nascent soul master. Everyone was even angrier. Her bloodline was about to be destroyed, and he said it was nothing. He really wanted to die. Xiao Yu couldn't hold back either. The Liu young lady's bloodline is about to be destroyed, and you say it's nothing. You clearly want to die. Din Yange's words drove people crazy. Are you afraid I'll cure the patient that you can't cure? I definitely have a way to treat her. Zhao Yue was so angry he wanted to fly up. Absolutely impossible. Even if you really are Tianshuanzi, you can't do it, you're just a fraud. But Din Yange remained calm and confident. Despite his suspicion, every word he said pricked at Zhao Yue's heart. Despite his anger, he was helpless against Din Yange. At this moment, Liu Huainan looked at Din Yange, clearly also doubting what specific method he had. Din Yange leisurely replied, It's just a flawed bloodline. Just complete it. These words made the other cultivators outside the screen furious. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Meanwhile, everyone looked at him sympathetically. Who else but the Demon Lord could do that? He even changes fate, let alone just completing a bloodline. He just needs to use his hands to do it. At the same time, Long Yanche was also nervous. If Liu Chanyi's bloodline was completed by him, then was your dragon bloodline also done by him? At this moment, Long Yanche finally understood Luo Zhuan's previous conflicted feelings. Half gratitude, half resentment. It was really uncomfortable. Liu Huainan was also angry. Completing a bloodline is something that surpasses heavenly ordinance. No one in the world can do it. A core formation cultivator doing that. However, Zhao Yu was becoming increasingly bewildered. Perhaps others didn't know, but he knew about changing fate. Adding to that was Din Yange's arrogant, infuriating attitude. At this moment, an image suddenly flashed in Xiao Yue's mind. Xiao Yu drew his sword and pointed it straight at Din Yange. It's you, Din Yange, you're not dead yet? Din Yange then threw off the tattered hat on his androgynous face, revealing a striking purple mark. Junior brother, you're as foolish as ever. Xiao Yu was both surprised and delighted at this moment. So he's still alive. Liu Huainan trembled and pointed at Din Yange. He carries the heavenly curse. He clearly recognized the strange purple mark on his forehead. It was the unique sign of the heavenly curse. He happily ran up to Din Yange. As long as you can save my granddaughter, I'll be your slave. Just give me what I asked for and I can help you now. In just a short while, the Liu family brought Din Yanqi the things he requested, Yangli grass and ice marrow snow crystal. They were afraid he would change his mind, because the one carrying the heavenly curse had hope of curing Liu young lady's bloodline. At this moment, Long Yanche seemed hesitant. Saint Ancestor, can you check on Zhao Li again? He used to be very active, but now he looks so tired. Din Yange was startled and replied concisely, when I found him, I checked him already. It might be due to the season changing. Animals also hibernate sometimes. Long Yanche sadly looked at Xiao Li, feeling like something wasn't right. Din Yange then changed the subject. You're full of wounds, why don't you treat them? However, for Long Yanche, it was enough to save Xiao Li. He didn't care about the wounds on his body. Din Yange patted his shoulder. You're really something. Beautiful brotherhood, everything has been said. At this moment, a hasty knock on the door interrupted the two brothers' moment. Din Yange opened the door. Seeing Zhao Yu's unpleasant face, he immediately slammed the door shut. Then the two of them struggled against each other, one pushing, one kicking. Zhao Yu was very angry. Back then, why did you fake your death? Was it fun? None of your business, Din Yanji replied. Simultaneously flinging the door open, Zhao Yu almost fell over. This made him even angrier. Then he looked at Long Yanche beside him with disdain. What, your little brother doesn't need you anymore, so you found a replacement? Seeing his good friend affected, Din Niange roared, none of your business. What do you want from me? If you have nothing to do, then get out of my sight. After all, he was about to change her bloodline. It might get out of control. He still didn't want to see anyone die senselessly. But the more Din Yanji acted like this, the angrier Xiao Yu got. Doesn't Shixiong know the Liu family's rules? Whoever cures Liu Xiaoji's illness will become the Liu family's son-in-law. Hearing that, Din Yange was stunned. He really didn't know about this. But then Din Yangi decided to throw his pride out the window. With Zhao Yu, oh, is that how it is? That little brat is afraid of losing his wife, so he's publicly challenging me? I get it, I knew it. Otherwise, why would I come here? Or do you like Liu Xiaoji? Then just go confess. What are you looking for me for? Or do you want to seduce me so I'll voluntarily give up the position of Liu family's son-in-law? If that's the case, I'll think about it, you know. But Xiao Yu wasn't as angry as he expected, but instead had a flushed, embarrassed expression. Din Yange was dumbfounded, thinking, what's with this guy? Men hate intimacy from other men the most. Could it be that he is? Ugh, is he cursing me for being sick? Din Yange awkwardly pushed him away. The male lead can't be twisted by me, right? But right after that, urgent knocking on the door rang out. Din Yange thought it was Zhao Yue and shouted, what else do you want? You responded with that, and then brought over a bag of medicine. Everyone, the formula to change the bloodline is ready. We can start now. At this time, everything was ready. Everyone from the Liu family was present, each with a worried expression. Those medicines had drained the Liu family's wealth, but as long as they could change Liu Chanyi's bloodline, it would all be worth it. Din Yange saw Liu Chanyi for the first time, and as soon as he looked at her, Xiao Yu's face turned as black as the bottom of a pot. Din Yange asked Master Liu, where's the wide open space I asked for? We'll go now. Before that, Din Yange had said that changing the bloodline was against the will of heaven, and there would be a fierce test at that time. But Liu Huainan was very confident, said, you don't need to worry. The Liu family has an ancient inheritance formation. Even natural disasters can be withstood, let alone just two bloodlines. Seeing that he was so relaxed, it probably wasn't that strong. Din Yange looked at him strangely. Are you sure? But he still confidently assured, it's okay, even with 10 bloodlines, the Liu family's formation can withstand it. Before starting, Din Yange asked again, are you really sure you don't want to leave? But Liu Huainan still decided to stay. Rest assured, it's okay, our Liu family has a big boss who can handle it. Seeing Liu Huainan's confidence, Din Yange thought this might be credible. At this time, Long Yanche and Liu Chanyi were lying next to each other. This was the second time Din Yange had changed someone's bloodline, so he had more experience. The vital energy in his hand blazed, and his mouth chanted incantations. In an instant, the sky was covered with dark clouds, and thunder rumbled non-stop. Everyone felt the terrifying pressure of going against the heavens in a daze. At the same time, fresh blood trickled from the corners of Din Yange's mouth. He nodded in satisfaction. Good start! He had planned a complete suicide plan for himself, and this time it would definitely succeed. When the second incantation rang out, everyone in the Liu family fainted. As a Yuanying great expert, Liu Huainan also felt that something was wrong. Dad, let's leave first. Liu Huainan remembered what he had said, and felt like he had been slapped in the face. But life was more important. He no longer cared and decided to leave. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone screamed and told each other to run. Another bolt of lightning struck the Liu family's mansion, splitting it in two. The strong wind howled, blowing Di Niange's white robe, his hair flying in the wind like an immortal riding the wind. His eyes, which usually shed blood, were now unusually focused. This was also the first time Xiao Yu had seen Di Niange's highly concentrated expression, but he was still doing it for other people. Last time it was for Lu Ziyin, this time it was for an unknown Long Yanche. So, where am I lacking? Why can he treat them as brothers, while I am always seen as an enemy? I only hope to have such a pure friendship. Then, a terrifying lightning bolt struck down. Xiao Yu only felt the hair on the back of his neck stand on end, and around Di Niange was a dazzling halo. 2 lightning bolts struck down from the sky, guided by Di Niange, converging on the mark on his forehead. The terrifying pressure was not only like squeezing his throat, but even his soul felt hopeless to resist. But Di Niange's smile remained unchanged. Liu Huainan, looking from afar, even felt his soul swaying. Di Niange was now completely like a madman. In his eyes, as the lightning was about to end, Di Niange slowly closed his eyes. It's finally over. How did it go? He let himself fall freely from above, enjoying that feeling. Suddenly, he realized he was being caught again. No. Without opening his eyes, he knew for sure it was Xiao Yu. Di Niange wanted to spit a mouthful of blood on his face, but Xiao Yu dodged it all. He spat again, and Xiao Yu deftly dodged it again. At this time, Xiao Yu was both angry and heartbroken for Di Niange. Are you seriously ill? When Di Niange and Xiao Yu landed on the ground, most of the Liu family's mansion had collapsed. But Liu Huainan thought it was okay. It could still be repaired. At the same time, the dazzling light from Liu Chanyi and Long Yanche was increasing, signaling that their bloodlines were about to be awakened. Next up, images of a dazzling golden phoenix and a majestic golden dragon appeared, soaring straight into the heavens. Where the phoenix and dragon passed, it was like they brought endless destruction. Having just awakened their bloodlines, the 2 of them were emitting unprecedented power, especially Long Yanche. The awakening of his dragon bloodline unleashed a terrifying roar that made people's hearts sink. The golden dragon continuously circled in the sky, its dignified aura spreading everywhere. Before long, the Liu family's mansion, which had barely remained intact, was completely leveled by the golden dragon. Liu Huainan painfully watched the life's work he'd built get destroyed from the roots up. At this moment, Di Niange was still being held in Xiao Yu's arms. Dude, how long are you going to keep hugging me? Xiao Yu was startled, quickly let go, and blushed. Sorry, Di Niange frowned and glared at him. If you feel bad, then don't save me anymore. It's so annoying. I still have a little bit of life left anyway. I'll show those dragons what's what. Our hero aggressively charged towards Long Yanche. After awakening, Long Yanche had become incredibly majestic and awe-inspiring. Seeing this, Xiao Yu couldn't help but shed a tear. What did I do wrong again to be forgotten like this? Di Niange planned to pretend to strangle Long Yanche, but he was too weak and tripped right on top of him. Long Yanche's loose robe slipped down, revealing a strong and muscular body. At the same time, Di Niange's hand accidentally landed on his neck. The viewers outside the screen were all red in the face when they saw how shameless the Demon Lord was. Shameless. He's heavily injured but still finding ways to touch the dragon god. I told you, the Demon Lord is a pervert. As long as they're handsome, they can't escape his clutches. Even when he's badly injured, he still tries to do dirty things. Before the dragon god's face gets ruined, I already saw that his eyes were wrong. You guys see, his hand is even reaching higher. Does he even know how injured he is? Everyone secretly glanced at Di Niange, seeing his beautiful, cold face. It was hard to believe that someone with such an arrogant appearance could have such a lecherous heart. At this moment, Di Niange didn't know where to hide his face. He swore he was just trying to strangle Long Yanche. Even Xiao Yu, hiding in the crowd, was staring intently at him. Meanwhile, Long Yanche's cheeks were flushed. It seemed he understood why Di Niange had saved him, but unfortunately there was an irreconcilable feud between them, a destiny that couldn't be together. On the other hand, people from the Long clan had also arrived. After sensing the dragon bloodline awakening, he came to pick up the dragon child who had been left in the mortal realm. His power made even Liu Huainan terrified, but the scene before him made him furious. His grandson had a guy lying on top of him, with his hands groping everywhere. Which brat dares to humiliate our dragon child like this? He was about to kill Di Niange, but Long Yanche hurriedly grabbed Di Niange's hand, muttering the name Zhao Li. This situation gave the man a headache. Even though the Long clan was open-minded, once they had a destined person, they were loyal for life. The kid had fainted but was still stubbornly holding the other kid's hand. clearly having an ambiguous relationship. So, after hesitating for a while, he grabbed both of them and flew away to deal with them later. Zhao Yu silently watched the scene, his heart aching. Finally, Di Niange had returned home, the place he had longed for day and night. The warm sunlight of the familiar modern world shone on his small house, and the birds sang as if welcoming his return. In the living room, his parents and younger brother were preparing breakfast. My little bro had grown into a buff young man, and he gave me the biggest hug. "Sis, you're back." The whole family piled on, hugging like we wanted to burn this moment into our memories. From then on, Di Niange started dreaming of becoming a tycoon. She used her knowledge from the other world to open the very first laundromat. Just a flick of her loofah-powered scrub brush, and all the clothes would come out sparkling clean. So she went on to open company after company and factory after factory, spending her days jet-setting and giving speeches about her secrets to success. Before you knew it, her company dominated the globe, and she became the world's #1 mega-billionaire, just cackling to herself in her office when bam! Everything went dark, and she was staring at a mysterious underwater palace, with giant crystal pillars shooting up to the sky, all majestic and imposing. The walls were studded with gems, sparkling like crazy. Wait, didn't I just get home and become a tycoon? Why am I still in these clothes, or am I tripping, feeling that familiar primal energy inside her? Di Niange suddenly had the urge to burn all the crystals here to make pills. After a whole day and night of non-stop work, the colorful crystals had turned into a pile of black charcoal. Di Niange was freaking out, not knowing where she went wrong, when suddenly, a giant dragon head popped up. In a flash, the dragon roared, "What happened to my home? It must be you!" The dragon's breath kept blasting toward Di Niange. Of course, he didn't forget to kill himself. "That's right, it's me." Before the dragon could do anything, he spoke up. "How could I be here? Or are you going to eat me? I guarantee my meat is delicious, you'll never forget it." The dragon angrily shook his head. "We never eat humans." Di Niange was shocked. "Don't eat humans? Then what do you eat? If it's demon beasts, I can also." Then Niange bumped his head into the dragon's mouth. After who knows how long, Di Niange suddenly woke up, sitting bolt upright, unable to tell if it was a dream or reality, until he saw the dragon man next to him. But that dream didn't feel like a dream, or was he sleepwalking? Out of curiosity, he couldn't help but touch the crystals again. "You better not meddle, touch that again and you'll die without a burial place." Di Niange nodded, keeping the warning in mind. A few minutes later, he saw Long Yanche's familiar face. After half a year, he exuded confidence, and next to him was a respectable old man, the Dragon Clan's chief. Seeing his dignified appearance, Di Niange knew he shouldn't piss him off. Niange spoke up. "What do you guys want from me?" "The Dragon Clan doesn't accept me." "Huh, I get it, just do